Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter complete, Martial Arts, Attritiates, Chapter 10.5.1, Shadow Assassin Clan. 2. After some time, they climbed down the stairs and arrived at a large underground space. There were many rooms here, all of them sealed. No one could see what was inside. However, what astounded Wang Teng was, these rooms were made of special materials which were used to make a Cosmos-level spacecraft at least. They were extremely sturdy. Even Cosmos-stage martial warriors wouldn't be able to destroy them. The manager brought Wang Teng and An Lan outside a room. After opening the door, Wang Teng saw the female Divine Spirit Master inside. She was in the arena earlier. "What's going on?" Wang Teng asked, curiously. The customer does have the intention of buying her, but he doesn't have enough money. After hesitating for some time, he decided against buying her, the manager explained. "Ah, he has no money," Wang Teng understood. "And Lan?" The manager smiled gently. He felt a hint of contempt in Wang Teng's voice. This was a wealthy person looking down on a poor fellow. That was good. It meant that this mister did have a lot of money. He might really be able to buy this Cosmos Stage Divine Spirit Master. At that time, he would be able to get a huge commission. However, I have to remind you of one thing. The other customer likes this Divine Spirit Master, so he might come back and buy her later. If you want her, you might have a conflict with that customer. The slave market will not be responsible for any conflicts after the purchase. Of course, we will not reveal any of your personal information either, the manager said. Wang Teng squinted. The slave market was good at conducting business. They introduced the slave to him and reminded him that he might have a conflict with the other customer. That way, they could pull themselves out of the picture entirely. They sold him the slave and a favor. They got all the benefits. Of course, this couldn't be helped. He could choose not to buy, and he wouldn't need to face the trouble. The slave market didn't force him to buy this slave either. Both sides traded willingly. "Where's the other party from?" Wang Teng asked. "We're not sure, however. He's a heaven stage martial warrior," the manager replied with a smile. Wang Teng hesitated. "If you're not satisfied, we can look at other slaves. There are some Cosmos Stage slaves as powerful as this Divine Spirit Master," the manager said. "I'll buy her," Wang Teng replied. "All right, let's look at other. Wait, you're going to buy her?" The manager was stunned. He took some time to react. "That's right, I'll buy this Divine Spirit Master," Wang Teng repeated. At this moment, the female Divine Spirit Master, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed, opened her eyes and looked at Wang Teng with a frown. To her, Wang Teng was just a planetary stage martial warrior. Hence, he must be from some powerful family and was most likely a frivolous young man. He probably took notice of her because of her looks. She sighed uncontrollably. She had already lost her freedom after she fell into the hands of the slave merchant. It was useless thinking of all these. Her future couldn't be changed. Wang Teng saw the lady's eyes. She had a pair of green pupils. They were crystal clear and shimmered brightly like emeralds. However, her gaze was a little numb and dim at the same time. Wang Teng noticed a trait of this Divine Spirit Master that proved that she wasn't a human. She was a fairy. He could faintly see a pair of sharp and pointy ears hidden beneath her green hair. No wonder her beauty was exceptional. The members of fairy race were handsome and beautiful. All their appearances were outstanding. Wang Teng was a fan of looks. This kind of slave suited his taste. The manager took a deep breath and asked again, "Do you really want to buy her? Let's take a look at other Cosmos Stage slaves. I want the best ones." Wang Teng changed the topic instead of replying to him. But the manager understood his intentions. Not only did he want to buy this divine spirit master, but he also wanted to buy other Cosmos stage slaves. A big client. This was a big client. At the start, the manager was happy enough if Wang Teng bought some celestial stage martial warriors, but he didn't expect him to buy Cosmos stage slaves without any hesitation. He must be insanely wealthy. All right, come with me. The manager suppressed the excitement in his heart and led Wang Teng further down the corridor. The deeper they went, the stronger the slaves. At the same time, he did some operations, and the female divine spirit master was marked as sold. That way, no one could buy her again. Mister, you're extremely lucky. You managed to buy floral fairies and a beautiful divine spirit master with an extraordinary aura as your slaves. The manager buttered up Wang Teng. I won't give you any tip even if you flatter me, Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. Haha, that was a good joke. The manager laughed in embarrassment. He felt that this customer's thoughts were very unique. He couldn't catch up with him. Was money an issue to him? He just wanted to flatter him and make him happy so that he would buy more slaves. However, we do have an exceptionally special Cosmos stage slave today. The manager turned serious and said, "Oh, how special?" Wang Teng asked. "It's a Cosmos stage martial warrior from the Shadow Assassin Clan." Chapter 152. Shadow Assassin Clan 3. The Shadow Assassin Clan. And Lan exclaimed, "What? The Shadow Assassin Clan?" Roundball shouted abruptly, in Wang Teng's mind too. "Is the Shadow Assassin Clan that special?" Wang Teng asked in his mind when he saw Lan and Roundball's reaction. He frowned slightly. Of course. The Shadow Assassin Clan is among the top 20 most powerful races in the universe. They possess space talent since birth and can travel through space. They're natural assassins. If they mature properly, they will be their enemy's nightmare, Roundball said. That's powerful. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. A glint flashed in his eyes as he gave a look of astonishment. Wait, did you say they possess space talent? That's right, they have space talent. The people in this race are born with space talent. That's amazing. Didn't you say that space talent is rare? Why does their entire race have space talent? Wang Teng was dumbfounded. This didn't make sense. Was this race a bug? Well, they're a favored race of God. However, there's only a few of them. Roundball sounded a little excited. There are a few other similar races. They're special, and it's hard to meet them. That means that we must buy him. Wang Teng took a deep breath. Definitely. You'll get struck by lightning if you don't buy him, Roundball replied quickly. But the Shadow Assassin Clan is powerful. Will it be all right to buy a slave from this race? Wang Teng hesitated. You can't avoid the baggage that comes with it, Roundball replied. That's a little troublesome. Wang Teng touched his chin. There's no other way. The slave market doesn't care about this. Roundball felt a little helpless. Actually, if you don't tell anyone that you have a shadow assassin as a slave and treat him as your follower instead, it won't be a huge problem. You're right. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment. It was changing the concept. But this was a good method too. After all, followers sounded better than slaves. Some powerful talents had followers from various races. This was normal in the universe. If the shadow assassin slave was loyal to him, he didn't mind turning him into a follower. Wang Teng, the Shadow Assassin Clan, is a special entity. They possess space talent. And Lan was afraid that Wang Teng didn't know, so he explained through voice transmission. I know, Wang Teng replied. Do you want to buy him? If the other members of the Shadow Assassin Clan knew that you bought one of their kind as your slave, they won't let you go, and Lan said. I still want to buy him, Wang Teng said with a sharp gaze. All right. You can make the decision. I know that you aren't afraid of trouble, and Lan said with a bitter smile. Ha ha ha, let's just take whatever that comes. Wang Teng laughed. The manager knew what Wang Teng was thinking from his expression. They couldn't help in this matter. The customer had to resolve it themselves. If the customer had the confidence to deal with the trouble, it wouldn't be a problem. Soon they arrived at the last door. The manager opened it. This was the first time Wang Teng saw a shadow assassin. The person inside was wearing a black gown and sitting cross-legged in a dark corner. It was as if he didn't exist. However, there were runes carved in this room to prevent the shadow assassin from escaping through space. His face was also hidden behind the hood. Wang Teng couldn't see his appearance. He was like a ball of shadow. Fortunately, Wang Teng's shadow talent was stronger than his, so he could see through his state at once. This was a way of using space. Wang Teng could replicate what this shadow assassin was doing if he wanted to. "I'll buy him." How much? Wang Teng made his decision and turned to ask the manager. "Well, if you want to buy him," the manager hesitated for a second. "The members of the shadow assassin clan are hard to find. We spent a lot of effort to capture one, so the price." "Spill it already," Wang Teng interrupted him in a calm tone. He had money. He could be confident. The manager was shocked by Wang Teng's generosity again. He hurriedly said, 100 billion. 100 billion. Wang Teng was staggered. This slave was a little expensive. Chapter 1053. Organizing the slaves, prepare for banquet. 1. The shadow assassin's price was a little high. It was 100 billion. Wang Teng was caught off guard. He knew that the shadow assassin might be more expensive than other Cosmos stage martial warriors, but he didn't think it would be this high. Although he was surprised, he didn't express it on his face. 100 billion was not little, but he could afford it. Before he received the inheritance from the Flaming River martial warrior, he might have had second thoughts, but now he didn't need to think too much. Mind you, he had a huge amount of wealth. 100 billion was just a small portion of it. It wasn't much. Actually, he didn't need to touch that money. The money he won from Andres through rock gambling was enough to pay it off. It wasn't a waste to spend it on a shadow assassin. He didn't feel any mental pressure. "Bring me to the counter," Wang Teng said. The manager was overjoyed. He thought that the customer would hesitate for some time or beat a retreat after hearing the price of the shadow assassin. After all, not everyone could take out 100 billion. However, Wang Teng only considered it for a minute before he decided to buy the slave. Who was this young man? If he was so wealthy, he must be a descendant of some noble family, right? Many thoughts went through the manager's mind as he guessed Wang Teng's identity. This guy was his god of fortune before paying. Wang Teng asked the manager if there were other special or highly talented Cosmos stage marital warriors. There weren't any, so he didn't continue shopping. It was a waste to buy slaves with limited talent. They would be useless after they matured. He wanted slaves that could grow together with him. Wang Teng arrived at the administrative building with the manager and cleared his bill there. A transaction of more than 120 billion was definitely a huge sum. The entire market was alerted. Many people stared at the manager enviously. There were many managers in the slave market. All of them made money through commissions. Wang Teng's manager definitely earned a huge sum from his purchase. How could they not be jealous? Wang Teng was treated like a VIP in the administrative building. A bunch of people attended to him, making sure that he was taken care of in all areas. The manager personally attended to all the procedures and processed all the payments, transferring the slaves under Wang Teng's name one by one. Then he walked over with a document. "Mister, you can transfer the money to our slave market account," the manager said. Wang Teng glanced at the document and asked Roundball to scan it. After confirming that everything was fine, he transferred the money without any hesitation. The manager's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. It was a success. The transaction was finally completed. Suppressing his happiness, his attitude became even more respectful. He passed something that resembled a Rubik's Cube to Wang Teng and explained it to him. "We have implanted a biochip in the brains of all the slaves. This is the central control device for the biochips. You can control them with this. Please keep it safe." Wang Teng sized up the control device and weighed it in his hand. At the same time, he listened to Roundball's introduction in his mind. There are many other uses for the biochip. You can use it to control martial warriors at the Cosmos stage and below. However, you won't be able to control those at the Heaven stage and above. Thus, Heaven stage slaves were almost non-existent. Almost? Wang Teng noticed this word. As long as you're powerful enough, there will be methods you can use to control heaven stage martial warriors. Wang Teng nodded and kept quiet. Mister, the slaves are ready. Do you need me to send them somewhere? The manager asked warmly. This address, Wang Teng didn't mind letting the manager settle more matters for him. He told him the address of the Nangong residence and asked him to send the slaves there. There were a few hundred people, so it would be troublesome to deal with them himself. It looks like I need to buy a few Rune Energy flying cars, Wang Teng thought to himself. Okay. The manager nodded. He checked the address and realized that this was a baron's residence. He was surprised. Was this guest a descendant of a baron? But it was astonishing that a baron's descendant could fork out so much money. After all, he didn't belong to a noble family. Was he wasting his family's fortune? The manager wondered uncontrollably. He sent Wang Teng to the door and said, "If there are other special slaves in the future, I'll contact you immediately." Okay. Wang Teng gave a nod. This manager was a good salesman. He knew that he was interested in special slaves, so he took notice for him. Although he was doing it to earn more money, it coincided with his needs too. After Wang Teng left, the manager returned to the administrative building. He raised his chin proudly. Did that customer buy the female divine spirit master? A manager leaned over and asked. If Wang Teng was here, he would recognize that this was the manager in the arena who was introducing the divine spirit master to another guest. Yes. The manager who attended to Wang Teng gave a reserved smile. He was pleased with himself. Chapter N54. Organizing the slaves prepare for banquet. 2. You're so lucky the customer bought many slaves, the manager said enviously. Of course, the guest is a descendant of a baron. The manager who attended to Wang Teng said, a baron's descendant. The others were shocked and started discussing among themselves. I didn't know that a baron's descendant was so wealthy. This is the first one I have seen after so many years. Yes, most of the nobles who came to buy slaves were poor. They weren't as generous as this young man. I wonder whose descendant is he? Look at this address, huh? It's Baron Nangong. He has no descendants. He's the new baron. It's him. Wang Teng didn't know that the people in the slave market were talking about him and had guessed his identity. Well, even if he knew, he wouldn't mind. Since he was a baron of the great Qian Empire, he couldn't prevent such things from happening. There weren't many people in Great Qian City who didn't know him. By the time he reached the Nangong residence, the slaves had already arrived. He had to admit that the slave market was very efficient. He couldn't find any fault in their service. Mister, your slaves are here. Please verify them. The person in charge of transporting the slaves walked over. A martial warrior had a powerful memory. Wang Teng only needed to take one look to tally all the slaves. The person in charge of transporting the slaves completed the handover and left. The slaves sized up their future home. The majority of them seemed surprised and curious. They weren't nervous. Only the 10 floral fairies appeared a little agitated, as if they hadn't gotten used to their slave identity. They were probably captured illegally. However, Wang Teng didn't care since he had bought them. They were his slaves. There was no problem with the procedure. No one could find any loopholes in it. Would the floral fairy race come to find him? Wang Teng wasn't worried. The floral fairy race might be special, but they weren't powerful. It wouldn't be a threat to him in the garden. Wang Teng took a chair and sat in front of the slaves. He glanced at them, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Wang Teng observed his slaves. Some had powerful auras, while others were young and beautiful. It was worth the price. The slaves were split into 2 groups. One group consisted of all the celestial stage martial warriors and above. Wang Teng intended to use them as guards. The other was the female slaves. All of them were beautiful and charming, and they came from different races. The scene was a feast for the eye. Wang Teng's gaze landed on one of them. This was a pretty woman around 30 years old with a good figure and a refined and gentle aura. She was the butler Wang Teng chose. "Master," the woman stepped out and smiled as she bowed. "What's your name?" "Master, my name is Annie." "Okay, I just moved into this residence. You'll be the butler from now on. I'll transfer a sum of money to you. See what we lack and buy them. Arrange what you feel needs to be done. You will be in charge of these female servants," Wang Teng said casually. Annie was stunned. She felt that her master was throwing all the work at her so that he wouldn't need to do anything. "Yes." However, she maintained her professionalism and bowed as she accepted the order. Her attitude was respectful. "I'll get a wristwatch and a new bank card for you to use," Wang Teng said. "Yes, master. I'm hosting a banquet for all the nobles in Great Xi'an City. You're in charge of it." "A banquet for the nobles?" Annie was shocked. What status did her master have? Why did he need to hold a banquet for the nobles in the city? "I need it organized to the highest standard." "Don't ruin our reputation." Wang Teng looked at her intently and continued. "Yes, master," Annie replied hurriedly, feeling a little nervous. Wang Teng looked at the other side and asked the female divine spirit master, "What's your name, Bertha?" The divine spirit master replied coldly. "What about you?" Wang Teng turned to look at the shadow assassin. "Hardy." A hoarse voice appeared behind the black cape after a few seconds. Wang Teng shook his head. He felt that it wouldn't be easy to order these two slaves around. His expression turned stern as he said, "I don't care what your identity was in the past. You're my slave now. I hope you can accept this fact. I'm too lazy to care about your thoughts. Follow my orders. If anyone dares to overtly agree but covertly oppose, I won't show any mercy. I can treat you like a dog. I don't care if a dog dies. I have enough money to buy a few more Cosmos stage martial warriors." Bertha's face turned pale. Humiliation flashed in her eyes. Hardy's face was covered by the black cape, so the others could only see a cape floating in the air. They couldn't see his expression, but the faint fluctuation of his force betrayed his uneasy state of mind. Annie and the other servants thought that Wang Teng was an easygoing master. Seeing his fierce side, they started shivering in fear and quickly lowered their heads and back, afraid that they would offend him. "Of course, if I'm satisfied by your performance after I reach the heaven stage, I don't mind removing your biochip and making y'all my followers," Wang Teng added. "Really?" Bertha raised her head and asked with an intense gaze. Hardy stared at Wang Teng too. It was easy to see his excitement through his gaze. "Bertha, I'll leave these people to you. I want a well-trained team." Wang Teng didn't reply to their questions. He turned and left directly after giving his order. Bertha and Hardy stood with complex expressions. They didn't know if Wang Teng was speaking the truth. Also, they would only have a chance to become a follower after their master reached the heaven stage. The heaven stage wasn't that easy. As Cosmos stage martial warriors, they naturally understood how difficult it was to break through to the heaven stage. Their master was only at the planetary stage, a huge distance away from the heaven stage. Who knew how long it would take him to get to the heaven stage? Whether he could reach that level was a problem too, but they had no choice. They knew that this was their destiny, so it was good to have some hope. Bertha sighed softly and turned around. She started organizing the celestial stage slaves according to Wang Teng's instructions. With this bunch of slaves, the barren residence started operating like a huge machine. Annie was indeed a butler-style slave. She had undergone professional training, so she managed to put all stuff in order and organized everything properly. After settling and landslodging, Wang Teng went to the study room. Round Ball appeared and observed the surroundings with a complicated expression. "I'm finally back here after so many years." Wang Teng watched it quietly. He didn't disturb it. After some time, Round Ball floated in front of a bookcase and started rearranging the order of the books in a certain manner. Boom! A crack appeared in the ground, revealing a path leading down. Wang Teng was amazed. "Let's go." Round Ball led the way. After some time, they arrived at the end of the stone staircase. Wang Teng realized that there was an underground space the size of a normal room below. A huge metal door stood in their way. "Ignite your legacy mark and open the Nangong family's vault," Round Ball said. This is the Nangong family's treasure vault. Yes, this is what Cao Hongtu wanted. I'm curious to see what good things there are inside. Wang Teng smiled. He activated the legacy mark, Nangong left behind. Chapter 1055, Demon, Take This Stick From Me. The complicated and mysterious legacy mark between Wang Teng's eyebrows started to glow brightly. Previously, when the legacy mark appeared, there wasn't any light at all, but it was particularly glaring now. The legacy mark seemed to be pulled by some kind of force. It separated from Wang Teng's forehead and started floating in the air. On the other side, a strange mark that looked like a rune array appeared on the huge metal door. It rotated slowly. The array was missing an important core piece in its middle. The legacy mark started moving toward the core, and the round array was illuminated brightly. The legacy mark and the entire array fit perfectly. In just a short while, the two completely merged together. Boom. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound above the door. The metal door jolted and parted in front of Wang Teng's eyes. A dusty gust of wind blew from behind the door. The treasure vault had not been opened for millions of years. In the universe, 1,000,000 years might not mean much, but to an ordinary person it was an unimaginable period of history. Fortunately, the treasure vault had a special array for cleaning that ensured no dust would stay inside. Wang Teng waited till the doors were opened completely before stepping in. Round Ball floated beside him and entered the treasure vault together. Wang Teng took a deep breath. He was dazzled by the number of items inside. There were all kinds of treasures displayed on the shelves or stored in transparent cabinets in plain view. The treasures were well preserved, and it was impossible to sense their aura. However, from their appearances, he could tell that they were extraordinary. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs, ores, star cores, and star bones. There were even weapons and battle armor, although these things couldn't be compared to a universe stage martial warrior's inheritance. It was still a great fortune after all. The Nangong family was of noble origins and had a deep influence. These items were enough to groom several heaven stage martial warriors. No wonder Cao Hongtu wanted to enter the treasure vault so badly. After all, not everyone was a bug like Wang Teng, who could obtain a universe stage martial warrior's legacy when he was just a celestial stage martial warrior. He was spending money without any worries or restraint. Wang Teng toured the room and realized that all these treasures were impressive. However, he had a calm expression. When Round Ball saw him like this, it rolled its eyes and wanted to criticize him for being a despicable man who was intoxicated by success. But what was with that insuppressible feeling of envy? Wang Teng's eyes lit up suddenly, and he walked towards a corner. Round Ball was surprised and followed him, wondering what he was trying to do. This is a flora crystal. Wang Teng picked up a pile of jade crystals in the corner and smiled. He initially planned to buy some crystals or treasures with a strong vitality and transform his space fragment. He didn't expect to encounter them in the treasure vault. Sure enough, a cute and handsome boy would be lucky. "What are you doing with the flora crystals?" Round Ball asked. He suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "I know they are for the floral fairies." "That's right." Wang Teng nodded and didn't explain much. Sooner or later, Round Ball would learn about the space fragment. Wang Teng had nothing to hide. He was just too lazy to explain it. "You just fancy them for their looks," Round Ball said with contempt. "That's not it. I want them to help me grow spiritual herbs. I'm not using them for some shameful purpose." Wang Teng snapped back. "I don't believe you." Round Ball's face was full of disdain. "It's up to you to believe me or not." He then stored the flora crystals in his space fragment. The flora crystal was a treasure with strong vitality. It could only be found in places with a strong life force. Wang Teng buried them in the ground. It was enough to change the soil quality and the vitality of the space fragment. However, he wouldn't use the flora crystals for something as simple as this. That was such a waste. Matching the flora crystals with the right rune array would maximize its effectiveness. This was something that Wang Teng excelled at. He then picked out a lot of items in the treasure vault, including sprouts and seeds of spiritual flowers and herbs. Of course, there were also various energy stones and crystals that promoted the growth of spiritual items. Since he planned to transform his space fragment, He could only do it with the use of rune arrays and various energy stones and crystals with special properties. He didn't have the power of origin to support the space fragment. In addition, there were many items in the Flaming River martial warrior's legacy that could come in handy. He didn't have to spend money to buy them. Not long after, Wang Teng came out of the treasure vault. Without the legacy mark, the doors closed, barring entry to other people. When Wang Teng left the vault, the sky was already dark. He was surprised to find that the entire residence was operating orderly, as if there was a hint of a noble's demeanor. Master, Annie appeared in front of Wang Teng at the right time. Chapter 1056, Demon, Take This Stick From Me. 2. Although everything had to be started from scratch in this barren residence, Annie accomplished her task with ease. She wasn't in any flurry, she knew how to use people, and was a good leader. She didn't need to handle everything personally. She would delegate tasks to appropriate people. You did well? Wang Teng praised her. Thank you for your compliment. Annie's smile was beautiful. She looked like a flower blossoming in the high mountains, dazzling and enchanting. Wang Teng couldn't help but take another look. Then he shifted his gaze away quickly. He mustn't succumb to the temptation. Master, dinner is ready. Would you like to have it now? Annie smiled silently in her heart. Cough, all right. Wang Teng nodded without any change to his expression. I'm extremely calm. Wang Teng had asked Annie to hire some force chef masters and grandmasters for the Baron residence. He could satisfy his cravings, and he needed them for the banquet, too. He wouldn't cook if he didn't have to. He would sit and wait for food to come to his mouth like an old man. These force chef masters were happy to work in a Baron residence, too. The nobles were good clients. They weren't as important as other secondary careers like alchemists and blacksmiths. Force chef masters didn't have such a high position. Of course, if you reached the Grandmaster level, many powerful factions and noble families would be willing to invite you into their residence. The force dishes made by force chef masters were great for martial warriors. If they consumed them every day, they would gain many benefits. The dishes would raise their abilities silently and slowly. To a martial warrior, nothing was better than this. Wang Teng had money, so he didn't mind spending it on himself. With his current status in the Secondary Career Alliance, it wouldn't be hard to hire a few Force Chef Masters. The Force Chef Grandmasters were also willing to give him face and come to serve the Baron residents. Annie got to know some of Wang Teng's network and felt newfound respect and curiosity towards her master. Her new master wasn't a normal frivolous and wealthy noble. In the dining room, the beautiful servants Wang Teng bought served the food. The dishes were amazing in smell, appearance, and taste. A strong fragrance floated in the air. You know how to enjoy yourself. And Lan walked in and said enviously. He sat down opposite Wang Teng without any qualms and lifted the cutlery to start eating. Wang Teng felt a strong sense of discord whenever he saw the Mecha eating. What a waste of food. They could just drink some petrol to replenish their energy. Why did they have to waste such delicious food? Of course, Wang Teng didn't voice out his thoughts, and Lan might argue with him if he did. If you follow me, you'll be able to enjoy these naturally, Wang Teng suddenly said. This wasn't the first time he had this thought. After working with Lan for so long, he felt that this Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior was very good. He didn't have any arrogance. He was expensive because he was too powerful. You want to pull me to your side? And Lan paused momentarily and exclaimed in surprise, You can look at it that way. Wang Teng didn't deny it. Let me think about it. And Lan touched his chin. It was Wang Teng's turn to be shocked, and Lan didn't reject him immediately. It meant that he shared the idea. However, it was strange that a powerful Heaven Stage martial warrior like him was willing to follow a Celestial Stage martial warrior. And Lan didn't continue the topic, so Wang Teng didn't probe further. He would give him an answer once he thought about it carefully after dinner. I had my fill, as expected, of Force Chef Grandmasters. The taste is amazing, and Lan commented. He was about to leave, but he turned when he reached the door and said, I'll be heading back first. Call me if you need anything. Prepare yourself. After the banquet ends, I'll be returning to my planet, Wang Teng said. He was worried about Earth, but he couldn't leave because he hadn't settled the things here. Fortunately, he would only need 1 to 2 days. It wouldn't take up too much time. Your planet? And Lan was stunned for a second. Yes, I'm worried that Cao Hongtu will attack it. Okay. And Lan nodded. Wang Teng didn't have any other things to say, so he turned and left. Wang Teng sat on the chair and pondered for some time. Many thoughts went through his mind. Suddenly he said, Annie, Hardy will be here later. Bring him over. Okay. Annie turned around and went out. After some time, she brought Hardy back. I have a mission for you. What is it? Hardy asked in a hoarse voice. Take 50 celestial stage martial warriors with you and head to this planet using a universe spacecraft. Wang Teng sent him the location of Earth. He had already prepared wristwatches for several important slaves. Sending a star chart over was simple. What do I have to do after I reach the planet? Your main task is to protect these people. Wang Teng sent the photos of his family members Lin Chuhan, Dan Taixuan, and a few others to Hardy's wristwatch. Make sure no one harms them. This is the most important task. Next, protect the planet and kill any invaders. I understand. Hardy nodded. Don't reveal yourself. Go. Wang Teng waved his hand. Yes. Hardy bowed and went off. Wang Teng felt that his opening gambit had its effect. One mustn't give in to powerful slaves like Hardy, or they might climb onto his head. He felt a little more at ease after sending Hardy. With Hardy's shadow assassin talent, he would be a top-tier Cosmos stage martial warrior. It should be enough to deal with the Olant Federation side. Wang Teng would arrive with Lan soon after, so it shouldn't be a problem. Master, do you want to have a bath? Annie asked, only after Wang Teng finished giving his orders. A bath? Wang Teng was stunned. Many embarrassing scenes suddenly appeared in his mind. Are you going to help me? Of course, Annie gave a mesmerizing smile. Cough. I don't mind having a soak. I do want to see your scrubbing back technique. Wang Teng coughed. You'll definitely be satisfied. Annie covered her mouth and laughed gently. Her gaze was seductive. Her smile made people's hearts flutter. Oh my God, demon, take a stick from me. Wang Teng cried in his heart. This was his first time experiencing such a frivolous lifestyle, so he allowed Annie to do everything. There was a hot spring in the residence. Annie had ordered people to clean it beforehand so they could use it directly. When Wang Teng came into the hot spring, there was already steam floating. Petals were scattered on the water, giving off a slight fragrance. A few beautiful servants from the Shellman race were wearing thin shawls and waiting inside. Wang Teng wanted to know if they were really that amazing. With Annie's help, he got undressed, revealing his almost perfect golden ratio body. As he stepped into the hot spring, the servants flocked around him. Some were holding spiritual fruits, while others had bathing tools. Some had wine glasses. They were all slaves with no emotions. All they had in mind was their job. Annie left for a moment. When she came back, she had already changed into a pink light dress. Her voluptuous body could be seen faintly. Wang Teng was surprised. This female demon was lethal. There was a slight tinge of redness on Annie's face as she stepped into the hot spring. She came behind Wang Teng and touched his back lightly with her finger. The soft touch made Wang Teng shudder uncontrollably. What a guilty lifestyle. A soft exclamation escaped his mouth. He was lying at the edge of the hot spring. There were slaves from the Shellman race scrubbing his back and feeding him peeled fruits. He was fully enjoying himself. Whether you believed it or not, he just took a peaceful bath. He didn't do anything else. Wang Teng swore to protect his virginity for his future partner. He used his strong willpower to resist Annie's temptation. When she left, her gaze was a little bitter. Chapter A1057, Modifying the Space Fragment 1. After taking a bath, Wang Teng felt invigorated. He returned to his room, planning to start modifying his space fragment. He disappeared with a single thought: in the space fragment. Cao Jiaojiao woke up when she saw Wang Teng. She started shouting immediately, "Wang Teng, when are you going to release me?" She was going crazy here. Besides two-star beasts, there was nothing here, and she was tied up. She couldn't do anything. "Huh, you're still here?" Wang Teng was shocked. He almost forgot about her. Cao Jiaojiao's face turned black. This bastard had forgotten about her. As the princess of the Cao family, she had never suffered such treatment before. She glared at Wang Teng and gritted her teeth in hatred. "Have you forgotten how I treated you in the past?" Wang Teng glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and said indifferently. Cao Jiao shuddered involuntarily. A chill ran deep inside her heart. As a human, you must understand your situation. If not, you will live a hard life. To hell with knowing her position. What was her position? A prisoner. Bastard. Cao Jiao, you wanted to slap Wang Teng to death, but she still had lingering fears when she remembered his evil deeds. She had no choice but to admit defeat. She said weakly, "Wang Teng, please let me go. It's useless for you to keep me here. Why don't you let me go? My father will give you enough benefits." "Cao Hong too? He has probably forgotten about you. He hasn't mentioned you ever since he came out of the Flaming River world." Wang Teng snorted when he saw that Cao Jiaojiao still had hope for Cao Hong too. His words stabbed into her heart like a shape blade. Impossible. Cao Jiaojiao's expression changed as she screamed. Although the past taught her otherwise, she was still unwilling to believe that Cao Hongtu had given up on her. "You can choose not to believe me. I don't need your trust." Wang Teng placed his hands behind his back. His demeanor suggested that he was talking about a casual matter. "How's this possible? I'm a Cosmos stage martial warrior of the Cao family. Not many people are better than me," Cao Jiaojiao muttered to herself. She refused to believe Wang Teng. "He can't even take care of himself now. How would he have the time to think about you?" Wang Teng sneered. "What do you mean?" "Guess." Wang Teng ignored her and walked away. He observed his space fragment. This was his first time studying this place after the expansion. Before this, he only had a brief gauge of its territory. "Master, the metal armor Flaming Scorpion and Little White were here." They welcomed him immediately when they saw him. "Cultivate properly. You don't have to care about me." Wang Teng waved his hands. The two spiritual pets carried on with their cultivation and didn't disturb Wang Teng. He flew up and sized up the space fragment from the top. He realized that this place was a little barren. There was nothing. It was just a huge space of nothing. "Looks like I need to find some soil and water." Wang Teng touched his chin and muttered to himself. Soil and water were the basic ingredients. Wang Teng was full of motivation. He returned to his room happily and bought some high-quality soil and water from the virtual universe. There were all sorts of shops selling spiritual water and spiritual soil in the virtual universe. The quality was different. The more expensive it was, the better the quality. Wang Teng picked the best spiritual soil and water and bought an ample amount to cover the entire space fragment. The other party was extremely polite and efficient when he saw that this was a big client. He delivered the items in half an hour. "I'm looking for Mr. Wang Teng." A fat pig human race young man delivered the goods to the residence. Master bought them? Annie was surprised. "Please wait for a moment." The young man almost salivated when he saw Annie. However, he didn't dare to do anything outrageous. This was the residence of a noble. Hence, this butler figure wasn't someone a merchant like him could provoke. After some time, Annie appeared again. "Hand them to me." "Master has confirmed the delivery, okay." The young man checked the virtual network and realized that the customer had indeed confirmed the delivery. Hence, he passed the goods to Annie and said, "I'll take my leave now." Annie went to Wang Teng's room and handed the goods to him. "Master, these are the things you bought. All right, put them here." Wang Teng was studying some arrays. He replied without looking up. Annie didn't dare to interrupt him. She put down the items and turned to leave the room. She closed the door silently behind her. After some time, Wang Teng picked up the space ring on the table. He scanned the contents of the ring with his spiritual power and nodded in satisfaction. This was how convenient things were in the universe. One only needed to order things through the virtual universe, and he would get what he wanted immediately. Of course, you needed to have money first. Wang Teng had spent 38 billion UC on spiritual water and soil. It was quite expensive. Unfortunately, Wang Teng felt nothing. He believed that any money was worth it if he could start transforming his space fragment. He took the spiritual soil and water and went back into the space fragment. Chapter 1058, Modifying the Space Fragment 2. With his thoughts, he moved Sao Jiao Jiao, Little White, the metal armor flaming scorpion, and other items placed in his space fragment into the air. Wang Teng was like a god in his space fragment. Everything could be moved with a single thought. What is he planning to do? Sao Jiao Jiao got confused when she saw Wang Teng coming in and out of the space fragment. He even threw them into the air. She didn't understand what he wanted to do. Wang Teng waved his hand. Boom! The ground vibrated, and huge trenches appeared. There were deep rumbles everywhere. Then spiritual soil and water appeared in mid-air and scattered down onto the ground. Sao Jiao Jiao widened her eyes in awe as she stared at the scene. She was flabbergasted. Who was Wang Teng? Why did he have so many unbelievable methods and skills? This was similar to a universe-stage martial warrior creating his small world. However, Wang Teng was only at the planetary stage. How did he do it? Putting her aside, Wang Teng started modifying his space fragment. A large amount of spiritual soil and water sank into the ground, making the soil more fertile and giving it more vitality and energy. But this wasn't enough. Wang Teng took out the flora crystals and started making Array's Vitality Congregation Array. This array was used to gather vitality. It could release the greatest potential of the flora crystals and was able to recycle the vitality of the plants so that they wouldn't wither too quickly. It was a complicated array that only grandmasters could lay down. Ordinary rune masters wouldn't be able to carve it. Wang Teng buried the flora crystals and used his spiritual power to carve runes on the hard ground. A large array slowly took shape. Boom! Strong vitality exploded. The entire array gave off a glaring emerald glow. It was impossible to open one's eyes. All right, I have earth and water. I need wind and fire. Wang Teng touched his chin and pondered. I need to make a wind array, but it can't be too powerful. My space fragment is a little weak. It can't endure too much destruction. In that case, I'll lay down a few small wind arrays in various zones. I'll let the floral fairies take care of them. I need a small sun too. Wang Teng remembered the fireball he saw in the flaming river world. He could use a fireball as a substitute for the sun. However, this wasn't a simple fireball. It had to be formed based on the structure of a star and must possess the same function as a sun. This wasn't hard for Wang Teng. Among all the arrays he knew, there was a small star array that could mimic the structure of a star and create a small star using it. Wang Teng put his thoughts into action. He carved small wind arrays and a small star array in his space fragment. These two arrays weren't carved on the ground. Instead, they floated in the air. This was an extremely difficult job, but Wang Teng possessed space talent, so he had a strong grasp and understanding of space. This allowed him to carve runes in the air. Nevertheless, it still took him a lot of time to lay down these two arrays. He spent an entire night carving them. Wang Teng let out a long sigh after completing the arrays. He felt relieved when he saw his work as well as a sense of achievement. The space fragment had changed completely. It was full of vigor, and there was even a small fireball in the sky giving off heat. Occasionally, a breeze would blow past. This was like the real world, unlike the barren land some time ago. Let's stop for now. Wang Teng mumbled to himself and landed on the ground. Master, this place feels so comfortable. The metal armor flaming scorpion crawled over in astonishment. Caw, little white cawed, agreeing with the metal armor flaming scorpion. Ha ha ha, you feel it too? Looks like my effort didn't go to waste. Wang Teng laughed happily. Some distance away, Cao Jiao Jiao looked at him with a complicated expression. She had witnessed the entire process of Wang Teng modifying his space fragment. She felt that her understanding of the world had been overthrown. He succeeded, and the modification looked so good. This place was indeed comfortable. The entire process didn't seem difficult. Wang Teng only carved some runes, but she knew that this wasn't something an ordinary person could accomplish based on the complexity of the runes. She knew that a normal rune master would only be scratching his head. Was he a rune grandmaster? Impossible. How could he be a rune grandmaster? This wasn't right. Cao Jiao didn't want to accept it. She fervently denied Wang Teng's abilities. The more outstanding he was, the more uneasy and frustrated she felt. Unfortunately, Wang Teng couldn't be bothered about her. She could think about whatever she wanted. He gave some orders to his spiritual pets and left the space fragment. In the real world, the sun had already risen. Wang Teng walked out of his room and stretched his back lazily. The barren residence was getting busy again. The servants were tidying up the place and beautifying it with flowers. Some were preparing breakfast and doing other work. It was a lively sight. Chapter 1059. Modifying the Space Fragment 3. Master Annie was always able to appear in front of Wang Teng at the right time. She came and went silently. He felt a little respect for her. "Annie, before you appear next time, give me a warning." Wang Teng rolled his eyes. "Yes, Master," Annie replied with respect. "Where did you send the floral fairies to?" Wang Teng asked. "I asked them to stay in a room near the garden. The vitality there is thicker. They might not be able to withstand the other environments," Annie replied. "All right, bring them over." Wang Teng nodded and said. Annie didn't ask him what he wanted to do. She turned and left, bringing the floral fairies back quickly. "Master!" The 10 young ladies from the floral fairy race stared at Wang Teng in fear like frightened rabbits. They bowed at him. Wang Teng felt like a devil king. He shook his head and said, "I'll be bringing you somewhere, don't be nervous." The floral fairies stared at him fearfully. They didn't relax because of his consolation. Instead, they got more nervous. Was their master planning to bring them somewhere and kill them? After all, he hadn't taken much notice of them after he bought them yesterday. They almost thought that they were abandoned because they were useless. Wang Teng looked at their expressions and knew that he couldn't explain himself clearly. Without speaking a word, he kept the 10 floral fairies in his space fragment. Annie's pupils constricted slightly. She was in awe. The 10 floral fairies had disappeared in the blink of an eye. She couldn't see through her master's skills. "You can continue your work," Wang Teng told Annie to leave. "Master, the banquet will be held tonight." "What do you think?" Annie asked. "You're reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link, https://tinyurl.com/39hpcn6j, to support us. It's good. You can arrange everything." Wang Teng disappeared. Annie shook her head. Her master didn't like to care about the residents in the space fragment. The 10 young floral fairies shivered in fear when they first appeared in the space fragment. They were scared. They didn't know how they suddenly came to this place. There was only empty land around them, along with 2 giant star beasts staring at them. Was their master going to feed them to the star beasts? No. It was said that floral fairies' meat was delicious, but they didn't want to get eaten. At this moment, Wang Teng reappeared in front of them. He saw the 10 floral fairies shrinking together into a ball, shivering in fear. Wang Teng asked, "What are y'all doing?" "Master, don't feed us to the star beasts. We are not nice to eat." "My mummy says our meat is not good, Sob. I want to go home." "Mummy. I miss my mummy." The floral fairies started wailing with tears in their eyes. The scene turned a little chaotic. Wang Teng. He suddenly felt a little guilty for no reason. When did he ever say that he was going to feed them to the star beasts? Also, what did they mean by their meat was not good? They looked quite delicious, cough. They looked quite cute. However, the floral fairies showed no signs of stopping. Wang Teng felt helpless. "Stop!" he yelled. The young ladies went silent abruptly. They didn't dare to make any more sounds and stared at Wang Teng. Was he really going to eat them? "We're scared. Wang Teng was helpless. Even Cao Hongtu wasn't this hard to deal with. He decided not to explain himself and took out the buds of various spiritual herbs and flowers. He passed them to the floral fairies. You will be in charge of this land from now on. Put yourself to good use and grow these herbs. Also, this is the array core to control the small wind array and the small star array. Control the temperature and wind speed of this place accordingly. That's all for now. I'll come again if I have other orders for you. If you do well, I'll reward you. If not, I'll feed you to the star beasts." Then he disappeared. The 10 young ladies stared at one another and then looked at the seeds and buds. Finally, they glanced at the spot where Wang Teng disappeared. Did they misunderstand him? Chapter 1060. The Floral Fairy Race's Self-Motivation. In the space fragment, the 10 young ladies crowded together and discussed their new master. Sister Catalpa, is Master asking us to plant flowers? Flower Angel loves to plant flowers. A floral fairy with 2 ponytails blinked her big and shiny bright eyes and asked another young floral fairy who was taller than the rest. Flower Angel was the youngest floral fairy. She was still pure and naive and a little clueless. As long as she wasn't going to be eaten, she would be happy planting flowers. Yes, little Flower Angel, you have flowers to plant now. Catalpa gave a bitter smile. She rubbed Flower Angel's head. It was hard to tell the situation they were in. They got caught as slaves and were bought by a master who might have some weird fetish. Although their master didn't do anything to them and just asked them to help him plant spiritual herbs and flowers, Catalpa still remembered the words he said before he left. If they didn't do well, they would be fed to the star beasts. She turned and glanced at the 2 star beasts some distance away. To these 10 small and young floral fairies, Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion were ferocious and hideous. Also, their auras were too powerful. Small floral fairies like them had no chance of resisting. Of course, she couldn't tell Flower Angel her concerns, since she still had her innocence. There was no need to destroy it. Life was difficult. There was no need to expose some things. Sister Catalpa, will the 2 star beasts eat us when they're hungry? Another floral fairy asked timidly. Catalpa, why are you exposing the truth when I just tried to hide it? Are you doing this on purpose? Catalpa felt speechless. She glanced at the floral fairy and gave a forced smile, consoling her. Flower Iris, don't worry. Master wants us to help him plant these herbs. If we do well, the 2 star beasts won't dare to eat us. Really? Flower Iris's eyes lit up. She seemed to have found hope, of course. Catalpa nodded. Mind you, planting herbs is our greatest skill. It won't be a problem. Yes, yes, Flower Iris nodded. She suddenly felt confident. Sister Catalpa, come and take a look. There are many precious herbs. A floral fairy squatted on the ground and looked through the buds and seeds. Wang Teng left behind. She suddenly shouted. Catalpa's eyes shimmered. She squatted down and sized up the seeds. She recognized them immediately and blurted out their names as if she was counting some treasures. This is the seed of the lavender fire flower, the condensed dew plant, the bone-restoring flower, the white lily fruit tree. Oh my God, these are all seeds and buds of precious spiritual herbs and flowers, she exclaimed uncontrollably. These spiritual herbs were rare, and they normally wouldn't be able to see them. All of them were high-class spiritual herbs. The other floral fairies gasped in shock, too. They were astounded. Do y'all feel the strong vitality here? Another floral fairy closed her eyes and sensed her environment carefully. She gave off an extremely comfortable expression as she commented happily. The floral fairy race was very sensitive to vitality. After sensing it carefully, they had a clear grasp of their situation. Yes, yes. Flower Angel nodded her little head. Her ponytails jumped up and down, and she seemed exceptionally cute. If Wang Teng was here, he might have grabbed Flower Angel's face uncontrollably. The other floral fairies were elated too. They realized that the vitality here was thicker than in their original living location. This was undoubtedly the only piece of good news among all the bad news. The thicker the vitality, the more beneficial it was for them. they might have hope of reaching the planetary stage. Once they reached the planetary stage, their ability would increase tremendously. Their master might view them with more importance. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about getting eaten by star beasts. Everyone, Catalpa stood up and clapped her hands to attract all the fairies' attention. Let's work hard together and groom this place properly like our home. Let's show our master our usefulness. This is the only way to keep ourselves safe. Catalpa was the oldest floral fairy among them, and her status in the group was the highest too. Thus, the other floral fairies treated her with respect and trust. All of them responded in agreement. That's right. Let's listen to Sister Catalpa. Let's work hard and show our master what we're capable of. Work hard. The floral fairies' morale went up. They almost started cheering for themselves. Catalpa distributed spiritual herbs with different elements to the floral fairies. They would each groom their herbs in a specific zone. Wang Teng didn't just carve the Vitality Congregation array in his space fragment. He also carved arrays of different elements. Some were suitable for ice element spiritual herbs, some were suitable for fire element herbs, some were suitable for metal element herbs. These arrays were carved in different zones. The floral fairies sensed which spot was suitable for their spiritual herbs and started planting the seeds and buds there. This wasn't enough. They used their special ability to guide the vitality around them so that the spiritual herbs could grow faster. Some herbs with a rapid growth rate were already starting to sprout. The usefulness of the floral fairy race was displayed entirely. They managed to organize the space fragment properly, making it a place full of vigor. Wang Teng didn't know that the floral fairies had finished motivating themselves and were already planting the spiritual herbs, waiting to give him a huge surprise. When he came out from the space fragment, he called Annie. "Master?" Annie greeted him politely. "Send these invitations to the Secondary Career Alliance and pass them to the Grandmasters I listed," Wang Teng ordered as he passed the invitations to Annie. He said that he would invite the Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance, but he almost forgot about it. If he didn't tell Annie, she might not know about it. Yes. Annie was shocked as she nodded in response. Her master was close to the Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance. This was unexpected. She didn't know much about Wang Teng's network, so she thought that she just had to invite the nobles. After Annie left, Wang Teng contacted Hardy to learn about his progress. After receiving Wang Teng's order yesterday night, he set off right away and headed to Earth using the QYE-63 Universe spacecraft. He had left the territory of the Great Qian planet now. Wang Teng gave some orders and hung up. He waited patiently for the banquet tonight. Chapter 1061, Start of the Banquet, Arrival of the Guest, 1. A symphony of lights danced in the night sky. The barren residence. The door was wide open, and guests were warmly welcomed by attendants. Rune Energy flying cars landed from the night sky one after another, parking in the open space outside the residence. One by one, elegantly dressed nobles alighted from the cars and headed towards the Baron's residence. Annie led a group of maids and stood beside the door as they welcomed the guests from all walks of life. They were like a beautiful landscape that dazzled the eyes of spectators. These maids that Wang Teng had purchased were all superb beauties with good looks and temperament. They were also of different races and had their own characteristics. For the male compatriots, it was simply a visual feast. These nobles were just like most people. When they saw such beautiful scenery, they couldn't take their eyes away. However, they still had to be dignified and wouldn't keep their eyes on them. They looked away after taking a few glances for fear of being mocked. Viscount Chen has arrived. The Wang family is here to congratulate you. Baron Li has arrived. Every time a guest arrived, someone would announce their status as a sign of respect. There were many people who heard the news and came to watch the show. When they heard the names, they were appalled and had looks of disbelief. The guests were not ordinary. They were either nobles or members of elite families. They didn't expect them to come and congratulate the new Baron. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bit. the 3 NSNQTR to support us. After a day of preparation, the entire residence looked luxurious and exquisite. The banquet was arranged in the backyard, which was spacious and had pleasant scenery. The entire layout was gorgeous. The floor was paved with golden carpets and surrounded by flowers. Lights were hung high, and the beautiful maids were weaving between the crowd, adding colors to the festivities. Before the guests were seated, there was singing and dancing. The musician that Annie had specially invited was putting on a show for everyone. There were dancers dancing gracefully on the stage in front. It was beautiful and captivating. When the nobles entered, they couldn't help but feel that Wang Teng was thoughtful. The banquet was grand and luxurious and must have cost a lot of effort and money. The nobles acknowledged that Wang Teng was better than them. If they were asked to arrange a banquet on such short notice, they wouldn't have been able to do it with such finesse. It was hard to imagine that he was from an underdeveloped planet. He was even more luxurious than them. When the nobles entered, the maids ushered them to their seats. Duke Situ has arrived. Suddenly there was a commotion. Even the nobles who were seated in the backyard stood up. This was a duke, not just an ordinary noble. He was also a strong and powerful universe stage martial warrior. They didn't expect him to come personally. This Baron Wang Teng was really a big shot. Wang Teng also showed up to greet him and cupped his hands as the Duke walked over. "I'm greatly honored by your gracious presence, Duke Situ." "Ha ha ha, Baron Wang Teng, you're too polite. I'm just here to have a drink." Situ Nan smiled. "If Duke Situ wants a drink, I will present you with the best wine." Wang Teng smiled and gestured. "Please come in." Duke Situ followed Wang Teng and walked toward the backyard. Behind him, there was a group of young people of different ages who looked at Wang Teng with curious eyes. They wanted to see what was so special about this Baron Wang Teng that he was greatly admired by their patriarch. Did he have 3 heads or 6 arms? Baron Wang Teng's deeds were being passed around like legends on the streets. It was said that when he was climbing the stairs, 3,000 runes lit up. His talent surpassed that prince. Was it true? A lot of people had come. Fortunately, Wang Teng took that into consideration and arranged the seats accordingly for each family. Every family had sufficient seats, and it was enough to accommodate the young people. Earl Wang has arrived. Duke Stuart has arrived. Just as when Wang Teng had arranged the seats for Duke Situ's group, there was another announcement from outside the door. "Duke Situ, please excuse me." Wang Teng had no choice but to leave. "Go on. You're the protagonist today." "I shall not keep you for myself." Duke Situ laughed. Wang Teng expressed his regret and went out to welcome the others. Duke Situ turned and smiled. "How do you feel, Wanner?" Behind him, a girl with a veil and a green dress moved her eyes. "He's better than the descendants of ordinary elite families." Situ Wanner replied with a cold voice. Although she admired Wang Teng, her tone was unwavering and cold as ice. "Don't underestimate him. He's not simple," Situ Nan said meaningfully. "Wanner shall wait and see," Situ Wanner said. "But I'm afraid this guy is also a womanizer." "Oh, why do you say that?" Situ Nan asked in surprise. Wasn't his daughter focusing on the wrong things? There are beautiful maids all around. He just moved into the residence yesterday. These maids are probably slaves that were bought temporarily. To a baron, maids of this quality are not cheap, but he was willing to spend so much money. How could he not be a womanizer? Situ Wanner replied calmly, "Aha, what you said makes sense." Situ Nan nodded, but still defended Wang Teng. "But he's a man. That's understandable." Chapter 1062, Start of the Banquet, Arrival of the Guest, 2. Situ Wanner glanced at him sternly. "Are you serious?" Situ Nan gave an embarrassed smile and shut his mouth. It didn't seem good to discuss this topic in front of his daughter. As time went by, more and more nobles arrived. Towards the end, a few dukes and earls came too. Of course, some of them sent their men in their place, not attending personally. These people either looked down on Wang Teng or were his enemies. Wang Teng didn't know how he offended them, but the relations between nobles were complicated. Many nobles brought their younger generation, so the number of guests got more and more. Everyone chatted with one another and talked about the major happenings in the universe, or an up-and-coming talent. It was a lively sight. Young friends gathered together and conversed happily. Some were talking about current news, while others were exchanging rumors. "The Parkers family has arrived." Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Everyone turned silent. The Parkers! Didn't they have a grudge with Wang Teng? Why were they here? Wang Teng squinted. A sharp gaze flashed in his eyes. A group of people walked in. The leader was a muscular elder with a fiery red beard. There was a red flame symbol on his forehead. His aura was overwhelming. Valteru and Sinclaman followed behind the elder obediently. The youngsters also came. Andres was among them. It was easy to tell that they didn't just come to congratulate Wang Teng. Gasp. That's the universe stage martial warrior of the Parkers family, right? Why is he here? Many people exclaimed in low voices when they saw the elder. This is just a baron's banquet. Why is that antique here? It looks like the banquet won't go smoothly. On the other side, Duke Situ frowned slightly. "Father, what does the Parkers family want?" Situ Warner asked curiously, using voice transmission. "Who knows? But I don't think this is a good thing." Why is a Grand Duke targeting a baron? Don't they find it embarrassing? Do they think they can do anything in this city? Situ Nan snorted. "They're used to being above everyone, so it's normal they'll act like this." Situ Warner said calmly. The elder didn't speak. Instead, Valteru stepped out and said, "Baron Wang Teng, we came to congratulate you. You will welcome us, right?" There was contempt in their eyes. They seemed to be mocking this banquet. Of course. The famous Parkers family is willing to give me some face. "Please have a seat," Wang Teng replied calmly. However, he didn't welcome them personally. He asked the servants to arrange their seats and treated them like ordinary guests. The faces of the Parkers family members turned black. The younger ones were indignant. Wang Teng was looking down on them. Situ Warner was stunned. She turned and looked at Situ Nan, asking using voice transmission, "Has Baron Wang Teng always been so brave?" "Ha ha ha, good lad. He's like me when I was young." Situ Nan laughed loudly. Situ Warner rolled her eyes cheekily. The other nobles were surprised at this scene, too. A strange emotion appeared in their eyes. They were shocked by Wang Teng's boldness. At the same time, they paid him a silent tribute. They felt that he was tempting fate. "Wang Teng, how dare you humiliate the Parkers?" Andres scolded him angrily. "When did I ever do that?" Wang Teng asked in confusion. He didn't understand what Andres was saying. "Our Parkers family is a ducal family, but you didn't welcome us personally." "Isn't this humiliating us?" Andres said coldly. "That's not right. I'm attending to this baron. If I have to throw all my guests away because of your arrival, I will be disrespecting them," Wang Teng replied calmly. Baron Whaley's face turned black. He almost fainted. "Why did you pull me in?" Baron Whaley glanced at Wang Teng bitterly. He wanted to say something, but he realized that no one was looking at him. He was an invisible person. He decided to remain quiet. "You're quibbling. How can a baron be compared to the Parkers?" Andres asked. "Are you saying that if your Parkers family is here, I have to ignore all the other nobles and attend to you only?" Wang Teng shot back, "You." Andres's expression changed entirely. Even Valteru and Sinclaman's expressions changed slightly. Their gazes flickered a little. What an evil little brat. He was trying to pull all the nobles to his side. The nobles around them knew that Wang Teng was making use of them, but their expressions still changed slightly. At this moment, someone laughed softly, and an old voice was heard. "Baron Wang Teng, I finally have the chance to meet you. You've surprised me." The person who spoke was the universe stage martial warrior of the Parkers family. "Thank you for your compliment." Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp when he saw the other party opening his mouth. He smiled and asked, "How do I address you?" "Others gave me the title of the Furious Flaming Universe Lord when I traveled the universe in the past," the muscular old man said in a composed manner. It's the furious flaming universe lord. There was a commotion. The furious flaming universe lord had been famous for a long time and had gone into seclusion many years ago. He rarely made public appearances. If it wasn't for his name, no one would have recognized him. However, everyone was familiar with his name. Wang Teng glanced at everyone's expression and knew that the furious flaming universe lord wasn't an easy character. His heart sank, but he remained expressionless. He pretended to be enlightened and said, "So you're the furious flaming universe lord. I've long heard about you. What a huge pleasure to meet you." Everyone, the atmosphere was tense and serious, but for some reason it started thawing under Wang Teng's exaggerated reaction. The furious flaming universe lord raised his eyebrows and said in a meaningful tone, "Young people should be full of life, but you can't be too active either. If you jump around too much, you might die one day unknowingly." "You're right," Wang Teng nodded in a humble manner. The furious flaming universe lord's expression softened a little. This young lad was still scared of him. Just when everyone thought that Wang Teng was admitting defeat, they heard this voice again. "Andres, did y'all hear what he said? Your elder is educating you? Don't forget his words." Pfft, everyone almost spat out their water. His actions caught them off guard. Where did Wang Teng get the guts to say this? The furious flaming universe lord was educating him, but he pretended that he was educating the younger generation of the Parkers. Moreover, they couldn't deny it. The youngsters looked exasperated. They felt as if they were strangled by their throat. It was suffocating. Valtero and Sinclaman felt the corners of their lips twitching. They didn't know how to express their confused emotions. The furious flaming universe lord was stunned for a moment. He cursed multiple times in his heart and finally understood why Valtero and the others gave that expression when they talked about this brat. This was an irritating brat. "Universe Lord, why don't you have a seat first? No one dares to come in if y'all keep blocking the entrance," Wang Teng said. The furious flaming universe lord had never been this frustrated, yet Wang Teng did it. He snorted and sat down at an empty table with the rest of the family. Chapter 163, The Grand Masters of the Secondary Career Alliance are here to congratulate Baron Wang Teng. After the Parkers family sat down, the atmosphere of the banquet relaxed a little. However, everyone knew that this was just the start. The Parkers didn't have good intentions. No one knew if they would suddenly target Wang Teng after the banquet started. They knew that they were capable of this. The nobles wouldn't interfere in the business between the Parkers family and Wang Teng. They were already giving him face by attending the banquet. They wouldn't care about the result. Many of the people at the banquet were filled with interest. They wanted to see how Baron Wang Teng would deal with this situation and how this banquet would end. Many people didn't have high hopes for Wang Teng. He might have talked back to the Parkers, but those were just words. It wouldn't affect anything besides. He had further angered the furious flaming universe lord from the Parkers. At this moment, the Parkers family was treating this place like their own home. They sat there and ate their food happily. The youngsters even laughed and chatted loudly. They occasionally smirked at Wang Teng. None of them treated him with respect. Everyone felt that the Parkers family had gone overboard. They started to sympathize with Wang Teng. However, Wang Teng didn't reveal any expression. He didn't even look at them and continued to welcome his guests calmly. Time slowly passed in this atmosphere. It was getting closer to the start of the banquet. Everyone felt that no more important characters would come. Baron Wang Teng, the Parkers family, is the most important guest today. However, you don't seem to know it. Andres sniggered. "That's right. We're giving you face by coming. The other Grand Dukes won't come," another young man from the Parkers family shouted in agreement. "Start the banquet quickly. We're getting hungry," another person shouted. "The Parkers family is getting out of hand," C2 Warner said. "They don't care about their reputation anymore." C2 Nan snorted. He wanted to speak up. Suddenly shouts were heard. It wasn't just a single shout, it was a whole list of names. Dear readers, you're reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://39hpcn6j to support us. Grandmaster Hua Yuan from the Secondary Career Alliance has come to congratulate Baron Wang Teng. Grandmaster Kirtan from the Secondary Career Alliance has come to congratulate Baron Wang Teng. Grandmaster Mo D from the Secondary Career Alliance has come to congratulate Baron Wang Teng. Grandmaster Alfred from the Secondary Career Alliance has come to congratulate Wang Teng. The arrival of the Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance astounded the nobles. They were all in a state of confusion. What was this? Why were there so many Grandmasters here? There were more than 10 of them. This was frightening. No one understood what was happening. They were in awe as they stared absent-mindedly at the entrance. Even the members of the Parkers family were appalled. If only 1 or 2 Grandmasters came, they wouldn't care. However, there were too many of them. When did Wang Teng possess such influence? How did he manage to invite so many Grandmasters? Wang Teng smiled when he saw their expressions. He stood up with a mysterious aura and went to welcome the Grandmasters. When the Grandmasters walked in, Grandmaster Alfred, who was at the front, smiled and said, "Mr. Wang Teng, are we too late?" With so many people present, he didn't call him Grandmaster Wang Teng. The other Grandmasters came to congratulate and greet him too. "You came just in time," Wang Teng smiled. "However, someone was getting impatient and was urging me to start the banquet. If you had come slightly later, you might have been too late." Everyone's gaze turned weird when they heard this. They turned to look at the Parkers family. The Parkers family, urging him to start the banquet. He made them sound like hungry ghosts. The Parkers were furious. They felt so frustrated that they wanted to vomit blood. This bastard was brutal. He was disgusting. They glared at the young man who had shouted at Wang Teng just now. He was an idiot. If he hadn't run off his mouth, the Parkers wouldn't be so embarrassed. Sichuan almost wanted to slap his thigh and laugh, but the situation didn't allow him to. What a pity. Even the cold and distant Sichuaner couldn't control her smile. Fortunately, she was wearing a veil that hid her expression. Only her slightly curled eyes could be seen. Grandmaster Alfred and the others noticed the awkward atmosphere, too. Their gazes landed on the limelight in the room, the Parkers. Anyone could tell that Wang Teng was referring to them. However, Wang Teng didn't dwell on the issue. Irritating them once was enough. He welcomed the Grandmasters and led them to their seats. "Have a seat, please." What's going on? Why did all these Grandmasters come? The furious, flaming universe. Lord frowned and asked Valteru and the others using voice transmission. I don't know either. Valteru was dumbfounded. Did they become friends because Wang Teng sold the lightning essence insect to the Secondary Career Alliance? Sinclaman pondered. Forming a friendship because he sold them a lightning essence insect. I didn't know that Grandmasters were so easy to befriend. The furious flaming universe lord replied angrily. Sinclaman didn't know what to say. They weren't the only ones in confusion. The other nobles were puzzled too. They didn't know when Wang Teng made friends with these Grandmasters. They started discussing in low voices, trying to guess their relationship. At the same time, they started to view Wang Teng's network in a new light. After some time, more announcements were heard. All of them were Grand Dukes. The Zhang family has arrived. The Ji family has arrived. The Cavendish family has arrived. Everyone was flabbergasted. Besides the Parkers family, more Grand Dukes were attending the event. There were even 3 of them. There was a good show to watch now. With these 3 Dukes, would the Parkers family still make things difficult for Wang Teng? The Parkers family was staggered too. They glanced at one another grimly. They could still accept the arrival of the various Grand Masters, but they didn't understand why these 3 Grand Duke families came. Wang Teng's talent was just a little higher. Why did all of them come? Even 3 other Grand Dukes were here. The furious, flaming universe lord glared at Wang Teng without any expression on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. However, when he saw the 3 families walking in, he squinted. He seemed to have seen someone unexpected. The arrival of the 3 Grand Dukes livened up the atmosphere of the banquet. It was finally time for it to start. Chapter 1064, During the banquet. 1. The atmosphere of the banquet was amazing. Everyone felt less stressed in the presence of 3 Grand Dukes. If there was only one Grand Duke, they would be worried and fearful. However, the arrival of the 3 Grand Dukes meant that the pressure was shifted to them. Of course, to the Grand Duke families, there wasn't much pressure. The power of their families was all similar. However, this appeared like a scene of bloody slaughter. Everyone could sense the tension between the various Grand Duke families. But when they saw Wang Teng, the host, appearing all calm and composed, they felt respect and admiration towards him. This fellow had a strong mentality. Situ Waner and Situ Nan looked over. Their gazes were filled with surprise. "Why are the 3 Grand Dukes here?" Situ Waner asked, using voice transmission. "I don't know." Situ Nan shook his head. He replied using voice transmission. "I have never heard of any relationship between the 3 Grand Dukes and Baron Wang Teng." However, the 3 Grand Dukes seemed to have high hopes for him. After all, he broke the record of that prince when he climbed the stairs. Many people are still waiting to see his progress. Wang Teng might have broken the record, but not many people think that he can surpass the prince. "It will be amazing if he manages to achieve half of the prince's achievements," Situ Waner replied. "Let's wait and see. The 3 Grand Dukes are here." "They will definitely do something," Situ Nan said calmly. At the same time, many others were chatting among themselves. They were also talking about the Grand Dukes. "Look, a universe stage martial warrior from the Ji family came. Is it that elder? He looks familiar. I wonder who he is. He's probably an ancestor of the Ji family. The people who came from the Jiang family have high statuses too. It's the Heaven Stage martial warrior Jiang Hanfeng. Jiang Hanfeng is very powerful. He has a good chance of inheriting the Grand Duke title. He came to congratulate Wang Teng. Oh my God. That seems to be the Heaven Stage martial warrior Borla and his son, Di Chi. They're the direct descendants of the Cavendish family. Borla has high hopes of inheriting the Cavendish family's Grand Duke title. Di Chi is a great talent of the Cavendish family. Both his talent and ability are powerful. He can be ranked among the top 30 in the Empire's talent ranking. He seems close to Wang Teng. Do they know each other? That will make sense. Have you forgotten about the report sent to the chamber? Baron Wang Teng came back with Di Chi from the No-4 defense planet. Huh. Oh, right. There was a line mentioning this in the report. I didn't look at it carefully. I'm afraid the Cavendish family kept it brief on purpose. That's why many of us ignored this important piece of information. On the other side, the furious, flaming universe Lord frowned. He muttered to himself, "Why is that old fellow here? Didn't they say that he's seriously injured? He looks fine to me." His gaze landed on the universe stage elder of the Ji family. He knew this old man. The universe stage elder from the Ji family sensed his gaze and turned to look at him. He didn't show any intention of greeting him and shifted his eyes away. At this moment, Wang Teng stood up and scanned his surroundings. Everyone became quiet. "Thank you for coming to my banquet. I'm extremely honored." Wang Teng smiled and raised the wine glass in his hand. "Let me offer a toast to everyone." He raised his head and gulped the wine down. "Ha ha ha ha, you're too polite. That's right. Why are you so polite? All of us are citizens of the great Qian Empire. Let's take care of each other in the future. Baron Wang Teng must be extraordinary to be able to achieve such merits at a young age." "We should be the ones offering a toast," the guest replied enthusiastically. All of them were polite and raised their cups to return the toast. The young people present felt envious. Baron Wang Teng was their peer, but he was already standing in the limelight. All the nobles gave him face and treated him politely. They regarded him as someone at their own level. To these youngsters, Wang Teng was their role model. Annie was ordering the servants around to serve the guests. When she saw this scene, she had a deeper understanding of her master. They had recently been bought by Wang Teng, so they didn't understand what kind of person he was, what background he had, and what status he was at. Hence, the scene now undoubtedly gave them a huge stimulation. Many nobles came just to congratulate their master. There were earls, dukes, and even grand dukes among the guests. In the past, they never thought that they could meet these people, but they were now floating in front of their eyes. If it wasn't for the loud noises around them, they would think that they were dreaming. This terrifying influence proved that their master wasn't an ordinary baron. The thought appeared in the minds of Annie and the other servants in unplanned unison. Bertha led the celestial stage guards and stood outside the baron residence. They also saw the lively image of the banquet and were still in a state of daze. Chapter 1065. During the banquet, too, Bertha had confidence in her own strength initially. She was a cosmos stage divine spirit master, so she looked down on planetary stage martial warriors like Wang Teng. Even if she was a slave and had to submit to him, she wasn't convinced. However, when she saw the banquet, she finally understood that a cosmos stage divine spirit master was nothing compared to her master. There were too many powerful warriors present today. There were not only heaven stage martial warriors, but universe stage martial warriors as well. A cosmos stage divine spirit master, like her, wasn't important. She wasn't qualified to look down on Wang Teng. It's almost time. Let's begin, Wang Teng laughed. I have prepared a feast today. I hope it's good enough for everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the servants streamed in and brought in the food and wine that had been prepared beforehand. Wang Teng had also spent a lot of money on these things. They were of the highest quality. The nobles were taken aback when they saw the dishes and started tasting the food. This taste, it's probably from a force chef grand master, and this fine wine. It's probably been aged for centuries. How rare! These fruits are also delicacies. Some are even rare. You might not even be able to buy them even if you have the money. Like this fire heart fruit from the lava swamps, it takes 3 years for them to bear fruit, and it's extremely rare. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to buy it. And this cleansing spirit fruit, white jade, grape, good things, good things. Baron Wang Teng is so generous. He prepared so many good things. We can enjoy ourselves today. Exclamations came one after another. The nobles had seen their fair share of the world. However, they were still surprised. They could see that Wang Teng had prepared something special. Everyone ate happily. After all, many of the delicacies were things that they wouldn't be able to enjoy daily. Today was indeed a feast for them. The nobles were also astonished by the surrounding servants and guards. Every servant was a charming beauty without any exceptions, and the guards were all at least celestial stage martial warriors. Just standing there gave others a sense of deterrence. For a powerful martial warrior, this was nothing. However, this was just a baron's residence, and Wang Teng had only taken over the residence recently. Where did he get all these from? This was too extravagant. The Parkers family and the others were not pleased. Wang Teng's banquet was lively, and everyone was full of praise. They didn't even have the opportunity to mock him. If they were still nitpicking in such a situation, they would be the ones embarrassing themselves. Wang Teng got up to make a toast, especially to the dukes and the elite families. Since they came here personally, he had to show some respect. Otherwise, he would be considered rude. He first came over to the Cavendish family. Sir Borla, brother Di Chi, thank you for attending. There's no need to be polite, Di Chi said casually and clinked their glasses. Why are you calling me, sir? Since you called Di Chi your brother, you can just address me as uncle. Borla waved his hand and smiled. I guess I'll have to listen to you, Wang Teng replied. Uncle Borla. You're really a surprising fellow. You actually drove Cao Hongtu out. Di Chi finished his wine and looked at Wang Teng in surprise, as if he was meeting him for the first time. I was just lucky, Wang Teng smiled. I don't think it was just luck. I heard about it. You pissed Cao Hongtu and Sinclamon off in the Flaming River world. Even 2 heaven stage martial warriors couldn't handle you. Di Chi glanced at the Parkers and said in a low voice, I was lucky to be able to get a heaven stage martial warrior's help. Wang Teng squinted his eyes and gave Enlan the credit. I know that too. Where's that mecha heaven stage martial warrior who helped you? Borla asked. He's not here as he doesn't like crowded places, Wang Teng replied. Introduce me to him when you have the time. I'm very interested in this Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior, Borla said with great interest. Uncle, you are an elder, but you can't snatch him away from me. Wang Teng cried bitterly. Oh, so you want to recruit him? Borla asked in surprise. I need a powerful person like him to deter others. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble, Wang Teng snickered. You are amazing. You can even recruit a Heaven Stage martial warrior. Looks like that mecha also intends to stay by your side. Borla's eyes flashed. It's luck. It's all luck, Wang Teng laughed. Di Chi was startled. It hadn't been long since he last met him. But Wang Teng was already able to recruit a Heaven Stage martial warrior. When he first came to the great Qian planet, he had no influence or background. He was akin to a small fish that had plunged into the ocean from a small stream. He would have been swallowed up whole by anyone. But now, Wang Teng had not only defeated Cao Hongtu to obtain the Baron's title, but he had also gathered a force around him. It was really unexpected. Wang Teng chatted for a while before heading over to the Ji family. He was astonished that a Universe Stage martial warrior from the Ji family had come. Although the elder was very restrained, Wang Teng could tell that he was powerful. He was definitely not a Heaven Stage martial warrior. After he heard what everyone had said, he managed to obtain his identity. As soon as Wang Teng came over, Ji Yuanqing smiled. Mr. Wang Teng, are you surprised? It's a bit of a surprise. I didn't expect you all to come. Wang Teng smiled. This old man came uninvited. I hope you don't mind. An elder by the side chuckled. Don't say that. It's my honor for you to come to my humble abode. Ha ha ha, the elder laughed. I have to thank you for what happened previously. Otherwise, this old man wouldn't be alive. I owe you one. The last sentence was said through voice transmission. It was clear he didn't want to say it out loud on an occasion like this. He wouldn't want others to know about it. You're too polite. It was nothing much. Wang Teng responded using voice transmission as well. He was elated. Back when Ji Yuanqing bought the 9-essence soul congealing pill, he mentioned that the Ji family owed him a favor. Now he had a Universe Stage martial warrior's guarantee. This favor was set in stone. In fact, he wasn't expecting much help from the Ji family. It was already impressive that a Universe Stage martial warrior owed him a favor. He then went over to where the Jiang family was seated. He gave a toast politely as well and chatted with them. Baron Wang Teng, these are my son and daughter, Jiang Weisheng and Jiang Chenxi. You youngsters can mingle with each other when you have the time. Jiang Hanfeng pointed at the two young people behind and said. Wang Teng looked behind Jiang Hanfeng and saw two outstanding youngsters. The man was handsome and charming, and there was a sense of pride in his eyes. He nodded at Wang Teng. It was considered a greeting. The woman was beautiful, had glistening skin, and was elegant. Her long skirt wrapped around her exquisite body, which was particularly eye-catching. No matter where they were, this pair would definitely be the cream of the crop. They would be the focus of everyone's attention. Wang Teng was secretly taken aback. No wonder they were nobles. Their auras were incomparable. Of course, there was a difference between Wang Teng and them. His aura was too special, and his experiences could not be compared to theirs. Besides his handsome face, his eyes were as deep as the stars. They pulled people toward him. That was why Jiang Weisheng wasn't pleased. He felt that Wang Teng was more prideful than him. Although Jiang Chenxi didn't show it, she was already a little interested in Wang Teng, after all. One's looks helped a lot. Please take care of me in the future, Wang Teng responded with a smile. I'm not worthy. Baron Wang Teng broke the record left by the prince. I'm inferior to you, Jiang Weisheng said calmly. Chapter 166, Threat 1. Wang Teng felt the sarcasm in Jiang Weisheng's tone. His expression suddenly turned strange. Why did he smell vinegar in the air? Was Jiang Weisheng jealous of him? Brother Weisheng, you're thinking too highly of me. I was just lucky. I don't know how the stairs managed to break their own record when I was climbing. I feel burdened that everyone knows this too, Wang Teng said sadly. Jiang Weisheng's expression froze. Listen, listen. Is this what you should be saying? Didn't know how the record was broken. If you climbed an ordinary stone staircase, can you break the record? This fellow was definitely boasting. Zhang Hanfeng and Zhang Chenxi were caught between laughter and tears. They felt that Wang Teng was a little shameless. He didn't even blush when he said this. Baron Wang Teng is a rare talent, Zhang Chenxi said. I'm just joking. Please don't take it for real. Wang Teng replied with a smile. Zhang Hanfeng and the others laughed. Wang Teng didn't stay too long with the Jiang family. He had many other guests to attend to. He went around and interacted with everyone he should. It was a good thing that martial warriors had good alcohol tolerance. If not, he would be drunk after attending to all the guests. Besides the nobles, the grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance were important guests, too. They came together to congratulate him. Wang Teng accepted their favor. After offering toasts to everyone, Wang Teng returned to his seat. However, someone was unhappy. The Parkers were indignant. This was too much. Wang Teng didn't bother about them at all. He offered a toast to everyone but them. This was too much. The young people wanted to create a scene, but they were stopped. The furious Flaming Universe Lord glanced at Valtero, who stood up and said, Baron Wang Teng. Everyone was stunned. They shifted their gaze over with one thought in their mind. It's here. They didn't know what Valtero wanted to do, but everyone knew the Parkers didn't have good intentions. If the exchange of words with Wang Teng was an appetizer, the main dish was about to be served. The other 3 Grand Duke families looked over too. They didn't make any moves. They wanted to see what the Parkers wanted to do first. May I know what you want? Wang Teng squinted and asked calmly. I heard that you gained a divine flame in Flaming River World, Valtero said. Divine flame? Everyone was flabbergasted. They looked in Wang Teng's direction. Baron Wang Teng had a divine flame, and he got it from Flaming River World. They knew about Flaming River World. Wang Teng had passed the Noble Family Consultation Chamber's trial there to get the Baron title. This meant that the Baron title wasn't the only thing Wang Teng won from Flaming River World's trial. A divine flame. This was a rare opportunity. Even the nobles present couldn't help but envy him. The 3 Grand Duke families also turned and looked at Wang Teng with surprise and astonishment. The Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance had the same reaction. They were flabbergasted and couldn't hide their amazement. I remember that Grandmaster Wang Teng already has a divine flame, right? Grandmaster Harrell swallowed her saliva and asked through voice transmission after some hesitation, He has 2 now. Grandmaster Alfred rubbed his forehead and said enviously, He gained another divine flame. Grandmaster Huayuan was jealous too. He hit his chest, wishing he could snatch it from Wang Teng. Cough. Calm down. We must keep our conscience. We mustn't get blinded by the divine flame. Grandmaster Alfred hurriedly reminded them through voice transmission. I know. I'm just envious. Grandmaster Huayuan gave a bitter smile. The other Grandmasters felt the same way. To them, the attractiveness of a divine flame was the same as a rare and precious treasure. Don't even think about it. Anyone who managed to get a divine flame is someone with great affinity. Think about those people who tried to subdue divine flames in the past. Those without the ability to do so got devoured instead. Not even their bones were left. Grandmaster Mo scoffed. The Grandmasters shuddered in fear. Divine flames were rare, and subduing them was even harder. One could forget about it if one didn't have the ability. At this moment, everyone finally understood the Parkers' motive. No one cared about divine flames more than them. With their special physique, they would be able to release greater power if they had a divine flame. Everyone started looking at Wang Teng differently. Their eyes were no longer filled with envy. Instead, they were sympathizing with him. He might not be able to keep his divine flame since the Parkers had laid their eyes on it. Situwaner frowned and said, using voice transmission, The divine flame looks like Baron Wang Teng is in trouble. Indeed. Situ Nan nodded in agreement. No one could stop the Parkers from hunting for divine flames. They would go crazy for it. The three Grand Dukes and the Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance frowned. They understood how troublesome this issue was. Humph! At this moment, a snort came from Wang Teng's mouth. Everyone was staggered. How could he laugh in this situation? Chapter 1067, Threat. 2. Valteru frowned. He felt that Wang Teng was mocking him. This made him exceptionally angry. Why are you laughing? How do you know that I gained a divine flame from Flaming River World? Wang Teng didn't reply to him. Instead, he asked him a question. I saw it. Sinclaman got up with a cold smile. He felt that Wang Teng's struggle was desperate but useless. That's what you say. I highly suspect that you're framing me because you don't like me. Actually, I didn't get it. It ran away in the end. Do you believe me? Wang Teng replied innocently. Everyone was speechless. They felt that Wang Teng was humiliating their intelligence. Who would believe this insincere excuse? Situ Wan Er and Situ Nan were at a loss for words. They glanced at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Bullshit, you subdued that divine flame? Do you think I'm stupid and can't tell that you've subdued it? Sinclaman raged. He felt that he was being looked down upon. Ah, it can't be helped then. I didn't think that the Parkers family is filled with stupid people, Wang Teng said in a helpless tone. Everyone, you! Sinclaman's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Flames of anger were shooting out of his eyes. Baron Wang Teng, you don't just have one divine flame. Besides the divine flame you took from Flaming River World, you have another one with you, right? Valteru stopped Sinclaman and said, What? 2 divine flames? Everyone was flabbergasted. They were filled with disbelief. Baron Wang Teng had 2 divine flames. The crowd found this unreal. Getting 1 divine flame was a miracle, yet Wang Teng had 2. Dear readers, you're reading on our content-stealing site. Please copy and search this link, https://tinyurl.com/39hpcn6j, to support us. How lucky was he? Was he the son of heaven? This is bad. The Parkers have an ulterior motive. They leaked the news that Grandmaster Wang Teng has 2 divine flames. Grandmaster Hua Yuan's expression changed as he spoke to the other Grandmasters through voice transmission. How evil of them. It won't be a problem if he had 1 divine flame, but the temptation of a person with 2 divine flames is too big. They're pushing him to hell, Grandmaster Alfred replied angrily. So this is the Parkers family, one of the right dukes. Grandmaster Modi was furious. This is bad. The Parkers family is openly targeting Wang Teng. Situ Wanner sighed in her heart. She felt bad for Wang Teng, sighs as a powerful killing intent swarmed into his heart. He forced himself to suppress his emotions and didn't reveal anything on his face. Smiling, he said, Sigh, I was just lucky. Honestly, as one of the 8 dukes. Don't tell me that you don't even have 1 divine flame. Your family is quite poor, if that's true. Oh, right. Do you want to snatch them? The members of the Parkers family turned green in the face. They didn't know how to reply. Everyone was stunned. This was unbelievable. Wang Teng dared to tease the Parkers family. Was he looking for death? But if the Parkers family admitted it, they would be throwing all their reputation away. What would they choose to do? You're a Grand Duke family. You won't be this shameless, right? Wang Teng continued. You, Valteru's face turned green and white. He didn't know what to say. The furious Flaming Universe Lord's patience had long run dry. He looked at Wang Teng and said, Baron Wang Teng, you should know how important divine flames are to us. You have 2 divine flames. Why don't you give us 1? The real intention was revealed at the end. The furious Flaming Universe Lord finally revealed his plan. The Parkers family was showing their claws. As for reputation, they didn't care. Only weaklings would care about their reputation. The Parkers were powerful enough to ignore it. The atmosphere tensed up instantly. The less powerful nobles didn't dare to breathe loudly. They felt sad for Wang Teng. Even some nobles with higher status, the Grand Dukes and the Grand Masters from the Secondary Career Alliance, turned grim. The situation took a serious turn. Wang Teng looked into the furious flaming universe, Lord's eyes without back down. His expression remained calm. Many people started to respect him. He remained indifferent even when an avalanche hit him. Not everyone had such a strong mentality. The next instant Wang Teng laughed. His voice was filled with disdain. "Why should I give you one divine flame, just because you're the Parkers? The Parkers family will give you a satisfactory price, the furious flaming universe." Lord raised his eyebrows and replied calmly, "A price I'm satisfied with?" Wang Teng touched his chin and pondered for some time. "Well, that's a good deal. Do you agree?" Valteru was elated. The other members of the Parkers were elated too. At the same time, they sneered in their hearts. Wang Teng was stupid. Did he think that they would really pay him? "Give me half of the Parkers family's assets," Wang Teng replied indifferently. Silence. The faces of the Parkers family froze. The other people were flabbergasted too. Baron Wang Teng was indeed daring. He asked for half of the Parkers family's assets. Did he know how much was that? No one knew if he was overestimating himself or if was he too naive. The Parkers would never agree. But soon they reacted and realized that Wang Teng had no intention of relenting to them. That was why he gave such an impossible request. "Baron Wang Teng, this is too much," the furious flaming universe lord said expressionlessly. "Really, didn't you say that you will give me a satisfactory price? You should know how precious the divine flame is. Half of your family's assets isn't too much, right?" Wang Teng sneered. "You're dreaming," Valteru replied coldly. "You're the ones who are dreaming." Wang Teng mocked them with a smirk. "If you can't afford it, just say it. You're the ones begging me, not the other way round, idiots." "Who are you calling an idiot?" Valteru erupted in anger. He couldn't control his emotions anymore. Wang Teng was infuriating. He dared to call him an idiot. He was the inheritor of the Parkers family's title. No one had ever disrespected him like this. "The one who's asking the question," Wang Teng replied. "Pant!" Valteru panted heavily like an angered lion. He wanted to pounce on Wang Teng and bite him. Everyone was shocked. He was so fierce. Baron Wang Teng dared to refute the entire Parkers family head-on. They would never dare to do this. Terrifying. "Enough!" the furious flaming universe lord shouted. He glared at Wang Teng and said, "Think about it carefully. You won't be able to protect the divine flame even if you keep it with you. Someone will snatch it from you, and you might even lose your life because of it one day." Everyone turned silent. The Parkers family was threatening Wang Teng openly. Some people felt that this was too much, but they didn't dare to speak up because of the power of the Parkers at this moment. An earl stood up. "That's right, Baron Wang Teng. I think you should hand over the divine flame and trade with the Parkers family. It's better than letting someone snatch it from you in the future." Everyone was stunned. They looked at the earl in bewilderment. No one expected him to speak up for the Parkers. "Baron Wang Teng, a treasure is good, but an innocent man will get into trouble because of his wealth." The Duke from the Seattle family opened his mouth, too. Even a Duke stood up. It didn't stop there. A few more nobles pressured him into giving away the divine flame. They were obviously supporting the Parkers. No one spoke up for Wang Teng because they couldn't afford to offend the Parkers. Wang Teng was discriminated against. Everyone took pity on him. His situation was miserable. Ha ha ha! Suddenly Wang Teng laughed. Everyone was appalled. Did he go crazy because of anger? The furious flaming universe lord frowned. Why was Wang Teng laughing? Did he think he could still turn the tides in this situation? "You think you can force me?" Wang Teng turned and said to him calmly. Chapter 1068. The sword is out of its sheath. Silence. The entire place turned quiet. It was sudden and out of the blue. The Parkers had forced Wang Teng to the cliff, and many other nobles sided with them. One could imagine the pressure on his shoulder. Any other smaller nobles wouldn't be able to handle it. A divine flame wasn't as important as their lives. However, Wang Teng was still able to laugh and refute the Parkers calmly. One sentence, "You think you can force me," was enough to block all the threats. He was extremely courageous. Everyone admired his courage and guts, however. They were also curious as to where he got his confidence from. The Parkers looked at Wang Teng mockingly, as if he was a clown. No matter how desperately he struggled, he wouldn't be able to escape from their grasp. The furious Flaming Universe Lord remained indifferent. He didn't think that Wang Teng had any chance of escaping from his clutches. "This is for your own good. Young man, you must learn to give and take bullshit." Wang Teng cursed nonchalantly. The furious Flaming Universe Lord's expression froze. He was a universe stage martial warrior from the Parkers family. With his high status, no one dared to curse him. Yet this young man did it. When Wang Teng cursed Valteru, he found him bold from the looks of it. Now he wasn't just bold, he was audacious to the extreme. A fit of uncontrollable anger surged from the bottom of his heart. His expression turned icy, and his gaze became sharp. "I'm giving you a chance if you don't appreciate it. So what if I don't appreciate it? You should know the consequences." The furious Flaming Universe Lord snorted. He glared at Wang Teng as if he was a nobody. "I don't know the consequences, but I do know you won't get what you want." Wang Teng's gaze was fearless. His voice remained extremely calm as he turned to look at the Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance. He emphasized each word. "Can I seek the protection of the Secondary Career Alliance as a Triple Field Grandmaster?" An uproar occurred instantly. Triple Field Grandmaster? What does that mean? I recognize the words separately, but I don't understand them when they're combined. You're not the only one. I don't understand either. Baron Wang Teng is a Triple Field Grandmaster of the Secondary Career Alliance? Are you kidding? I think I heard something incredible. This is unbelievable. Pinch me and tell me if I'm dreaming. Go away. You can pinch yourself. There was a huge commotion. Wang Teng's words were like throwing a bomb into the sea, setting off towering waves. No one could maintain their composure. What kind of concept was this? Most of the people here weren't in this field, but they understood what a Triple Field Grandmaster represented. But Wang Teng was so young. How could he make such an achievement? Disbelief was the first reaction everyone had when they heard this piece of news. No way. Sichuaner widened her eyes in shock. Her distant and cold aura was gone. She felt a little queasy. Even Duke Situ was thunderstruck. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. The Jiang family members glanced at one another, not knowing how to express their current emotions. They found it hard to believe, too. Especially Jiang Chenxi and Jiang Weisheng. They just spoke to Wang Teng at a close distance some time ago, but they couldn't tell that he was someone with such great achievements. This piece of news was entirely unexpected. The Ji family knew Wang Teng's identity beforehand, so they just wore ambiguous smiles on their faces. Then they shook their heads and smiled. If the Parkers family hadn't forced Wang Teng into such a tight corner, he might have continued to conceal his identity. Well, this was good too. An outstanding person would shine one day. If one wanted to have a position in the universe, he mustn't hide his glamour. It wasn't a good thing. Letting the sword out of the sheath was better than hiding the sharp blade. The nobles who stood up for the Parkers family felt awkward. They had an absurd feeling that the situation was spiraling out of control. A small baron had the ability to resist a powerful faction like the Parkers family. It was unimaginable. They supported the Parkers because they were ordered by them or they wanted to do them a favor, but if Wang Teng was a Triple Field Grandmaster, they were making more losses than gains. This identity meant that Wang Teng had the support of the Secondary Career Alliance. The Parkers family wouldn't be able to touch him. Not only did they not help the Parkers, but they also provoked a Triple Field Grandmaster with high potential, go out for wool and come home shorn. This was a good description of their situation. The most embarrassed people were the Parkers. They stood frozen on the ground in a daze. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and they were dumbstruck. How is this possible? Valtero and Sinclaman's expressions had turned hideous. They were unwilling to accept the truth. The furious Flaming Universe Lord had a similar reaction. He never expected this to happen. He thought that Wang Teng's confidence came from his shallow relationship with the Grandmasters or the high hopes the other three Grand Dukes had for him. This confidence wasn't enough to affect them. Unexpectedly, Wang Teng's confidence came from himself, and this confidence wasn't small. The influence of a tripe field Grandmaster could not be underestimated. The Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance couldn't bear to watch anymore. If Wang Teng didn't say it, they might have blurted out his identity. The Parkers family had crossed a line. If they were the ones who possessed the divine flame, were the Parkers going to snatch it from them too? They sympathized with Wang Teng's situation. That was why they were all the more incensed. In the past, people with secondary careers were normally at a disadvantage. They got threatened numerous times, resulting in the birth of the Secondary Career Alliance. They worked together so that they wouldn't get bullied. Now the Parkers family was bullying Wang Teng, a triple field Grandmaster. This was a huge provocation to the Secondary Career Alliance. Boom. Grandmaster Alfred stood up furiously. Grandmaster Hua Yuan did the same. Grandmaster Harrell, Grandmaster Curtin, Grandmaster Mo De. All the Grandmasters stood behind Wang Teng, forming a powerful and terrifying aura. Yes, a firm voice came out of their mouths. Boom. It was only a single word, but it created a sonic boom. The explosion was deafening, and it spread throughout the venue with a powerful impact. Everyone turned silent. All noises seemed to have disappeared. The crowd stared at this scene in amazement. They could feel the anger of these Grandmasters as well as their protectiveness over Wang Teng. Valteru and Sinclaman's faces turned green. Their pupils constricted violently. They had to admit that the turn of events astounded them. The youngsters behind them were in a worse state. Their faces turned pale, and they lay weakly on their seats. No words came out of their mouths. The furious Flaming Universe Lord was panting. He jumped up from his seat and gritted his teeth as he said, "Baron Wang Teng, you're good. Triple field Grandmaster." Anyone could hear his anger. Even as a universe stage martial warrior, he lost his composure. One could see how furious he was. The anger raged in his heart like a ball of roaring flame wanting to devour Wang Teng. The atmosphere reached the tipping point. One side was the Parkers family, and the other side was the Secondary Career Alliance. Both sides were powerful factions. Everyone looked back and forth between them. Who would be the one laughing at the end? "Now, do you still think you can take my divine flame?" Wang Teng asked calmly. "Tripe Field Grandmaster? What can you do if I want to take it?" The furious Flaming Universe Lord said expressionlessly. "Furious Flaming Universe Lord, be wary of your words." The Grandmaster's expressions changed. "Is the Secondary Career Alliance going to be my Parkers family's enemy?" The furious Flaming Universe Lord's gaze turned cold as he questioned them. "Is the Parkers family going to trample the rules of our Secondary Career Alliance?" Grandmaster Mo Di was a short-tempered fellow. He shouted back at the Universe Lord without any fear. The other Grandmasters didn't back down either. They stepped forward and glared at the furious Flaming Universe. Lord Chapter 169. The madness of the furious Flaming Universe Lord initiating a nobility war. War was imminent. The Secondary Career Alliance and the Parkers family were at a stalemate. No one was willing to take a step back. The furious Flaming Universe Lord was a little afraid of the Secondary Career Alliance. Even if the Grandmasters present only represented the great Qian planet branch, he didn't dare to underestimate them. If he ignited the public's anger and the entire Secondary Career Alliance stood up to condemn him, the Parkers family would be in deep trouble. The Secondary Career Alliance was one of the biggest factions in the universe. Their influence was widespread, but he was unwilling to let go. As a universe stage martial warrior, he was unable to get the divine flame from a small baron even when he acted personally. What a joke it would be if the news spread. Furthermore, Wang Teng refuted him again and again. He felt humiliated and couldn't forgive him. If things ended like this, he wouldn't be able to stand his ground in the universe. Secondary Career Alliance, the furious flaming universe lord, was fuming in anger. The aura around his body exploded and started circling above Wang Teng and the others. The Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance weren't at the universe stage, so they couldn't resist the pressure. Their faces turned pale. They were indignant. Was the Furious Flaming Universe Lord really going to attack them? Furious Flaming Universe Lord, your family is not welcomed in my barren residence. Please leave, Wang Teng shouted coldly as he pointed at the door. He couldn't allow the Grandmasters to be humiliated. Bang, Wang Teng probably never expected his words to be the last straw for the Furious Flaming Universe Lord. It added a whole bottle of fuel to the Universe Lord's anger. He was used to oppressing others, so he couldn't accept this change of position. He couldn't care anymore, and just wanted to take Wang Teng down. The aura circling above his head suddenly bore down on Wang Teng and the others. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and clawed at Wang Teng. No one expected the Furious Flaming Universe Lord to have the guts to attack Wang Teng even after he brought out the Secondary Career Alliance. They were dumbfounded. The Grandmasters were shocked too. Crazy. The Furious Flaming Universe Lord was crazy. How could he make such a decision? Wasn't he afraid of the Secondary Career Alliance's wrath? Wang Teng didn't expect things to reach this stage either. When he saw the Furious Flaming Universe Lord attacking, he squinted and wanted to retreat immediately. However, the space around him was locked by a powerful force. He was unable to move a single inch. The Furious Flaming Universe Lord was still more than 10 meters away, but the palm he created using flames traveled through space, heading straight for Wang Teng's throat. Wang Teng felt goosebumps all over his body. The threat of death gushed into his heart. He released his forces and activated his space power to the maximum to break the seal around him. Crack! A clear sonic boom was heard in the air. Bang! Then a dull thud rang and Wang Teng managed to break free. He shot back instantly. Huh? The Furious Flaming Universe Lord's expression changed. He suddenly increased his speed. The flaming palm shot toward Wang Teng's neck at the speed of lightning. A universe stage martial warrior was extremely powerful. There was a chasm between them that Wang Teng couldn't cross. The Furious Flaming Universe Lord didn't use his full power. Only a tinge of his space power was enough to put Wang Teng in dire straits. Wang Teng might have freed himself from his space lock, but he couldn't dodge the Furious Flaming Universe Lord's flaming palm within a few breaths. The flaming palm was inches away from Wang Teng's throat. It was as easy as catching a duck. Thus, a tinge of contempt appeared at the edge of the Furious Flaming Universe Lord's lips. He seemed to be mocking Wang Teng for his futile struggle. Wang Teng remained expressionless, though. He stared intently at the other party some distance away and placed his fingers together. An undetectable, dangerous aura circled his fingers. He was using his fingers as his sword. The God-Slayer sword scripture he received recently could be put to use now. The Furious Flaming Universe Lord was unprepared, so the God-Slayer sword scripture would definitely be able to make him suffer a little. Wang Teng wasn't a weakling who couldn't resist. Suddenly he froze. He detected something and stopped the attack he was preparing. Bang! At this moment, a fist mark shot out in front of Wang Teng, heading straight for the flaming palm. A huge explosion occurred. However, there was no residual impact. All the forces seemed restrained. The impact was constrained in a small space. It didn't spread out. The palm made of flames dissipated instantly. Tap, tap, tap. The Furious Flaming Universe Lord took 3 steps back involuntarily before he managed to stabilize himself. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. When everyone regained their senses, the exchange of blows had ended. The crowd widened their eyes in bewilderment. Their minds couldn't process the scene fast enough. What happened? Which universe stage martial warrior acted? Everyone stared around them in confusion, looking for the person who acted. Furious Flaming. Don't you feel embarrassed attacking a junior at this old age? A snort was heard from the side. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and realized that it was the elder from the Ji family. "Ji, are you going to interfere in my business?" The furious flaming universe lord's face turned red in anger as he glared at the elder from the Ji family. Just a little more, and he would have succeeded. At that time Wang Teng would be in his control. However, the other party spoiled his plans. "So what if I interfere?" Ji replied arrogantly. He wasn't afraid of the furious flaming universe lord. "I don't like your style of doing things. You don't act like a Grand Duke family at all. The furious flaming universe lord's face turned black. "All right, since Baron Wang Teng doesn't welcome you, you should leave. Are you going to stay here shamelessly?" Ji placed his hands behind his back and sneered. "No way. I must get the divine flame today. If your Ji family interferes, I will initiate a nobility war. Don't blame me if that happens," the furious flaming universe lord shouted indignantly. A nobility war. Everyone was flabbergasted when they heard this. Was the furious flaming universe lord had a nut loose in his head? How could he initiate a nobility war? What was a nobility war? As its name suggested, when there was a conflict between nobles, the nobles might initiate a large-scale star war. Normally, this would result in the rise or fall of a noble family. The impact was huge. Hence, no one dared to start a nobility war casually, not even Grand Dukes. At this moment, even Valteru and Sinclamon from the Parkers family were appalled. Their expressions changed entirely. Was their ancestor serious? He wanted to launch a nobility war. This wasn't a joke. Ji didn't expect the furious flaming universe lord to be this crazy. He squinted. Chapter 1070. "Do you think I can stop you now?" A nobility war. Wang Teng immediately felt the change in the atmosphere. The nobility war seemed to be taboo. "Roundball, what's a nobility war?" Wang Teng frowned and quickly asked in his mind. "He's crazy. The Parkers family is crazy." Roundball was staggered too. It shouted in Wang Teng's mind. "This is the nobility war. A war that can harm the foundation of two noble families." There were two nobles that started a nobility war. It ended with both sides suffering great losses. They're the last two members of the Grand Dukes. They are finally starting to recover after many years of recuperating. However, they're not present at the banquet today. Wang Teng gasped uncontrollably in his heart when he heard the explanation. Although Roundball didn't say much, he could imagine how terrifying the war was in the past. The war between two nobles must be frightening. It probably implicated numerous galaxies. This was a war strong enough to harm their foundation. War was the right word to describe it. Has the Parkers family always been so reckless? This was getting troublesome. If the Parkers family really initiated a nobility war for his divine flame, he knew that no one would stand up for him. The Ji family wouldn't start a nobility war because they owed him a favor. Even the secondary career alliance might have to take a step back. This was a question of interest. The impact of the nobility war was too huge. "No, you don't understand what the divine flame means for them. I made a mistake too. I underestimated their greed and desire for divine flames," Roundball said seriously. It felt helpless and regretful. It didn't expect the Parkers family to go this far for a divine flame. The Ji family turned silent. Wang Teng's heart sank to the bottom. Ji Wenqing and the others were extremely nervous. All their expressions turned somber. However, the next second Universe Lord Ji smiled. There was disdain in his gaze as his calm voice echoed through the residence. "If you want a war, we will go to war." 10 words. It was a simple reply. "If you want a war, we will go to war." An unparalleled dominance and majestic fighting spirit erupted from his ancient and old body. Everyone's expression changed. They stared at him in fright. Ji Yuanqing and the others were appalled too. They lost control of their expressions. Wang Teng turned his head. He was dumbstruck. He couldn't believe that the Ji family would go this far to repay him. The furious flaming universe lord felt the muscles on his face twitching. His pupils constricted, and he stared intently at Ji Sha. The atmosphere was frightening. A storm seemed to be blowing in the air. Who would expect a baron's banquet to ignite a nobility war? Ji Xia Yu, the furious flaming universe lord, was shocked and furious. He couldn't find his words. He had no intention of starting a nobility war. He just wanted to force the Ji family to step back. He didn't expect that old fellow to ignore his threat and fight with him until the end. "Are you afraid, Universe Lord Ji Xia said slowly. "Bullshit. Why would I be afraid of you?" The furious flaming universe lord roared. "Come on, then." The furious flaming universe lord didn't know what to say anymore. He started cursing. Sigh. At this moment, a soft sigh resounded in the courtyard. Wang Teng's expression changed. He looked in the air. The space in that area turned distorted, and an old figure appeared gradually. Wang Teng squinted. There was a flame on this newcomer's forehead, and he was bald. The flame was like a small phoenix. It looked divine. These two traits revealed the man's identity, another member of the Parkers family. From the force glow in his body, this person was a universe stage martial warrior, and he was at the peak too. Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord Ji Xia recognized the other party. He turned grim. Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord. Someone immediately repeated the name. It's him. The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord from the Parkers family. Oh my God, even he's here. I heard that the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord has been meditating for many years and hasn't interfered in his family matters all this while. Yet, he came for the divine flame. The Parkers seem firm in snatching the divine flame today. Wang Teng's gaze flickered after hearing their exclamations. He knew the extraordinary background of the other party. It was another ancient presence from the Parkers. Even he felt a little helpless now. He took much effort and made use of many chances and opportunities to get himself here. Yet, he was still in muddy waters. Both he and Roundball had underestimated the Parkers family's greed and their shamelessness. Who would have expected them to send 2 universe stage martial warriors to deal with him? What Wang Teng didn't know was his exceptional performance in the past was the real reason why the Parkers family sent 2 universe stage martial warriors. The furious flaming universe lord was the front line. If he succeeded, that would be the best. There was no need to activate the other universe stage martial warrior. After all, it was a little embarrassing to send 2 universe stage martial warriors to deal with a planetary stage martial warrior. Of course, if things reached that stage, the appearance of the second universe stage martial warrior would ensure their success. It was obvious that the second case came true. Wang Teng's Triple Field Grand Master title and the interference of the Ji family were both outside the Parkers family's prediction. From the start, both parties were fighting with their trump cards. Wang Teng revealed his trump card and astounded the Parkers family. The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord appeared and scanned his surroundings. He looked at Universe Lord Ji Sha and said, "Ji Sha, you can't stop us. The renowned Parkers family has activated 2 universe stage martial warriors to take care of a baron. You've surprised me today." Universe Lord Ji Xia sneered. He felt a little helpless. "No matter what you say, the result tonight won't change." The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord replied calmly. Universe Lord Ji Xia snorted. He wanted to help, but he didn't have the ability to. He wouldn't be able to stop 2 universe stage martial warriors on his own. "Baron Wang Teng, I think you should pass the divine flame to me." The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord's gaze finally landed on Wang Teng. His tone was monotonous. He sounded like a bandit who had barged into other people's homes and asked the owner to give him their money. He made it sound right and proper. He sounded calm yet domineering. Silence. Everyone looked at Wang Teng in pity and shook their heads with a sigh. Sigh? What can he do now? Wang Teng's expression didn't change, but he felt a hint of humiliation in his heart. Seeking fortune in danger. He had obtained the Baron title and gained a footing in the Great Qian Empire. Even Cao Hongtu couldn't touch him. Yet the result was still the same. He still felt helpless in front of a powerful faction like the Parkers family. This wasn't his issue. His opponent was too strong and despicable. He also overestimated the influence of the Empire's law and order. A powerful presence like the Parker's family was able to overlook the laws and get anything they wanted as long as they didn't go too overboard. If they didn't kill Wang Teng openly, everything was fine. This was why they dared to come directly to his residence to snatch the divine flame not long after his ceremony. They had no qualms about it. Wang Teng, hand it over. You have no choice. The furious flaming universe lord smirked. I'm sorry, that's impossible. Don't even think about it. Wang Teng suddenly relaxed. He sat down casually in his chair and glanced at the Parker's family. He was well prepared. He was ready for a life-or-death struggle, hence he had no fear in his heart. With his current space power, there was a chance that he could escape. Revenge was a dish best served cold. He couldn't beat them now, so he had to wait. As long as he was alive, he would take revenge for everything he suffered today. Huh. The flaming Phoenix universe lord sighed. I don't want to fight with a junior like you, but you're really insensitive. Old man, come and attack me. Let's see if I'm a weakling you can control easily. Wang Teng snorted. The flaming Phoenix universe lord turned green in anger when Wang Teng called him an old man. He finally understood why the furious flaming universe lord was so enraged and wanted to initiate a nobility war. This young brat was infuriating. I guess I have to act personally this time. No one can help you. The flaming Phoenix universe lord was about to act. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. The space power in his body churned violently. Ha ha ha, I don't think so. What if I come in? Peals of laughter were heard at this moment. The flaming Phoenix universe lord frowned and looked in the direction of the Cavendish family. The person who spoke was Borla Wang. Teng looked over too. Besides astonishment, one could also see gratitude in his eyes. The Cavendish family didn't owe him any favors, but Borla still stepped out to help him. This was a huge favor from them. The young fellow from the Cavendish family? The flaming Phoenix universe lord said, You're only at the heaven stage. You can't stop me. Borla snorted when the elder called him a young fellow. A powerful aura suddenly exploded from his body. Bang! The force fluctuations around Borla's body rose tremendously. He stepped over the gates of heaven's stage and entered the universe stage. There, his aura continued climbing until he reached the third-level universe stage. Sigh, it's uncomfortable to suppress my ability all the time. Borla let out a long sigh and stretched his back. Everyone was flabbergasted. They were in a daze. Borla was suppressing his ability. He had reached the universe stage. The stimulation was a little too great. The people present needed some time to react. Even Di Chi widened his eyes in shock. He was filled with disbelief. He didn't know that Borla was concealing his cultivation. This fellow. Universe Lord Jijia laughed heartily. To him, Borla was a junior too. Hence, he found it interesting when Borla released his true power and caused frustration and exasperation to the flaming Phoenix Universe Lord and the others. Do you think I can stop you now? Borla looked at the flaming Phoenix Universe Lord and asked, Chapter 1071, Universe Stage Battle. As Borla's voice resounded in the residence, the Parkers felt bitter and embarrassed. The muscles on the flaming Phoenix Universe Lord's face started to tremble. His appearance had stabilized the situation for the Parkers, but Borla's sudden interference caused him to be at a disadvantage. The Parkers' plan was jumbled up. This was infuriating. The furious flaming universe lord felt extremely frustrated. His emotions were like a roller coaster. They had used all their trump cards, but in the end they still couldn't touch that little brat. There was always someone standing up for him. He didn't understand why these Grand Duke families were willing to help a small planetary stage martial warrior who just came to the great Qian Empire and had no foundation. This didn't make sense. Valtero, Sinclamon, and the others felt the same way. They were waiting for their elders to take Wang Teng down so that they could vent their anger. Yet even after 2 universe stage marital warriors appeared, they couldn't touch him. No one spoke out loud, but everyone was conversing through voice transmission. They were astounded, some were gloating. They were laughing at the Parkers for biting a hard and smelly piece of rock. Their teeth probably got cracked from biting too hard. The flaming Phoenix Universe Lord took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "This matter has nothing to do with the Cavendish family. Are you sure you want to interfere?" "That's right, Borla. You really want to go against us for his small baron? The Parkers will not take things lying down if someone ruins our plan. You better be prepared to withstand the Parkers' wrath." The furious flaming universe Lord said with a stern expression. Boom, boom, after he spoke. The two universe stage martial warriors looked at each other and released their universe stage aura. They were using their force of presence to pressure Borla. They wanted him to beat a retreat before the impossible. This was a fight to see whose aura was stronger. The weaker one would be at a disadvantage. Borla's expression changed. With his ability, it was still hard for him to withstand the powerful aura of two universe stage martial warriors. Their combined strength was terrifying, especially when one of them was at the peak of the universe stage. The pressure they gave was immense. A normal universe stage martial warrior might shrink back in the face of such difficulties. After all, they didn't have any background to rely on. However, Borla was different. He had the Cavendish family supporting him. Their foundation was no weaker than the Parkers' family. Hence, he wasn't afraid. He couldn't win against them, but he didn't back down either. Damn it. These two ancient relics are shameless. Borla cursed in his heart. Wang Teng was in the center of these two forces and was withstanding massive pressure. With his ability, staying in the center was akin to a small boat floating on the surface of the ocean. He would capsize at any moment. Wang Teng frowned. The spiritual constellation in his consciousness spun furiously, giving off a shimmering glow that stabilized his body like a pillar holding up the sky so that he wouldn't get crushed by the pressure. The nobles around him also felt the pressure. Many of them turned pale and were unable to withstand it. This was like hell. Duke Situ was a universe stage martial warrior, and the pressure wasn't targeted at him, so he didn't get affected. However, Situ Waner and the other young members of the Situ family were all pale in the face. Large drops of sweat poured down their foreheads, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Duke Situ turned serious. A powerful force of presence swarmed out of his body and surrounded his family members like a shield. Situ Waner and the others could finally breathe properly. Most of the youngsters were in the same state. However, the elders in their families were busy looking after themselves. They didn't have the time and effort to care about them. As a result, the youngsters could only shiver in fear under the overwhelming pressure. Some of them almost cried. Situ Waner, Jiang Chenxi, and Jiang Weisheng glanced at Wang Teng involuntarily. He was in the middle of this battle of aura, but he could withstand their pressures with his own ability. They were amazed. This guy. They felt a little dejected. They had no choice but to admit that Wang Teng was indeed extraordinary. Boom. At this moment, Universe Lord Ji Sha released his powerful aura too. Old brats, are you trying to win in numbers and force him back using your auras? Universe, Lord Ji Xia said with disdain. Borla laughed and released his aura too. The pressure around him climbed higher. He called me uncle. How can I let him be bullied by others? Wang Teng glanced at him gratefully. Borla helped him because he called him uncle. This was even more precious than the Ji family helping him because of his favor. Also, there must be a reason why Borla hid his real strength, yet he revealed it because of him. Mind you, Wang Teng's only interaction with the Cavendish family was through Di Qi, yet they supported him greatly. This wasn't something a normal person could do. The combined aura of Universe Lord Ji Sha and Borla wasn't any weaker than the two flaming Universe Lords. They started a fight of strength. Both sides were at a standstill for some time. No one managed to gain any advantage. All right, since you want to interfere in this matter, we'll have to fight. The flaming Phoenix Universe Lord bellowed as his face turned red. He was infuriated as his anger boiled. Force surged out of his body like gigantic waves. Bang, bang, bang. The flower vases and the decorations in the room shattered from the impact of the force. Flowers and plants were damaged, and broken shards of glass flew everywhere. Great, let a junior like me experience the power of the seniors from the Parkers family. Borla wasn't frightened. He rolled up his sleeves and got ready for a fight. His rough behavior was a huge contrast to his handsome appearance. The force in his body erupted and crashed towards the force of the flaming Phoenix universe, Lord Bang. The two forces collided in midair and set off a terrifying explosion. Boom! The furious flaming universe lord took a step out when he saw this. Force swept through the residence like a tsunami. Ha ha ha! Count me in, Universe Lord Jiazia laughed and joined in. Immense force flowed out from that ancient body. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions were heard all around them. The force collision of 4 universe stage martial warriors was exceptionally terrifying. The space around them started to collapse from the pressure, and pitch-black dimensional rifts appeared. Retreat, the martial warriors around them were appalled. They quickly fell back as far away as they could from the center of the collision. Even a heaven stage martial warrior would be heavily injured if they got sucked into the dimensional rifts. Boom! In the next second, the 4 martial warriors shot into the sky. An intense battle erupted in the pitch-black night sky. Chapter 1072. They looked like a bunch of dogs. Boom, boom, boom in the dark night. Frightening explosions broke the tranquility. The entire Great Qian city was in shock. Several powerful martial warriors rushed out of their residences to check out the situation. They saw 4 extremely dense balls of force in the night sky. They were like 4 huge stars that were constantly colliding against each other, shaking the surrounding space. The power of origin faintly emanated from them. 4 universe stage martial warriors are fighting, someone exclaimed with a tone full of disbelief. What is going on? Why are they suddenly fighting? This is Great Qian City. Who dares to cause trouble here? Oh my God, they are actually using the power of origin. This is insane. Countless astonished voices were heard all around. Exclamations came one after another. In the Baron's residence, everyone was stunned. The 4 universe stage martial warriors started fighting just like that. No one even had the time to react, and they were already up in the sky. Why are they so reckless? Can't everyone just sit down and have a good chat? Most people wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in Great Qian City. No one would have thought that the furious flaming universe lord and the others would actually do it. Wang Teng was also astounded. He knew very well that universe stage martial warriors wouldn't fight unless they had no other choice. At the very most, they would only use their words. However, Borla and the others actually fought. This Wang Teng's eyes were solemn as he looked up into the sky. A fight between universe stage martial warriors had too many implications. It might lead to unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, Wang Teng suddenly felt the warning signs as his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. The hairs on his back stood up and his scalp went numb. Danger! Boom! Without hesitation, Wang Teng used the power of space and punched forward. The imprisoned space suddenly made a screeching sound and loosened. Wang Teng's figure blurred for a while before disappearing from his spot. Swoosh! A figure appeared in the spot where he was previously. It was a grim-looking Valtero. Wang Teng retreated and was full of shock and rage. He didn't expect Valtero and the others to attack him after the 4 universe stage martial warriors had left. However, he didn't have time to think about it as the space around him was imprisoned again. Another figure emerged from behind and tried to grab him. Little bitch, die. Sinclamon's malevolent voice sounded beside his ear. Go away. Wang Teng suddenly turned as though he had eyes on his back. Leaving behind an afterimage, he swung his hand and a peculiar sword glow slashed out. Plop. Sinclamon's face was full of disdain as he sneered and grabbed the sword glow with his hand. Boom. However, in the next moment, Sinclamon's face went stiff in disbelief. He caught the sword glow, but he wasn't able to crush it. Instead, extremely strange energy burst out from the sword glow and slashed against his body. Sinclamon retreated a dozen meters back with a frown. The hand that had caught the sword glow was lowered, and it seemed like it was trembling slightly. Suddenly, a drop of dark red blood fell from his arm. Plop. A long and narrow sword mark appeared on Sinclaman's sturdy arm, and blood spurted out. This all happened in a flash. Not even a minute had passed from the moment Valtero and Sinclaman attacked Wang Teng till the moment Sinclaman was repelled. Everyone regained their senses. They were astounded and stared at Valtero and Sinclaman. Two heaven stage martial warriors were attacking a planetary stage martial warrior, and they even ambushed him. This was really shameless, and the problem was that they failed. Sinclaman was even injured a little. Everyone stared at Wang Teng in astonishment and was unable to think straight. Was he really just a planetary stage martial warrior? Shameless. Despicable. The expressions of the Grand Masters of the Secondary Career Alliance changed, and they shouted in rage. Duke, Situ, and some other nobles stood up abruptly. They were shocked by the behavior of the Parkers family. They felt that the Parkers were embarrassing the nobles. "Valtero, this is too much," Duke Situ lambasted. Valtero and Sinclaman didn't utter a word, and their faces turned gloomy. Exchanging glances with each other, they threw themselves at Wang Teng again despite the crowd's disapproval. "You dare to ruin my business." A loud roar came from the skies, and Lan finally rushed over. His 1,000 armaments vessel turned into a streak of icy cold light and rushed toward Sinclaman while he personally clashed with Valtero. "Boom, boom, boom, move!" Valtero roared, and terrifying flames condensed in his fists. He then threw out punches in a bid to repel Lan. There was not much time. He only wanted to catch Wang Teng and not get stuck with someone else. However, Lan wouldn't let him do whatever he wanted and bogged him down. He was at the peak of his strength as he faced two heaven stage martial warriors all by himself. Valtero was very powerful, and his body was wrapped in flames. The surroundings turned into a domain of flames, pulling Lan in. It was chaotic. There were 4 universe stage martial warriors fighting in the sky, while 3 heaven stage martial warriors were fighting to the death here. The surroundings had turned into a pandemonium. Wang Teng was expressionless, but he was just suppressing the endless rage in his heart. He was staring intently with a chill in his eyes. The Parkers family. "One day I, Wang Teng, will make you pay for what happened today." He clenched his fists tightly, and his knuckles were turning white. Enough. Suddenly, a calm voice resounded. At the same time, Wang Teng realized that the surrounding space seemed to slow down and freeze gradually, as if there was a force trying to lock the world. The fight between the 3 heaven stage martial warriors was stopped, not because they didn't want to fight, but because the domain was destroyed out of the blue and they were thrown out of it. Their faces were full of astonishment. Even the battle between the 4 universe stage martial warriors couldn't continue. Their force attacks vanished into space as if they had been grabbed by an invisible hand and squashed. There was no sign of any damage. The faces of the 4 universe stage martial warriors twitched as they bowed in the direction of the Great Qian Palace. Gathering a crowd and fighting, disregarding the laws of the Empire. "You guys are very capable." The voice came from space. "I wouldn't dare, the furious flaming universe." Lord replied frantically, "Go back to sleep if that's the case. The Parkers family will be fined 30% of the resources, and the Cavendish and G families will be fined 10% each." "Are you dissatisfied?" "No," the 4 said quickly. "All right, if that's the case, disperse." The voice then paused for a while. "By the way, the matters of the young ones will be settled by them. You old people shouldn't be shameless and interfere. If word gets out, you will be a laughingstock." Yes, the furious Flaming Universe Lord and the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord's mouths twitched. They were aggrieved, but they could only nod helplessly. There was dead silence. The voice didn't sound again, as if it had never appeared to begin with. "Furious Flame, Flaming Phoenix, you tried to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice." Ji Sha laughed heartily. Borlo was also gloating as he looked at them. Furious Flaming Universe Lord and Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord both looked gloomy and snorted before leaving. Valtero and Sinclamones had dark and gloomy expressions. They looked like bruised fruits. "Wang Teng, you're lucky today." Valteru said with a cold voice. "The two divine flames shall be yours for the time being. We will get them sooner or later," Sinclamen declared. "Scram," Wang Teng shouted coldly. Let's go." Valteru and Sinclamen were furious and full of hate, but when they thought of the voice just now, they couldn't say anything else. They then brought the other members of the Parkers family and left the barren residence. Everyone looked at them, leaving with complicated expressions. The strong and domineering Parkers family had suffered such a big loss in the hands of a baron today. It was truly unexpected. "They look like a bunch of dogs," Wang Teng suddenly exclaimed. "Everyone?" Chapter 1073, Do or Die. Valteru and the others hadn't gone far. They turned around abruptly when they heard Wang Teng's words. "Wang Teng!" Valteru glared at him. The other members of the Parkers family eyed him furiously, too. They looked as if they wanted to skin him alive. Wang Teng wasn't afraid of offending the Parkers family, especially after the Imperial family had interfered. He continued cursing. "What are you looking at? Dogs like you will bite any bones you see. Will you eat shit if you see it? A Grand Duke family? You're just shameless scumbugs. Do you really think you're something? Come on, I'm not moving. Attack me if you have the guts to do so." There was dead silence. Everyone stared at Wang Teng with a complicated expression. They were filled with astonishment and confusion. At the same time, they admired him. Impressive, amazing. He dared to call the Parkers family dogs and cursed them. Wang Teng was definitely one of a kind. Bite any bones they saw. Would they eat shit if they saw it? Look at what he said. No one found his vulgarities crude and coarse. Instead, they felt a little refreshed. The Parkers family always used their Grand Duke status to abuse their power. They never looked the small nobles straight in the eye. Many noble families were their victims. Today, Wang Teng vented their frustrations, especially after seeing the Parkers family's furious but helpless expression. They felt invigorated, like downing a bottle of ice-cold Coke in summer. The youngsters were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Wang Teng dared to curse the Parkers family. Even the always composed Situ Wanner widened her beautiful eyes. Borla floated down from the sky and burst out laughing. He didn't care about the Parkers family's feelings at all. Universe Lord Jixia didn't mock the Parkers family openly, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face either. He gave Wang Teng a look of approval, as if telling him that his curses were amazing. Many people felt the same way. Although they didn't laugh, they were all gloating in their hearts. "Little brat, you're looking for death." Valteru and Sinclamen almost went crazy. They started screaming in anger. If the Imperial family member hadn't opened his mouth, they might have killed Wang Teng without caring about the consequences, but they didn't dare to. The Imperial family had spoken. Who dared to resist? Even the Grand Duke families would be exterminated if they provoked the Imperial family. That would be the end of them. This was the first time the Parkers family felt helpless and frustrated ever since their rise to fame. They didn't understand why the high and mighty Imperial family member would speak up for Wang Teng. Their faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot as these questions spun in their minds. Flames of anger were shooting out of their eyes. If looks could kill, Wang Teng would have died multiple times. "You're right. I'm looking for death. From now on, either I die or your family dies. Do or die." Wang Teng's gaze was cold and sharp. His voice gave off a bone-penetrating chill. Everyone's expression changed. Even Borla and Universe Lord Jixia were appalled. His voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to come right from hell. It was like the whisper of an evil spirit seeking revenge from the living. Everyone could hear Wang Teng's determination. Besides resolve, they also detected a hint of madness. Do or die. He was sending a life-or-death challenge letter to the Parkers family. He was challenging the entire Parkers family alone. How crazy was he? An ant trying to destroy a big tree. Everyone was dumbfounded. No words could describe their emotions now. The Parkers family members were shocked, too. Waves of astonishment crashed into their hearts. This bastard, how dare he? They didn't think that Wang Teng had the ability to topple their powerful family, but when they heard his eerie voice, they felt a chill running up their spine. No one knew what to say. Wang Teng smiled. So try your best to kill me. If you don't, I'll wipe all traces of the Parkers family in the universe. His smile was calm but hideous. Since there was no room for discussion, he didn't mind going to the extreme. Many younger generations of the Parkers family took a step back. They were frightened by Wang Teng. Andres was standing among the Parkers group too. He trembled unconsciously when he saw Wang Teng's expression. The hair stood up on his back. He felt as if he was targeted by a dangerous predator. Although Wang Teng wasn't eyeing him, he still felt this way for some reason. A nobody like you won't be able to do anything. The flaming Phoenix Universe Lord's contemptuous snort broke the atmosphere. Wang Teng didn't say much. All the coldness on his face disappeared, and he resumed his composure. He said indifferently, "Get out of my residence in the future. Dogs and the Parkers family will not be allowed to enter here. Annie, remember to put a sign on the entrance." The Parkers family members' expressions turned distorted. They were greatly humiliated, but they couldn't kill the other party. It was infuriating. Oh, Annie couldn't retain her composure and stood there in a daze. The series of events that occurred frightened her until she lost her words. She shrunk in a corner with the rest of the servants after hearing Wang Teng's command. She nodded hurriedly before she managed to regain her senses. Remember your words. The Parkers family will let you know what regret is." The flaming Phoenix Universe Lord floated over again. His voice echoed in the air, along with his roaring anger. Wang Teng ignored him and just stood there calmly. He shifted his gaze away from the Parkers family, afraid of dirtying his eyes. Valtero and the others glared at Wang Teng one more time before leaving, for real. This place gave them a taste of humiliation and frustration. They didn't want to stay any longer. After the Parkers family left, the atmosphere finally relaxed a little. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "Everyone, I'm really sorry that you had to experience all that today." Wang Teng glanced around him and said apologetically, "You're too polite. You didn't wish for this to happen either." "That's right. Please don't take it to heart, Baron Wang Teng. You need to tidy up your residence? We won't stay here and disturb you. We'll make a move first." "That's right. We'll leave first. Let's gather again another day." Everyone got up and left. They felt complicated. Some sympathized with him, others felt pity for him. Some respected him, some kept their distance, and some treated him with disdain. Baron Wang Teng will be leaving too. Zhang Hanfeng and the other members of the Zhang family walked over and bid farewell to Wang Teng. They seemed a little distant. Zhang Chenxi and Zhang Weixing stared at Wang Teng from the back with complex expressions, but they didn't say anything. Wang Teng knew what they were thinking. The Zhang family didn't want to be part of his conflict with the Parkers family. They came to the banquet today because they saw Wang Teng's high potential and wanted to pull him to their side. But he offended the Parkers family and even sent them a letter of challenge. He was overestimating himself and tempting fate. They gave up the thought of recruiting him after knowing that he was someone who didn't know his limits. Wang Teng didn't mind. He didn't think that the Zhang family would help him to resist the Parkers family. Since he had no hope, he didn't feel any disappointment or resentment. He kept quiet and sent the Zhang family personally to the entrance. "Baron Wang Teng, you surprised me with your courage." Duke Situ walked over with Situ Wan. He laughed as he spoke. "Duke Situ, you're overpraising me. I was just forced to do that," Wang Teng replied with a bitter smile. "Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter if you were forced or not, you're the only person who has ever done such a thing," Duke Situ chuckled. Wang Teng shook his head. "All right, you have many things to settle, so I won't disturb you. You youngsters can interact more in the future," Duke Situ continued. Situ Wan looked at Wang Teng with her beautiful eyes and nodded at him. Honestly, what happened today gave this arrogant young lady a huge boost. Wang Teng left a deep impression on her mind. Whether it was his own ability or his triple-field Grandmaster identity, he showed how extraordinary he was. Hence, she didn't mind befriending him. Wang Teng sent them off. He was a little surprised by Duke Situ's attitude. He didn't think that they would still be willing to make friends with him after everything that had happened. Grandmaster Wang Teng, Grandmaster Alfred, and the other Grandmasters walked over. "Thank you for helping today," Wang Teng said gratefully. "You're the triple-field Grandmaster of the Secondary Career Alliance? We won't allow others to bully you. However, we do apologize that we couldn't offer much help." Grandmaster Alfred and the other Grandmasters felt a little apologetic as they spoke. "Please don't say that. What y'all did is enough. The Parkers family is just too crazy. It's not your fault." Wang Teng shook his head. "I didn't know that you were a triple-field Grandmaster." Borla walked over with Di Chi. He sounded quite surprised. "Ha ha ha ha. Grandmaster Wang Teng saved my life with his 9-essence soul-congealing pill." Universe Lord Ji Xia smiled. "Oh, so this is how y'all met. No wonder you're willing to help him." Borla was enlightened. "No matter what the reason is, I'm extremely grateful for your help." Wang Teng cupped his fists and thanked the two martial warriors sincerely. "No problem. You're Di Chi's friend, and you called me uncle. If I let others bully you, I won't be able to hold my head up anymore." Borla waved his hands and replied nonchalantly, "You saved my life. All I did was help you. It's nothing." Universe Lord Jia waved his hands too. "If you ever need me in the future, please find me. I will do my best to repay your kindness," Wang Teng said. Chapter now 7-4, The Good News Among the Bad News. Wang Teng casually chatted with them. Borla put on a mysterious expression and asked, "Wang Teng, do you know who stopped us just now?" "I think it's Grand Duke Chongshan, right?" Wang Teng replied. "Huh? You could tell?" Borla was surprised. The other party's voice traveled through space, and he spoke in a stern and domineering tone. It was different from the Grand Duke's voice he heard that day. It's just my guess. Wang Teng recalled the day he met Grand Duke Chongshan. "Anyway, I'm surprised that he's willing to stand up for you." Universe Lord Ji Xia stroked his beard and said, "Isn't it because the commotion was too huge?" Wang Teng was puzzled. He detected the meaning behind their words. No matter how big a commotion, the imperial family will not interfere in such small matters. Universe Lord Ji Xia replied. "Small matters," Wang Teng was shocked. "Do you think you can gain the Empire's protection after becoming a baron?" Borla asked with a smile. "I used to think so." Wang Teng shook his head. "But now, to other small factions or low-tier civilizations, a baron of the Empire is a powerful character and the Parkers family is a formidable faction. But to the imperial family, you're nothing." "They won't bother about you," Borla explained. "You're just like two children fighting." Universe Lord Jisia added, "Of course the killing of nobles isn't allowed in the Empire. The Parkers family will have to pay a huge price if they break this rule." "So this is the Empire," Wang Teng muttered to himself. "Wang Teng, you need to understand that the universe is huge and it's ruthless. Only your own power can protect you. You will only be able to roam around freely and do whatever you want if you're strong enough, Universe," Lord Jisia said in an earnest tone. Wang Teng nodded. His thoughts started to float away. He understood the principle, but he had just come to this empire, so there were many things he couldn't do. Even if he was a bug, he couldn't jump levels and catch up with a formidable faction like the Parkers in a few days. Truthfully, if it wasn't for Earth, he wouldn't have rushed to the great Qian Empire. That way, he wouldn't harm the interest of the Parkers and their representatives. Tao Hong, too, was just a piece of chess under them. But since he touched the chess piece, he would have to face the Parkers. This was something he never expected when he came. "That's why we're surprised that Grand Duke Chongshan appeared," Universe Lord Ji Sha said. "I don't know either." Wang Teng shook his head and replied. Universe Lord Ji Sha and Borla exchanged glances with each other. They stopped probing since Wang Teng honestly didn't know the reason. "The imperial family has spoken. So those old fellows from the Parkers family won't find you again as long as you're in the Empire. You don't have to worry too much. Borla patted his shoulder and consoled him. They might try to harm you in secret, though. The Imperial family won't be able to say anything if they're not discovered. Universe Lord G. Saya said, then Borla, Universe Lord G. Saya, and the Grand Masters from the Secondary Career Alliance left. The Baron residence finally resumed its peace and quiet. However, the courtyard was a mess. Everything was badly damaged. Wang Teng scanned his surroundings with a sharp gaze. No emotions could be seen on his face. Annie and the other servants walked over and stood quietly behind him. They didn't dare to disturb him. They felt that their master was extremely scary. Violent undercurrents seemed to be surging under that calm face. The Divine Spirit Master Bertha led the guards over and stood some distance away from Wang Teng. She looked at his back with mixed emotions. She couldn't calm down even after a long time. What happened today gave them a huge stimulation. The threat of the Parkers family, the help from the other Grand Dukes, the Triple Field Grand Master title, the appearance of the Imperial family. They couldn't believe that all these things had happened to one guy. Hence, they finally knew that their master was an extraordinary presence. "Tidy the place," Wang Teng said calmly. "Yes," Annie bowed. Wang Teng didn't speak again. He turned and returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he closed his eyes. Round Ball appeared and said, "Wang Teng, why don't we run away? You can run away if you want. I still have to fight against them." Wang Teng replied without opening his eyes. "But that's a Grand Duke family. You offended them and said that you will exterminate them. They definitely hate you to the core. How can you beat them?" "Why don't we run away?" Round Ball said, agitatedly. "I'm not afraid of death," Wang Teng replied. "You sigh I shouldn't have persuaded you to come to the great Qian Empire." Round Ball was filled with regret. Wang Teng ignored it. He was focusing on his attributes panel. Many attribute bubbles had dropped during the battle between the Universe Stage and Heaven Stage martial warriors. Wang Teng picked them up silently after his guests left. These were attribute bubbles dropped by powerful figures. Wang Teng was filled with anticipation. Constellation Force Fire 5,000. Constellation Force Fire 6,000. Origin of Flame 200. Furious Scorching Beast 100. Constellation Force Fire 8,000. Constellation Force Fire 7,000. Origin of Flame 300. Star Phoenix Flame 150. Dragon Blood Battle Physique 200. Constellation Force Lightning 13 5,000. Origin of Metal 250. Constellation Force Wind 11 8,000. Origin of Wind 200. Chapter 1075. The Good News Among the Bad News 2. Constellation Force Fire 3,000. Constellation Force Fire 2,000. Ocean Whale Flame 300. Ocean Whale Flame 400. Blazing Domain 200. Blazing Domain 150. Constellation Force Metal 4,000. Metal Domain 25,000. Celestial Realm Spirit 800. One by one, the attribute bubbles were absorbed by Wang Teng. His body kept shaking, his mind cleared up, and he was ecstatic. Good Lord, there was a lot of good stuff. There were a total of 31,000 points of Constellation Fire Force, 17,500 points of Constellation Metal Force, and 11,800 points of Constellation Wind Force. With the influx of Constellation Force, his fire, metal, and wind elements advanced greatly. Wang Teng's body suddenly shook. His Constellation Metal Force had already reached its peak, and it was about to advance to the next stage. Now, massive amounts of Constellation Metal Force circulated in his body, spreading and flowing through his limbs and bones. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He immediately followed the steps that he took when he was advancing his Constellation Fire Force. He perfected the Celestial Stage Celestial Metal Scripture first. Just like that, he consumed 20,000 blank attributes. However, he didn't feel sorry at all. He continued to focus on controlling the circulation of metal force in his body before sending it into his sea of nihility. Amid a tremor, A golden bridge condensed by constellation metal force slowly emerged. Boom. All the metal force surged above the sea of nihility and merged into the constellation. Hum. The constellation metal force began to shake violently. It then rushed out toward the center. Boom. Along with a loud noise, a terrifying wave of force swept out. The collision of the constellations formed a golden vortex. Countless golden crystals decorated it, presenting a dazzling scene. It was like one was looking at the countless stars in the universe. This scene was similar to when he was advancing his constellation fire force. Wang Teng was familiar with what was happening. He then focused on the vortex, only to see it collapsing inwards and slowly converging at one point. Another transformation had started. Time passed. No one knew how long it took. The golden vortex had disappeared, turning into a golden sphere. It was several times larger than the 9 constellations. It seemed like it was entirely made of golden crystals. Celestial stage. Wang Teng's metal force had reached the celestial stage. There was a strong force of life that gushed out from the constellation force. It then merged into Wang Teng's limbs and bones. His body was once again subjected to a transformation from a planetary stage body to a celestial stage body. Be it bones, blood, muscles, or his cells, they were all undergoing a transformation. However, he had already transformed once. This was just a process of strengthening his body. With this, his body would be twice as strong as an ordinary celestial stage martial warrior, or maybe even stronger. This was because his force was obtained from the system and was extremely pure. It was way above what ordinary martial warriors could obtain. The process of advancement seemed slow, but in reality, it was incredibly fast. It was done in just a short while. Huff! Wang Teng exhaled slowly and opened his eyes. A dazzling golden light flashed in his pupils. "You advanced?" Round Ball was startled. "That's right," Wang Teng nodded. "Were you angered by the Parker's family to the point that you advanced?" Round Ball said with a weird expression. "Go away." Wang Teng grunted angrily and closed his eyes once again. He then looked at the attributes panel. Constellation Metal Force, 8,500, 10,000. Celestial Stage, 7th level. Constellation Wind Force, 3,840, 7,000. Celestial Stage, 7th level. Constellation Fire Force and Constellation Wind Fire Force didn't advance, but they improved greatly. As he continued looking down, he was surprised. 500 points of origin of flame. 250 points of origin of metal. 200 points of origin of wind. 3 powers of origin. He actually managed to obtain 3 powers of origin. It was unbelievable. Only universe stage martial warriors could master powers of origin, but now Wang Teng obtained 3 of them. He tried to understand the powers of origin and felt like he was in a world of fire, metal, and wind. There was nothing around. Only these 3 pure sources of power. They weren't flames, metal, or wind. They were just the most basic source of power, the very beginning of these powers. 3 balls of powers of origin finally became still and stopped. Wang Teng felt that he could use them in his attacks. The resulting power would be extraordinary. He took a deep breath and continued looking. Furious Scorching Beast, Star Phoenix Flame, Ocean Whale Flame, 3 strange flames. After getting these 3 flames, he knew that they were beast flames. They had peculiar powers and were different from ordinary flames. These 3 flames were from the Parker's family. The Ocean Whale Flame was from Valteru and Synclaman, which Wang Teng had already obtained. The Star Phoenix Flame came from the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord, while the Scorching Beast Flame was from the Furious Flaming Universe Lord. Although the 3 flames were not as powerful as divine flames, Wang Teng still welcomed them. It was funny how the Parkers wanted to snatch his divine flames, but didn't know that their flames were all obtained by him. He even had their special physique, Dragon Blood Battle Physique. As the Dragon Blood Battle Physique attribute bubbles merged into his body, a surge of heat spread in his limbs, causing his body to undergo interesting changes. Wang Teng felt that he was about to become a giant fire behemoth, possessing the ability to control all kinds of flames. It was a blazing giant dragon. The ability was different from his usual use of flames. It was able to integrate the power of flames into his body and strengthen it. The stronger the flames, the stronger the dragon blood battle physique. No wonder the Parkers wanted his divine flames so badly. If beast flames could bring out multiple times the power of dragon blood battle physique, then a divine flame would be able to bring out at least a dozen times more power. They couldn't be compared. At the same time, this dragon blood battle physique could control different flames concurrently. The more flames, the stronger it was as well. This was a great thing for Wang Teng. He had many flames, a total of 7 different flames, 4 divine flames and 3 beast flames that he had just obtained. If he used them all at the same time, how powerful would this dragon blood battle physique be? The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to try and test it. It was a pity. Dragon blood battle physique, 200's quest 10,000, first rank. He had just obtained dragon blood battle physique, and there were very few attributes. The physique was not extremely weak, but he wouldn't be able to unleash its full potential. As for the Parkers family, there were very few people who could control more than 2 different flames. They had a special method of absorbing flames, but it was only limited to 1 flame. The difficulty would be multiplied when it came to the second flame, and it was almost impossible for them to succeed. If they were not careful, they would be consumed instead. Wang Teng sneered in his heart. If the Parkers family knew that he had acquired the dragon blood battle physique that they were so proud of, they would vomit liters of blood on the spot. Besides that, Wang Teng also obtained 2 domains: blazing domain, metal domain. Wang Teng had previously acquired the Tempest domain. Now, he obtained the blazing domain and metal domain. He was just a celestial stage martial warrior, yet he possessed 3 domains. No one would believe it if word got out. The blazing domain was Valtaru and Sinclamon's ability. They dropped 350 attribute points. Metal domain was in lands. There were 250 points of that. Blazing domain, 350 100,000, first rank, 35 meters. Wang Teng nodded and looked at the celestial realm stats. And Lan was, after all, a Cosmos Stage Divine Spirit Master. He dropped a total of 800 points of Celestial Realm Spirit, which greatly improved Wang Teng's spirit. After taking a look at his loot, Wang Teng realized that he had gained a lot. This was good news amongst the other bad ones. Chapter 1076, The Decision of the Olant Federation, 1. The feud between Wang Teng and the Parkers family spread throughout the city like wildfire even before the day ended. Many people couldn't understand his actions. They felt fearful. Discussions were abundant in all corners of the city. Is Baron Wang Teng crazy? What a joke. How dare a baron challenge the Parkers? I must ask my descendants to stay away from Baron Wang Teng in case they offend the Parkers. Wang Teng is tempting fate. The Parkers family is not a faction he can deal with. I don't think he can live for long. The Parkers will not allow someone who dares to challenge them to live. He's dead. But I have to admit that Baron Wang Teng has got some balls. If he can overcome this ordeal, his future accomplishments will be immeasurable. Everyone had their own view. But overall, most people thought that Wang Teng would win and mocked him secretly. Only a small portion found him extraordinary. If he could rise even in this dangerous situation, he would become a greater and more powerful presence than the Parkers family in the future. This was exceptionally high praise. But there weren't many people who thought this way. Over the next few days, many people came to check the situation in the Baron residence, only to realize that there were only unimportant servants left there. Their master had disappeared without a trace. Many people wondered if Wang Teng had secretly run away due to fright. A pitch-black universe spacecraft was traveling at high speed. Everywhere was dark. They had entered the boundless space. This was the universe-level spacecraft left behind by the Flaming River Universe. Lord Wang Teng gave the QY-E63 spacecraft to Hardy so that he could fly to Earth first. Thus, Wang Teng could only use the universe-level spacecraft left behind by the Flaming River Universe Lord now. Also, the speed of this universe-level spacecraft was much higher than the QYE-63 spacecraft. Wang Teng was in a hurry to get back to Earth, so this spacecraft was the best choice. He didn't care if he would catch the attention of other formidable warriors. He was already facing many troubles. He didn't mind adding one more. "Roundball, where are we?" Wang Teng opened his eyes and asked. Roundball waved its hand, and the outdoor simulation mode of the spacecraft was activated immediately. "We are 30,000 light-years away from the Great Qian planet." Roundball looked at the star chart and replied, "What about Bertha?" Wang Teng nodded. He had brought half the guards with him for this trip, only leaving 20 in the residence. The barren residence was located on the Great Qian planet. The Parkers family wouldn't dare to cause trouble there since the Imperial family had spoken. Hence, Wang Teng wasn't worried. They're in the training room. Roundball smiled and changed the image displayed to the scene inside the training room. Bertha was training the other celestial stage martial warriors. The team had only been formed a few days ago, but they were already well-disciplined and had great teamwork. Bertha did well. Wang Teng was surprised. I think she has relevant experience in the past. This fairy divine spirit master isn't an ordinary cosmos stage martial warrior. Roundball touched its chin and guessed. Wang Teng nodded in deep thought. "You're really lucky," Roundball said, "that Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior is willing to continue helping you. I mean, you've offended the Parkers. Do you think everyone is as timid as you?" Wang Teng glanced at it in contempt. "Me? Timid?" Roundball pointed at itself. Its eyes widened in anger. "How am I timid? Explain yourself," Wang Teng sniggered. "This is infuriating. You don't seem to understand the severity of the issue. Am I timid? I'm just worried about your life. You don't understand my concerns?" Roundball was furious. "All right, I'm not going to argue with you. Things have already happened, so it's useless to say anything now." Wang Teng waved his hand. Sigh. Roundball was stunned for a moment. Then it lowered its head like a deflated balloon and sighed dejectedly. "Instead of complaining, why don't we think about how to deal with the Parkers' revenge?" Wang Teng said. "What plans can there be? Hide while you can find a good spot after you settle the matters on Earth and cultivate properly. Work hard to gain the strength to challenge them. The universe is huge. The Parkers family's influence might not be able to reach every part of it," Roundball said. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. However, he had to admit that this was the best plan. What could you do if you couldn't win? Stay low. Wang Teng shook his head and closed his eyes. Roundball continued to pilot the spacecraft. The spacecraft rushed forward at high speed, flying towards Earth without stopping. Olent Federation, the Olent planet. As the capital, the Olent planet was the most prosperous place in the Olent Federation. Its economy, technology, and culture had reached an astonishing level. It had a huge population, and there were many powerful martial warriors here. The majority of the powerful martial warriors and factions were gathered on this planet. Based on the development of this planet, the Olent Federation did have the right to be called a universe civilization. Even though it was only a low-tier civilization, it was still a universe civilization. It held some sway in the universe. Chapter 1077. The Decision of the Olent Federation. 2. In Comparison. Earth was an inconspicuous piece of gravel in the ocean. At this moment, there was a meeting going on in the middle of a big city in Olent Federation. The city was called Saint Star City, which was where Saint Star Pagoda, the largest academy in Olent Federation, was located. It could be said that the entire city was owned by Saint Star Pagoda. That was why it was named after it. Saint Star Pagoda had an extraordinary status in the Olent Federation. It had groomed numerous formidable warriors of various fields for the Federation. There was no force that could threaten the Saint Star Pagoda in the Olent Federation. Even the higher authorities were cautious of them in the meeting room. The virtual network was connected. Powerful figures appeared on both sides of a long table. These figures represented various races. Some had fine scales on their faces, while some looked like ordinary humans. There were people from the fairy race, orc race, etc., The atmosphere was tense. No one was speaking as if they were afraid of something. But it didn't take long before someone shouted, "How will this matter be resolved? Come up with a solution. No one even knows if Kathu of the Blood Moon race is dead or alive. Are you all just going to let me wait like this?" This was a ferocious-looking, sturdy, middle-aged man with a blood-red mutated beast totem on his upper body. If Wang Teng were here, he would be able to tell that this person was from the same race as the alien candidate who came to Earth for the trial. They were from the elite Blood Moon race from Olant Federation's Crimson Moon galaxy. Manka, it's not just the Blood Moon race that is in this predicament. The other races do not know the status of our talents either, another man with short stature and fine scales on his face said. That's why we shouldn't hesitate anymore. We should just head to Earth and demand an explanation, Manka suggested. It's easy for you to say. Cloet said that the martial warrior from Earth has gone to the Great Qian Empire and might have even obtained their protection. Do you dare to demand for someone from the Great Qian Empire? A golden-haired man said. This sigh. Manka was speechless and aggrieved. He could only sigh helplessly. Cloet, the majestic old man with gray robes, was at the meeting as well. He opened his eyes and looked in a direction. Lady Qinglun, during the previous trial, only Biluo from the Emerald Abyss Galaxy returned, and she even brought someone from Earth with her. You have to give us an explanation. Everyone's gaze landed on the same seats. There were two people sitting over there, a green-haired lady in her 30s and a young woman with long, green, curly hair. Cloet's gaze stayed on the young woman for a while, which seemed particularly meaningful. This young woman was Biluo, who had survived Earth. Qinglun frowned and said, I have already given an explanation. Biluo only cooperated with that Earthling once and didn't become an enemy of his. This was why he allowed Biluo to leave. It's reasonable to cooperate with the natives during the trials. If you want to find faults, then the Emerald Abyss Galaxy won't be easily bullied. Everyone frowned. Their descendants were now in the hands of that Earthling, and only Biluo came back without a scratch. They found it unfair. But Qinglun made sense. They couldn't possibly blame Biluo. Moreover, the Emerald Abyss Galaxy was as powerful as them, and it wasn't that easy to deal with them. If they didn't let go of this matter, it won't do anyone good. We can take Biluo's matter as it is, but you have to hand over the Earthling that she brought back. Cloet had no intentions to deal with Biluo and put up his next demand. Impossible. That child possesses the rare light physique and has been taken in by me. I can't hand her over to you. Qinglun refused without hesitation. Lady Qinglun, you have to think carefully. We require an explanation, Cloet said coldly with a grim expression. That's right, Qinglun. Hand her over. The scaled man echoed, the others spoke in succession and agreed with the decision. They weren't fond of Earthlings. Now that they had no leads, they could only go for the person that Biluo brought back. It was Alais. Biluo sat beside Qinglun and was clenching her fists and teeth tightly. She brought Alais back. If anything happened to her, she would feel guilty. Moreover, Alais and Wang Teng had a close relationship. If he came back and saw that something had happened to her, what would he think? She wanted to say something, but it wasn't her place to speak. She was filled with helplessness. This matter is not negotiable. I'll not hand her over to you. If you have the guts, you might as well send an army to Earth, Qinglun said solemnly. Biluo heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she heard what followed next, she was startled and went pale. Send an army to Earth. This was not a small matter. She didn't think that her mother would suggest something like this. If they really sent an army to Earth, things would get out of hand. Earth would definitely not be able to defend against the Olant Federation. By then, it would become hell for humans, and they would not be spared. If this had happened in the past, she wouldn't have bothered about an underdeveloped planet. She wouldn't even care. However, Earth was Wang Teng's home. If they touched Earth, they would have a deadly feud with him. With her understanding of him, he wouldn't just let it go like this. and Wang Teng, who had inherited the title of a baron, had the ability to do so. Although he was just a baron, he was a baron from a high-tier civilization. He should not be underestimated. If he returned, he might have the ability to overturn the Olent Federation. Biluo didn't want anything like that to happen. Clote's face darkened slightly. He wanted to send an army to Earth as well, but he was afraid and didn't want to go that far. Qing Lun's words forced him into a corner, making him embarrassed. The meeting fell into an eerie silence. No one could make a choice when it came to sending an army, with their strength dealing with a planet without planetary stage martial warriors was a piece of cake. The problem lay with Wang Teng, who had gone to the Great Qian Empire. They didn't dare to act rashly without any definite news. "Let's send an army." Just at this moment, an old man spoke. He was the president of St. Star Pagoda, one of the 3 heaven stage martial warriors of the Olent Federation. President Sheng Luo. Everyone turned pale in shock when they heard the words. They looked at the old man in astonishment. Even Qing Lun, who gave the suggestion, was speechless. Her mouth was wide open, and her heart was in shock. The dignity of the St. Star Pagoda shall not be violated. If the one who killed our instructors is not removed, no one would be convinced by St. Star Pagoda, President Sheng Luo said calmly. But no buts. This decision was jointly made by the 3 of us. The Federation's dignity shall be protected. President Sheng Luo said. Everyone stopped talking. The prestige of the Federation had to be protected. No one could refute that. Not to mention the decision was jointly made by the 3 heaven stage martial warriors. They couldn't possibly reject them in the Olent Federation. The 3 heaven stage martial warriors were like their guardians. Without them, there would be no Olent Federation. No one could deny their decision. If there are no questions, go back and prepare. We will take down Earth. President Sheng Luo's voice was extremely calm. He slowly disappeared after speaking. Everyone was silent for a moment before leaving, each with their own thoughts. Chapter 1078, The Dawn of Danger. Many days later, in the training room of the Universe-level spacecraft, 2 figures flashed around the room quickly, colliding occasionally and giving off a loud explosion. Force waves swept through the place. Powerful attacks landed on the walls and ground, igniting sparks that ricocheted off. No marks were left behind. A Universe-level spacecraft could resist the attack of a Universe-stage martial warrior, so its defense ability was definitely strong. The training room had other special defense measures too. The attacks of these 2 people couldn't even damage the shield, let alone hurt the body of the spacecraft. Actually, even if marks were left behind, the metal would mend the wounds quickly based on its memory as long as it wasn't a destructive attack. Boom! The 2 parties finally retreated and stopped more than 10 meters away from each other after a collision. Again, Wang Teng panted slightly and shouted. He charged forward again. While he was still halfway through, emerald-glazed flame surged out of his body and engulfed him. Is he planning to use his divine flame? This isn't right. And Lan, who was fighting with him, pondered to himself. Wang Teng didn't use the flame as an attacking move. Instead, he sucked it back into his body using an unknown method. Well, he didn't exactly suck it back. The divine flame merged with his body. Flame patterns appeared on his skin like runes, making him look mysterious and uniquely beautiful. What's this? And Lan frowned. He was surprised. Be careful, Wang Teng warned in a soft voice. Boom! In the next instant, powerful energy shot out from his body while his aura climbed continuously. He seemed to have turned into a frightening giant flame beast as he hurled himself forward. Interesting? And Lan smiled. He was extremely interested. Wang Teng wouldn't be able to beat him. However, the young man's current state made him extremely interested in him. Boom! Wang Teng appeared in front of An Lan in an instant. There were flames burning around his fists as he smashed them out. In the blink of an eye, both of them clashed again. This time, the collision was more violent than before. Both parties went back and forth countless times, flashing through the training room until only lingering shadows could be seen. Scorching heat erupted from the center of their collision, raising the temperature numerous times. Bertha and the other celestial stage martial warriors were dumbfounded. Wang Teng's ability was only at the celestial stage. Bertha had learned this recently. She always thought that he was at the planetary stage. Despite the difference in their ability, Wang Teng could still have an intense battle with the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior. It was unbelievable. Although the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior didn't use all his power, Wang Teng's ability couldn't be compared with a normal celestial stage martial warrior. His strength was enough to threaten a cosmos stage martial warrior. Bertha turned serious. She felt that she might not be able to defeat Wang Teng easily if she fought with him. She might even lose to him if she made a mistake. After some time, they separated, and Wang Teng suddenly pointed in front. A beam of golden light appeared, cutting through the air and causing a sonic boom. And Lan's gaze turned sharp. A beam of black light shot out from his hand and turned into a flying dagger. It crashed into the beam of golden light. Clang! A clear metallic tremor was heard. The black and golden beams of light separated and clashed in the air. Divine Spirit Master. Bertha took a deep breath. Her mouth parted slightly, and she was shocked. Master is a Divine Spirit Master, too. Suddenly, she felt that her chances of success were getting lower. What kind of pervert was he? One shouldn't compare sometimes. She was already quite powerful. She could beat all other martial warriors at her level, but upon seeing Wang Teng, she started doubting her strength. I'm not fighting anymore. Half an hour later, Wang Teng stopped. He kept his golden crescent blade and waved his hands at Lan. Lan kept the 1,000 armaments vessel. He stared at Wang Teng strangely and said, I only realized your strength after fighting with you. You have gotten stronger since Flaming River World. I did make some improvements. Wang Teng nodded, not denying it. However, he felt a little regretful. But I'm still too weak. Everyone was speechless. Especially Bertha. She felt that she was being humiliated. If he was weak, what was she? She felt sad for some reason. You must be stimulated. And Lan chuckled and nudged him. Wang Teng, you just stabbed my heart. Do you know that you don't have to expose some things? Don't give up. Your enemy is the Parker's family. You can boast for 10 days and nights about this in the universe. And Lan consoled him. Wang Teng waved his hand. He lost interest in speaking. After absorbing the attribute bubbles of a few Heaven Stage and Universe Stage martial warriors, he felt that his ability had increased. Hence, he came to find Lan for a duel. He wanted to test his power. In the end, he realized that with his current ability, he had no problem dealing with martial warriors at the 3rd level Cosmos stage, and below with his dragon blood battle physique. If combined with his spiritual power and domain, he could handle martial warriors at the 4th to the 6th level of the Cosmos stage. As for the power of origin and the Godslayer sword scripture, they could be used to kill martial warriors at the peak of the Cosmos stage. He might even be able to harm Heaven Stage martial warriors if he caught them off guard. That was how he managed to wound Singleman's arm. Wang Teng? Did you use Round Ball? Suddenly asked him in his mind. What did I use? Wang Teng asked, even though he knew the answer. The skill you used seemed similar to the Parker's family's physique, Round Ball asked angrily. It's just similar. I came up with it myself to provoke them in the future. Wang Teng came up with an excuse. Do you think I'd believe you? Round Ball said speechlessly. Where are we now? We've left the great Qian Empire. Wang Teng nodded and went back to his cultivation. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, Oh, right, and Lan, how many Cosmos Stage martial warriors do you have? 13, and Lan replied after a moment of surprise. They should be enough. Why don't I see them? Wang Teng asked curiously. They're hibernating in the Universe spacecraft, and Lan explained. Are you worried that something will happen to your mother planet? Just to be safe. Wang Teng nodded. Don't worry. 13 Cosmos Stage martial warriors and the 2 martial warriors beside you are enough for us to rule a low-tier civilization. And Lan said. Wang Teng calmed down a little and returned to his room for cultivation. At the same time in the Olent Federation, Numerous battlecraft had just left the Olant planet and were rushing towards the Milky Way. There were many martial warriors in the battlecraft, including planetary stage, celestial stage, and cosmos stage martial warriors. This frightening army was enough to destroy any planet in the Olant Federation. Now, they were heading for a faraway planet in the Milky Way. More than 10 days later, the fleet arrived outside the Milky Way. A spacecraft flew out from the Milky Way and landed on a large battlecraft that looked like a battle fortress. Cloet walked out and entered the huge battlecraft. He met up with a bunch of Cosmos stage martial warriors. "Cloet, we were waiting for you, but you didn't want to come. If the higher authorities didn't give an order, would you have run away?" The rough voice of Manka, the martial warrior from the Crimson Moon Galaxy, echoed in the room. "I had matters to attend to. Since the superiors gave me an order, I'll cooperate," Cloet replied calmly without any changes to his expression. "That's good. It's just a remote planet. I heard that there isn't even a planetary stage martial warrior on it. What's there to be afraid of?" A middle-aged man with long golden hair said. Cloet ignored him, sighing helplessly in his heart. He didn't want to participate in this mission because he had a bad feeling. However, his superiors asked him to join in, so he couldn't reject it. He had no choice. He remembered the Earthling that escaped the other day and felt the corners of his eyes twitching. Hatred raged in his heart, but he felt a little fearful, too. On the other side of the Milky Way, the QYE-63 spacecraft was traveling in a wormhole. Its destination was also Earth. The QYE-63 spacecraft got chased by Cloet when Wang Teng was heading to the Great Qian Empire, so he had to overload the spacecraft and increase its speed. It inflicted great damage to the spacecraft. Fortunately, after arriving at the Great Qian Empire, Wang Teng didn't need to use it, giving Roundball plenty of time to repair it. Then he earned a huge sum of money from rock gambling and started buying various different parts for his spacecraft. This allowed the QYE-63 to be restored to its original state. Now Hardy was piloting this spacecraft and heading for Earth in the control room. The exterior simulation had been enabled. Hardy stood in front of the control panel and asked in his hoarse voice, "How long more?" The celestial stage martial warriors were the ones piloting the spacecraft. When Wang Teng bought these slaves, he had taken this into consideration. There were a few martial warriors that could pilot spacecraft. One of the pilots looked at the star chart and said, "We have entered the Milky Way and will reach Earth's vicinity in 5 days. Okay, proceed at maximum speed. Ensure that we arrive as soon as possible and not delay what Master's orders," Hardy said emotionlessly. Yes, everyone turned serious. No one dared to waste any time and quickly raised the speed of the spacecraft based on Hardy's order. Outside in the pitch-black space, the spacecraft suddenly increased its speed and disappeared on the spot. It stretched forward like a blurred black line until it disappeared at the other end of the darkness. Chapter 1079, I Came on Master Wang Teng's Order Earth. This beautiful planet was floating quietly in the universe and had its current appearance after billions of years of evolution and reproduction. Countless lives had been nurtured on this planet. No matter how many devastating catastrophes it had been through, life returned, surviving and reproducing tenaciously. Humans were the rulers of this planet. Country Saya, Donghai, a distinctive building was located here. The building was just constructed. It was several hundred meters in height, and its design had influences from various countries. Now it was the tallest building on Earth, Global Union Building. After the Global Union was formed, the leaders of the countries proposed to have a headquarters for the Union's activities. Although each country had its own plans and would seek its own interests first, they were still united in the face of a new and upcoming era. The Global Union Building was the link for the countries. As for why it was constructed in Donghai, it was because of the hero, Wang Teng. Today, Wang Teng's influence on Earth was out of this world. Although he had already left the planet, the people still remembered him as their hero. Moreover, Donghai wasn't any country's capital. Having the building there was the most suitable. Today was the weekly Global Union Conference. Outside of the Global Union Building, Aircraft landed in the square one after another. The leaders of each country got off their planes and greeted each other before walking toward the building. Reaching the front of the building, they would pause in front of a statue before entering the gates. Some even took off their hats. The statue was a tall young man standing up straight with an outstanding temperament. His eyes were looking at the sky as if he was gazing into the universe. Inside the conference hall at the top level of the Global Union building, the leaders sat down one after another. Since the conference had not yet begun, they couldn't help but talk amongst themselves softly. They chatted about current affairs and expressed their opinions. Occasionally, one or two interesting scandals would be brought up, triggering some soft laughter. Time passed slowly. The conference began after everyone had finally arrived at 9 in the morning. As usual, let's speak freely. The leader of martial arts from country Zaya smiled. I have a piece of good news. The White Eagle Nation already has 5 people who have advanced to the planetary stage. The leader of White Eagle Nation started the ball rolling. 5. Everyone was startled. I think you only had 3 previously. Now there are 5 of them? The leader of Country Bat was in disbelief. Ha ha ha, we're just lucky. Just lucky, the White Eagle Nation's leader laughed. 5 is really good. However, our country is not lagging behind either. We have 4 now, very soon. The number will be 5. Country Boar's leader said, another one from our alliance has advanced. Now we have 3 planetary stage martial warriors, the leader of the alliance said. Everyone started by stating the number of people who had advanced in their countries as they competed with each other. In the face of the great age of the universe, it was meaningless for them to hide anything. Ever since the last time when Wang Teng left behind a planetary stage scripture, martial warriors from various countries were able to advance to the planetary stage. The number of people who broke through exceeded Wang Teng's expectations. Back then, he thought that it would be good if every country could have one of 2 who advanced to the planetary stage. It seemed as though he had underestimated these martial warriors. Many people had been stuck at the peak of the general stage for many years. They didn't advance only because they didn't have these scriptures. Now all the countries were trying to surpass themselves and increase the number of planetary stage martial warriors. In fact, they were planning to create a team of planetary stage martial warriors. When Wang Teng returned, he could bring them along in the universe. Country Zaya, how many planetary stage martial warriors do you have now? Someone suddenly asked. 7. The leader of martial arts smiled. 7. Everyone was astonished and full of disbelief. Their eyes were all on the leader of martial arts. Previously, the White Eagle Nation and Country Zaya stood side by side. Their forces were almost the same, but now Country Zaya had 2 more planetary stage martial warriors than the White Eagle Nation. While 2 might seem like a small number, these were planetary stage martial warriors. Every single one of them was extremely powerful. Having 2 more was akin to having 2 more strategic weapons. Did Wang Teng leave more resources for Country Zaya when he left? Many people were secretly guessing. Jealous. So envious and jealous of them, but they couldn't do anything about it. Wang Teng was from Country Zaya. It was reasonable for him to take care of his own country. There was nothing wrong with it. In fact, Wang Teng didn't leave anything extra for them. The people from Country Sia were impressive. Congratulations. Congratulations. Country Sia, one after another. The leaders congratulated Country Sia while enduring the bitterness in their hearts. By the way, is there any news from Mr. Wang Teng? The White Eagle Nation's leader asked. There's no news for the time being. There was a trace of worry in the leader of martial arts' eyes as he shook his head. He was also one of the 7 martial warriors who had advanced to the planetary stage, and he was the strongest, even when he sparred against the other planetary stage martial warriors from the other countries. No one could defeat him. Besides Wang Teng, the leader of martial arts was the strongest person on Earth. That was why everyone respected him. Is that so? I wonder when Mr. Wang Teng will return. Everyone felt a little regretful and hoped for him to come back. We should enter the universe as soon as possible. We shouldn't just solely rely on Mr. Wang Teng. the leader of the White Eagle Nation suggested. That's right. We should work together and deal with the upcoming era. What does everyone think of the planetary stage expedition team? It's feasible. We're just lacking a spacecraft that can travel through the universe. Unfortunately, the spacecraft that were left by the alien candidates cannot be used anymore. Some of the parts were disassembled. EE can't restore them using the technology on Earth. There's also a problem with energy. Without enough energy, it is impossible to travel through the universe. I'm afraid we can't even fly out of the Milky Way. The White Eagle Nation's leader initiated the discussion, and everyone agreed. They were on the same page, wanting to enter the universe as soon as possible. The leader of martial arts and the three great commanders exchanged glances, noticing a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. They understood everyone's ideas and thoughts, but they couldn't make a decision. The technology of spacecraft was not a problem they could tackle. Moreover, the external situation was unclear and the universe was full of dangers. If Earth entered the universe and anything went wrong, it might be destroyed. So the best way was to wait for Wang Teng's return. Just when the leader of martial arts was about to appease the crowd, a harsh alarm rang in the conference hall. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed drastically. The leader of martial arts looked solemn and opened an image that was sent from the universe. A spacecraft that was flying towards the solar system was captured by the satellites. An image was transmitted back to Earth. "It's a spacecraft!" people suddenly exclaimed. "Spacecraft? Are aliens coming to Earth again? Quick, alert the world!" In the conference hall, the leaders were anxious and panicking. "No, why does the spacecraft look like the one that Mr. Wang Teng took when he left Earth?" someone suddenly asked. "What, Mr. Wang Teng's spacecraft?" the White Eagle Nation's leader exclaimed in surprise. Everyone got closer and looked at the spacecraft. "It really looks like Wang Teng's spacecraft." The leader of martial arts was unsure. "Quick, get the satellite to monitor in real time and send us the clearest image," the leader of the White Eagle Nation commanded. After a while, a better image of the spacecraft was transmitted. Now everyone could see it clearly, and they finally determined that the spacecraft was indeed the one that Wang Teng took when he left. Phew, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. A look of joy appeared on their faces. "Mr. Wang Teng has returned. That's great. We've talked about it for so long. He's finally back." "Ha ha ha, it's good that he's back. Our plan can be put on the agenda now." The crowd was elated and thought that Wang Teng had returned. Everyone? The leader of martial arts opened his mouth and grabbed everyone's attention. "We have to put the whole globe on alert," the leader of martial arts said. "Wang Teng instructed us before he left. No matter who comes, we must take precautions. There are many spacecraft of the same type in the universe. And there's another possibility. If something happened to Wang Teng, Earth might be exposed." The hall went silent and the atmosphere tensed up. "All right, sound the warning alarms." The crowd agreed and sent out a series of commands. Machines went into operation, and armies, weapons, and martial warriors were all dispatched. The planet was on the highest level of alert. Countless fighter planes took off and circled the skies, forming groups and protecting the cities. There were also fighter planes preparing to intercept the spacecraft. If Wang Teng returned, there wouldn't be a problem. However, if it was an alien invader, it would be a fight to the death. 3 or 4 hours passed as everyone waited anxiously. The spacecraft was extremely fast and finally neared Earth. It entered the atmosphere and started landing. But before it landed, it was intercepted by a group of fighter planes. "Please stop." The fighter planes were using the common universal language. The people on Earth were learning the common universal language. Many linguists had almost mastered it and could communicate normally. The identity of the person was unknown, just in case. It was better for them to communicate using the common universal language. At the same time, the image here was also transmitted back by the fighter planes. The door of the spacecraft opened slowly, and a figure walked out. The powerful aura was strong and terrifying. Just standing there made people have the urge to surrender. This was the natural reaction when the weak faced the strong alien. When the leaders saw the gray-robed man walking out, they immediately knew that he wasn't Wang Teng. Their expressions changed. It was an alien. Did something happen to Wang Teng, or was this a spacecraft of the same model? No matter what, this wasn't a good thing for Earth. The leaders didn't expect that they were living their worst nightmare. Wang Teng didn't return. An alien visitor came out of the spacecraft. Although they didn't know his identity, that overwhelming aura was enough to unsettle them. He was too powerful. They could feel his domineering and terrifying presence, even though they were across the screen. The figure seemed to sense their gaze and looked in the direction of the camera as if he was looking directly at them. That gaze was enough to send fear into the hearts of the leaders. They were about to kneel down. Fortunately, they were strong-willed and weren't looking at him directly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to bear it and might even do something embarrassing. This alien is very strong, too powerful. What is his purpose for coming to Earth? If he wants to attack Earth, we can't resist him. The leaders panicked. They were in an uproar, and it was difficult for them to calm down. I came here on Master Wang Teng's order. A voice came from the gray-robed man. He was speaking common universal language, chapter 1080. The human on Earth felt inferior. I came here on Master Wang Teng's order. The voice of the man in gray resounded in the air. Everyone was stunned. They opened their eyes slightly and couldn't react in time. What is this? Commander Long from Country Zaya was so shocked that his accent came out. I can understand every word, but I don't understand them when they're in a sentence. The commander and head of the White Eagle Nation exchanged glances with each other. Did we learn our common universal language properly? The head of Country Bat asked. Didn't he mention Wang Teng? Did he say that Wang Teng was his master? Did I hear wrong? The head of Country Boar wiped the cold sweat off his forehead as he asked with uncertainty. If you heard him wrongly, we might have heard him wrongly too, the head of Country Star said. Everyone was in disbelief. The atmosphere turned a little awkward. Hardy, who was floating in the sky, started to get impatient. He was a Cosmos stage martial warrior from the Shadow Assassin clan. Yet he received such a cold treatment when he came to this remote planet. If Wang Teng didn't give him this order, he wouldn't want to speak to these people at all. He would have made a move to let them understand how they should respect a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Did you hear what I said? Hardy asked indifferently again. The crowd regained their composure. Cough. Let's ask the martial warrior directly. The leader of martial arts coughed awkwardly. He seemed a little hesitant, but he still voiced his thoughts at the end. Yes, we should talk to him directly. The other people nodded in agreement. When facing such powerful martial warriors, it was always better to be friendly. Besides, based on his ability, the other party didn't need to waste time with them. This meant that his words were most likely true CV. Everyone was astounded when they thought of this possibility. However, they had to suppress their amazement and converse with the other party. Sir, I'm the representative of the Global Union. The leader of martial arts' voice came from the broadcast system of the battlecraft. He introduced himself and hesitated for a second before asking, Have you really been sent by Wang Teng? Hardy immediately understood the other party's concern. He was too powerful, so the Earthlings found it hard to believe him. He didn't understand how his master managed to become a noble of the great Qian Empire when he hailed from this backward planet that didn't even have that many planetary stage martial warriors. He even spent a huge sum of money to buy him. Where did a martial warrior from a backward planet get so much money? In summary, everything seemed weird. Although Hardy was irritated, he couldn't disobey Wang Teng. He suppressed his impatience and said, My master, Wang Teng, sent me here. If you don't believe me, you can enter the virtual universe and check with him. The leader of martial arts and the others couldn't contain their astonishment. This insanely powerful martial warrior was sent by Wang Teng, and he called Wang Teng his master. They couldn't imagine what Wang Teng went through in the few months after he left Earth. How did he manage to get such a powerful servant? However, they felt relieved, too. This powerful martial warrior wasn't an invader. This was a piece of good news. As for the virtual universe, they didn't know what it was. They would ask him later. Since Wang Teng sent you, please follow the battlecraft and land in Donghai. We'll be waiting for you there, the leader of martial arts replied politely. Even though the other party was Wang Teng's servant, they didn't dare to treat a powerful martial warrior like him improperly. They would give him the respect he deserved. Hardy nodded. He didn't speak anymore, nor did he return to the universe spacecraft. The battlecraft around him received an order and flew towards Donghai, guiding the way for Hardy. Hardy and the QYE-63 spacecraft followed behind. The leader of martial arts looked up to Hardy a little more when they saw him following their fleet with ease. After some time, Hardy and the QYE-63 spacecraft landed in the plaza in front of the Union building in Donghai. Many people in Donghai saw the spacecraft, causing a huge commotion. Why is there a universe spacecraft on Earth? No wonder Donghai went into alert mode. It looks like something big is about to happen. What? Donghai went into an alert mode. Why didn't I know? Why would you know? Donghai isn't the only country on alert. My aunt's cousin is at the White Eagle Nation. He said that White Eagle Nation sounded the alarms too. The entire Earth might be on alert. Really? Is this an alien invasion? I don't think so. That universe spacecraft won't be able to enter Donghai so easily if it was an alien invasion. All right. Wang Teng left an array around Donghai. Normal aliens won't be able to invade us easily. Hey, don't you think that this spacecraft looks a little familiar? The leader of martial arts and the others were waiting in the plaza. Hardy landed in front of the QYE-63 spacecraft. Then a group of celestial stage martial warriors alighted the spacecraft. There were 50 people in total. The leader of martial arts and the others widened their eyes in surprise. They were dumbstruck. Oh my God, what formation is this? All these martial warriors were wearing battle uniforms and giving off powerful auras. Every one of them was enough to wipe out the people here. All the martial warriors on Earth wouldn't be their match. Extremely terrifying. The heads of the countries lost their voices. They were in a daze. Hardy frowned. Who's the leader here? The common universal language that sounded different from the earthen languages woke everyone up from their stupor. All the heads looked at the leader of martial arts. Their intention was clear. Wang Teng is from country Xia. You can do the honor. The leader of martial arts felt helpless, but he had no choice. He walked forward and bowed at Hardy. Then he said, "We're the representatives from the different countries on Earth. May I know why Wang Teng asked you to come? My master is busy, but he's worried that someone will attack Earth, so he sent me here first to protect you," Hardy explained briefly. The leader of martial arts and the others nodded. They knew that he was referring to the people from the Olent Federation. Is Wang Teng coming back? He should be back within the next few days. Everyone was elated. Wang Teng's servant was already so powerful. If he came back personally, he would probably have more good news. Earth would soon be able to enter the universe era. If you have anything to tell him, you can enter the virtual universe personally and speak to him, Hardy said. What's the virtual universe? The head of the White Eagle Nation asked involuntarily. Hardy was stunned. He didn't know what to think as expected of a native. They didn't even know what the virtual universe was. Why is Master so different from them even though they come from the same planet? Hardy explained helplessly. The heads of the nations finally understood what the virtual universe was. This was amazing. How impressive. There was a virtual universe segregated entirely from the reality in the universe. They found it impossible to imagine it with the current technology on Earth. No, it wasn't just simple technology. There were many elements they couldn't comprehend. Never mind, since you don't know about the virtual universe, you wouldn't have a virtual identity. You can't enter it. Hardy shook his head. It's all right. Wang Teng will be back soon, so we can talk to him directly, the leader of martial arts said. Yes. Hardy nodded. Please, follow me. Let me arrange your lodgings. The leader of martial arts raised his hand to welcome them. Hardy followed behind him and asked, This place seems peaceful. There are no invaders. Yes, there are currently no invaders. How's Wang Teng, the leader of martial arts, asked. My master is a baron of a high-tier civilization. He's no longer an ordinary martial warrior, Hardy replied with a complicated expression. Indeed, he was extraordinary. If not, why would a shadow assassin like him run errands for him? He had to admit that his master was impressive. A baron of a high-tier civilization, he did it. The leader of martial arts and the others were staggered. Their emotions turned complex too. They knew that this was an arduous path and the success rate was extremely low. However, they didn't have a choice. Wang Teng had to take the risk. Earth's future was placed on his shoulders, yet to their surprise he succeeded. It had only been a few months since he left, but he was already a baron of a high-tier civilization. There were also many powerful martial warriors under his wing. This was unbelievable. None of them might be able to complete this task. Amid their astonishment, everyone had the thought of keeping a close connection with Wang Teng, especially the heads of the different countries. They didn't have the country's advantage, so they must curry favor with Wang Teng. If not, they wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. The leaders led Hardy and the other martial warriors to their accommodation, the VIP guest house in Donghai. They used their best service to welcome these foreign martial warriors. They didn't treat them impolitely just because they were Wang Teng's servants. At the same time, the heads of the different countries tried to find out more about Wang Teng from Hardy. May I know what stage you're at? The head of the White Eagle Nation blinked and asked with a smile. The Cosmos stage, Hardy replied casually. Cosmos stage. Gasp. Everyone was appalled. They gasped and thought they had heard wrong. Cosmos stage martial warrior. They had some understanding of the level after the planetary stage. They knew that there was the celestial stage and the cosmos stage. This person was a cosmos stage martial warrior. A real and living cosmos stage martial warrior was in front of them. It felt like a legendary figure had walked out of the book. Were they dreaming? He was Wang Teng's servant? This was crazy. They almost started doubting their lives. What about them? The head of the White Eagle Nation swallowed his saliva and looked at the martial warriors behind Hardy. They're celestial stage martial warriors. Hardy frowned as he answered in an indifferent tone. He found this old man a little irritating. The head of the White Eagle Nation was stunned once again. He felt a little nauseous. The other heads were in no better state. Nothing could describe their astonishment. Before this, they were still proud of their countries for grooming a few planetary stage martial warriors. However, Wang Teng sent a cosmos stage martial warrior servant over. This was incomparable. The difference made them hopeless. Not only that, besides this cosmos stage martial warrior, there were another 50 celestial stage martial warriors. 50 celestial stage martial warriors. The heads of the nations understood what an abyss felt like. At the same time, they felt lucky that they didn't offend Hardy and the others. Had they provoked this bunch of martial warriors, Earth would have been a goner. This is nothing. The main army will arrive with Master. Hardy couldn't help but add this sentence when he saw their bewildered expressions. It seemed quite fun to stimulate these natives. The main army, the crowd's expressions changed slightly. They stared at one another. This person was just the front line. There were many other martial warriors arriving soon. The leaders couldn't think properly. They felt that they had underestimated Wang Teng. This was terrifying. Chapter NT1, the city is under siege. The Wang family naturally knew that Wang Teng was arriving. The status of the Wang family was extremely high, especially in Donghai. They could be considered the real masters of the city. Even the leader of martial arts and the other heads acknowledged their identities silently. This was because they knew that once Wang Teng came back, Earth might become his private property. Hence, one small Donghai was nothing. Hardy met up with the Wang family. The leader of martial arts and the 3 great commanders accompanied him and introduced them to each other. This is Wang Teng's grandfather, father, mother, and this is Wang Teng's. When introducing Hardy, the leader of martial arts paused. He wanted to say that he was Wang Teng's servant, but he didn't know how to say it due to the ability of this martial warrior. "I'm Baron Wang Teng's servant." Hardy didn't hide his identity and introduced himself directly. He was extremely polite to the Wang family, even though they weren't powerful. Well, to him, they were very weak. He could pinch them to death with 2 fingers, but he didn't look down on them. After all, they were Wang Teng's family members. Their status was different. He had come to Earth on Wang Teng's order to protect his family. This showed that Wang Teng viewed his family with much importance. He didn't want anything to happen to them. If he left a bad impression in their minds, Wang Teng wouldn't let him go. He needed his master's approval to remove his slave status. Grandpa Wang and the others didn't know the relationship between Wang Teng and Hardy. They were surprised when they learned that this powerful martial warrior was Wang Teng's servant. Why did he call Wang Teng a baron? When did he become a baron? The leader of martial arts and the others gave a bitter smile upon seeing Hardy's attitude towards the Wang family. The difference was apparent. Hardy was still high and mighty in front of them, as if he didn't want to look them in the eye. Yet in front of the Wang family, he was extremely polite. If he wasn't a Cosmos stage martial warrior, they might have been triggered by his sudden change in attitude. But the difference in strength meant that there was nothing they could do. The Wang family and Hardy started chatting. Most of the time, it was the Wang family asking him about Wang Teng. Hardy had no expressions on his face, but he answered all their questions and didn't reveal any signs of impatience. Hence, Grandpa Wang and the other family members learned that Wang Teng inherited a baron title and had an official identity in the empire. Moreover, his status wasn't low. "My grandson is amazing. He became a baron." Grandpa Wang stroked his beard gently and laughed. This brat Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei smiled. They couldn't hide the pride on their faces. The other members of the Wang family had the same reaction. All of them were elated. The Wang family had to thank Wang Teng for their status today. The better he was, the better their treatment. They chatted with Hardy for some time. Hardy was sent over not long after he was bought by Wang Teng, so he didn't understand much about him. Thus, the Wang family couldn't get much information from him. In the end, they got up and prepared to leave with some regret. However, they knew that Wang Teng would be coming back soon. They were all excited. "These 30 celestial stage martial warriors will follow you back to the Wang family. They can protect you if anything happens." Hardy sorted 30 celestial stage martial warriors out when he sent the Wang family off. What? The Wang family was astounded. They were in a dilemma. They knew that these martial warriors were all very powerful. They were all above the planetary stage and were many times more powerful than the strongest warriors on Earth. Now, this powerful martial warrior wanted to send 30 of them to protect the Wang family. They were overwhelmed. "Don't worry, we're all master's servants. Protecting the Wang family is our job," Hardy said in his hoarse voice. His entire body was covered with a gray gown. Although the Wang family couldn't see his expression, they heard his words. They glanced at one another in bewilderment. The attitude of these martial warriors towards Wang Teng surprised them. "In that case, you can bring these people back," the leader of martial arts said. "All right, we'll accept the offer." Grandpa Wang finally relented. When the Wang family brought these powerful martial warriors back, the news started to spread to many other people. Some saw these 30 celestial stage martial warriors from afar and felt their hearts pounding. This proved how strong they were. Thus, many families close to the Wang family came to visit them and get some news. 3 days passed. Nothing happened on Earth. It remained peaceful. Will this mission end smoothly? Master should be here soon. This is the first mission he assigned me. I hope no accidents will happen. Hardy's face remained expressionless under the gray gown as he mumbled to himself. All kinds of thoughts went through his mind. As a slave, his life was in Wang Teng's hands. Even though he was a powerful shadow assassin, he had to succumb to fate. At the same time, in the boundless space, a giant fleet of battlecraft had entered the solar system silently. No one on Earth noticed them. There was a huge battlecraft that looked like a battle fortress in the middle of the fleet. Clote was sitting in front of the central command platform activating the outdoor simulation mode. He saw the blue planet in front of them. Land directly. There are very few planetary stage martial warriors on the planet, so we can wipe anyone out if we see them, Manka, a martial warrior from the Crimson Moon Galaxy, said. There was a crimson mutated beast symbol on his body. No one had any objections. They were afraid of Wang Teng, but they were confident in handling a remote planet. An order spread throughout the giant fleet. The fleet traveled through space like a spirit, leaving no traces behind as they headed to Earth. They finally landed somewhere in the ocean. A fishing boat passed by. The crew on the boat raised their heads in shock and fear. Look, a universe spacecraft. Oh my, there are countless of them. Oh my God, is this an alien invasion? What should we do? Quick, let's leave. We need to report to the Global Union. There was an uproar on the boat. The crew lost their cool and started shouting with pale faces. Boom! Suddenly a ray of light shot out from the battlecraft and hit the fishing boat directly, shattering it into pieces. Poor thing. A man with golden hair shook his head in the large battlecraft. They were just a bunch of normal people who hadn't even reached the planetary stage. Their death is nothing, Clote said indifferently. What should we do now? Manka asked. Invade the network of this planet and get the information we want, Clote said. Intelligence, start the invasion, scan. Yes. A robotic voice was heard in the main control room. Rows of data flashed in front of everyone so quickly that it was impossible to catch any information with their eyes. Scanning completed very soon. The robotic voice sounded again. This planet is called Earth. The targets are in country ZA. Donghai faces started to appear in front of Clote. They were pictures of the Wang family. Found them. Head to the target. Clote ordered the entire fleet change their direction and charged toward Donghai at a fast speed. Within 20 minutes, they had arrived in the sea outside Donghai, part of country ZA's territory. Beep, beep, beep. An ear-piercing siren rang above Donghai, echoing in the entire city. What's going on? Is there another sea beast riot? Oh my God, what's that? Universe spacecraft. Those are Universe spacecraft. Goodness, there are so many of them. Many people noticed the fleet. They were flabbergasted, and chaos erupted everywhere. The leader of martial arts and the three great commanders received the news immediately and flew out of their lodgings. They looked at the sky above the sea grimly. An ominous feeling drifted into their hearts. Hardy saw the fleet, too. He flew into the air. The celestial stage martial warriors followed closely behind him. Universe battlecraft. Universe battlecraft. The leader of martial arts squinted. He gritted his teeth and said, "How did these battlecraft enter Earth? We didn't detect them at all. The technology on your planet is too backward. These battlecraft activated their concealing system. It's normal that you can't detect them," Hardy explained. Damn it. We're at a disadvantage, Commander Long said helplessly. Look at their symbol. It's the same as the ones on the alien invaders' spacecraft. They should be from the Olent Federation, Commander Hong said sternly. The Olent Federation truly wants to destroy our Earth, Commander Yong gritted his teeth. Sir, what should we do now? The leader of martial arts frowned and asked Hardy. He felt helpless. He could only ask Hardy for help because they had no chance of resisting this fleet. Wait and see. Hardy furrowed his brows as he replied calmly. Even in this situation, he didn't reveal any signs of anxiety. Nothing seemed to be able to affect him. The leader of martial arts and the others calmed down after seeing his response. They had a Cosmos stage martial warrior with them and 50 celestial stage martial warriors. This was quite a formidable team. The fleet arrived above Donghai, casting terrifying shadows on the city and enshrouding it in darkness. It felt like the apocalypse. It was nerve-wracking. Earthlings, we give you 10 minutes to hand over Wang Teng's family and friends. If not, we will destroy the entire planet. A cold voice rang through the sky abruptly, crashing down on the city like thunder. Chapter 1082. Fear spread, unwilling to leave the mother planet. As the cold voice spread out, the entire city was dead silent. The voice was exceptionally loud. Everyone in the city heard it. No matter what they were doing, they put down their stuff and raised their heads, walked out of their houses, or looked out of the window. They stared at the sky in astonishment. Numerous battlecraft floated horizontally in the air like ferocious giant beasts. Their metallic bodies gave off a cold glimmer, sending chills down people's spines. After some time, a huge uproar erupted. Hand over Wang Teng's family and friends. If not, we will destroy the entire planet. These people had come for Wang Teng. Instantly, commotion soared through the roof. No one expected the aliens to invade Earth for Wang Teng. Also, if they didn't hand him over, the entire planet would be destroyed. What should they do? Everyone panicked. They didn't know what to do. The leader of martial arts was appalled. The aliens' tactic was evil. They wanted to use this method to force everyone on Earth to oppose the Wang family. Wang Teng was extremely important to Earth. However, not everyone knew this. Many people might not be able to withstand the pressure from the aliens. 10 minutes. They only had 10 minutes. Well, it was normal for ordinary people to panic. Even some powerful figures from different nations might have other thoughts. Nothing was as important as their own lives. A sharp glint appeared in Hardy's eyes. He didn't care about the rest of the people, but he must ensure the safety of Wang Teng's family and friends. His mission was more important than anything else. As for this remote planet, he didn't care if it was destroyed. Based on what he knew, a baron from a high-tier civilization would have a galaxy as his territory. Thus, one-life planet was nothing to Wang Teng. Hardy made his decision and sent a message to the Celestial Stage martial warriors who were with the Wang family. He asked them to bring the family aboard the QYE-63 spacecraft. If he had to, he would leave with them. At this moment, the Wang family was in a flurry. Everyone from the Wang family was in great fear. Wang Teng's aunts were just ordinary people. They had already turned pale in the face. The younger generations were scared too. They had stepped on the martial warrior's path recently and matured a little. But in front of these powerful and scary alien invaders, they were still too young. Wang Shengjun, Wang Shengguo, and Wang Shengong had been through many situations in life. They were still able to remain calm in front of this life-or-death situation. Lin Chuhan's family was here too. They were on the protection list. They were in no better state when facing the alien invaders. Not everyone could remain composed. It was a great feat that they didn't pee their pants. Calm down. Grandpa Wang shouted. He said in a low tone, "Things have already happened. What's the use of panicking? Little Teng will be back soon. We must believe in him." Everyone regained their composure. Yes, Wang Teng was coming back. They might not believe others, but they believed him. He would always salvage the situation and save them whenever they were in danger. This time wouldn't be an exception. Everyone cheered for themselves silently in their hearts. "Yes, I believe in him," Lin Chuhan suddenly said with a resolute gaze. Lin Chuxia clenched her fists tightly. Li Xiumei was relieved when she saw Lin Chuhan's reaction. A smile appeared on her pale face. She held Lin Chuhan's hand and patted it firmly. Grandpa Wang and Wang Shengguo nodded in approval. Their impression of Lin Chuhan was getting better and better. At this moment, a Celestial Stage martial warrior walked over. He was the head of this group. He spoke in common universal language. "Everyone Sir Hardy has given his order. Please follow me to the spacecraft for your own safety." The Wang family was overjoyed. They still had the protection of the Cosmos Stage martial warrior and the Celestial Stage martial warriors. They were temporarily safe. "Okay." Grandpa Wang nodded without any hesitation. The best method was to listen to the command of the Cosmos Stage martial warrior now and not drag him down. The Wang family hurriedly headed to the Global Union building. As seconds ticked by, the news spread throughout the globe at the speed of lightning. Donghai was the center of the world, so the other nations were able to get news from there quickly. All around the world, the White Eagle Nation, Country Star, Country Bat, Country Boar, as well as all cities in Country Zaya, Capital Zaya, Guanghai, Xiangdao, Beijiang, Nanhai. News of Donghai spread to every country and every corner of the world. Some sat in front of their computer, some on their television, some scrolled their mobile phone, some stopped in their tracks and looked up at the screens on the walls of malls. The terrifying battlecraft hovering over the city entered everyone's vision, a savage appearance and a cold, metallic surface. Even through the screen, one could sense fear. They couldn't suppress the despair that swarmed into their hearts. The broadcaster's voice came out from the screen, giving a live account of what was happening. In an instant, loud discussions were heard everywhere in the world. "Oh my God, what's happening? God, what did we do? Why are the aliens invading our planet? Are those the aliens' battlecraft? They look so scary. Will we be able to resist these powerful battlecraft? They want us to hand over Wang Teng's family and friends, those devils. They want to threaten Wang Teng with his family members. Damn it. We can't let them get what they want, but they will destroy the planet if we don't hand them over. What a joke. Those who are not our kin are sure to have a different heart. We shouldn't place our hope on our opponent's mercy." That's right. Wang Teng is our hope. We mustn't hand over his family. The entire world was in a panic. The ordinary civilians cried and wailed. Some of them stared into space absent-mindedly with pale faces. Some wanted to hand over Wang Teng's family members to get the chance to live. Others shouted to express their anger, reprimanding the alien invaders and telling them that they would never succumb. Everyone had their own thoughts. No one wanted to die. Surprisingly, in the end, the voices of those people who wanted to fight with the alien invaders flooded the other opinions. On the other side, the heads of the different nations held an emergency video conference in the Global Union building. Even the Wang family was present, because they were the main party involved. "The aliens will attack Earth. We need to transfer the civilians to a safe place. Let's move them to the underground shelters. That's the safest place." I agree. They made decisions quickly and sent down their orders. The people below started working without wasting any time. The military started to disperse the crowd and led them to the underground shelters for safety purposes. "Can we ask the martial warriors to help us to resist the alien invasion?" The head of the White Eagle Nation asked. All the heads looked at the Wang family with hope in their eyes. If the powerful martial warriors could help them, they would have a higher chance of success. Sir Grandpa Wang couldn't bear to see Earth getting destroyed, so he still asked Hardy in the end. No. However, before he could finish his sentence, Hardy interrupted him. "My mission is to protect you. Earth is secondary," he said indifferently. The expressions on the heads' faces changed. His words were extremely impolite. At this moment, they finally knew that to this formidable martial warrior, Earth held no value. The Wang family was the important one. "Sir, I think that if Wang Teng were here, he wouldn't want Earth to be destroyed." Grandpa Wang persuaded him as he sighed in his heart. He also wanted Hardy to bring the Wang family away, but if he did that, they would become sinners. Even if they managed to survive, they would have to live with guilt for the rest of their lives. He didn't want the younger generations of the Wang family to carry such a heavy burden on their shoulders. Besides, it was hard to part with their birthplace. Earth was their root. If it was gone, they would have nowhere to call home in the universe. They would be like kites floating in the sky without any strings. It would be sad to live like this. Hardy frowned. He felt that Grandpa Wang's heart was too soft. He couldn't even ensure his own safety. Why bother about the planet? Every man for himself in times of danger. Shouldn't they worry about their own lives first? He had been roaming the universe for his entire life, so he didn't understand Grandpa Wang or the attachments these civilians had for their country. The leaders' expressions softened when they heard Grandpa Wang's words. However, they were still nervous. They were afraid that this formidable warrior would reject them. If that happened, Earth would have no chance of withstanding the aliens' attack. "Wang Teng will be angry if he comes back and sees his mother planet getting destroyed," Lin Shuhan said. She seemed to be mumbling to herself. Her voice wasn't loud. However, Hardy's expression changed a little. There was fear in his eyes. Was this his master's partner? If she was, her words held some weight. if she disliked him and spoke badly about him in front of Wang Teng. He might remain a slave until he died. No, no way. Hardy was moved. He pondered for a moment and said, "I can help Earth resist the aliens, but if things reach a dangerous stage, I'll leave with the Wang family." Okay. The leader of martial arts was elated. He nodded immediately. The other heads felt bitter and delighted at the same time. This was the best piece of news so far. With the help of these formidable martial warriors, they had some hope of withstanding the aliens' invasion. Earth had some hope, too. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes were up. The alien battlecraft started moving. Chapter 1083. You might not be able to pay the price of touching this planet. 10 minutes are up. The cold, emotionless voice rang out again. Since you're unwilling to hand over Wang Teng's family, you shall be destroyed. The people in Donghai were the first to hear him. Then the rest of the world heard it through the live broadcast. Despair welled up in the listeners' hearts. The battlecraft in the air spread out and flew to the other continents. Some even started gathering energy. The glaring energy beam shot out under everyone's gaze, heading straight for Donghai. Boom, boom, boom. The force attacks from the battlecraft landed in the air above the city. At that moment, a light shield appeared around the city like an upside-down big bowl, protecting it from the incoming assault. The frightening attacks were blocked outside. This was the defense shield Wang Teng left behind. Even though the attacks didn't land in the city, many people fell to the ground in fright. The ladies and children started wailing as they stared at the battlecraft. Countless people ran back and forth in the city. The attack not only struck the shield, but also broke the psychological line of defense in the people's hearts. The piercing and loud alert rang throughout the city. Everyone felt that the world was ending. Hopelessness and despair filled up the atmosphere in the city. Quick, enter the underground shelters. Don't panic. Line up and enter one by one. Don't push. You might cause others to fall and step on them. The military martial warriors tried their best to maintain order, but the scene was still chaotic. Once everyone's fear was amplified, it was hard to push it down again. Clote, who was in the huge battle fortress battlecraft, frowned. Someone carved a powerful defense shield around the city. Manka exclaimed in surprise. Continue the attack. This is just an array from a remote planet. It can't stop us, Clote said coldly. Yes. A 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior bowed. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, multiple force attacks were fired from the battlecraft and landed on the defense shield. The light shield formed started to tremble violently. Light waves were seen, and soon small cracks appeared on the surface. This was just the second round of attack, but the defense shield was already at its maximum potential. Oh shit. The array is collapsing. The leader of martial arts and the others squinted. Their expressions turned ugly. Hardy furrowed his brows and got up. All right, let me meet them. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot in a flash. The people around him didn't know when he left. They felt hopeful when they saw his ability. Let's hope he can stop them. The heads of the nations were agitated. Shall we prepare to activate the space shift array Mr. Wang Teng left behind? The head of the White Eagle Nation asked suddenly. The expressions on their faces changed. If they activated the space shift array, it meant giving up on the solar system and heading to an unknown planetary sector. They would be roaming aimlessly in the universe. They didn't want to use this method unless they had no better choice. Now we should start making preparations. The leader of martial arts sighed. But even if we use it, we need to lure the aliens out of the planet first. The other leaders nodded. This made sense. The activation and operation of the space shift array weren't easy. Forcing their enemies out of the planet was already a difficult step. Fortunately, they had made the relevant predictions and plans in the past. The aliens wouldn't stay in the universe obediently. They would enter Earth. Were they going to shift the aliens together with the planet? Wouldn't that be stupid? Let's follow Plan A first. If it fails, we will activate Plan B. We'll need the Wang family to cooperate with us. The leader of martial arts hesitated before telling Plan B. We'll naturally cooperate. Grandpa Wang nodded and agreed without any hesitation. Wang Shengguo and the others were in a dilemma. The Wang family would be used as bait for Plan B to lure the aliens into the universe. Of course, not all the Wang family needed to go, only some of them were required. This would definitely be dangerous, so Grandpa Wang offered himself up. He had lived long enough and didn't want to send the younger generations off. "Dad, let me go instead," Wang Shengguo said. Li Xiumei's face turned pale, but she didn't say anything. She only grabbed his hand tightly. "No, let me do it. You're Wang Teng's father, you can't go," Wang Shenggong said hurriedly. Wang Shenghong's wife was shocked and wanted to persuade him, but Wang Shenghong glared at her, making her swallow her words. "There's no need to discuss anymore." "I'll do it," Grandpa Wang said calmly and firmly as the head of the family. But Wang Shengguo wanted to speak, but he got interrupted. "No more buts. I've lived long enough and probably don't have many years left in this world." "Are y'all planning to let me die with regret if I let you go?" Grandpa Wang shouted. "Father." Wang Shengguo and his brothers had nothing to say. The leader of martial arts felt his heart sinking when he saw this scene. If he had other choices, he didn't want to sacrifice the Wang family. Wang Teng would never forgive him if anything happened to the Wang family, but he didn't have a choice. At this stage, this was the best decision. A small sacrifice could save the entire human race on Earth. He would make this decision even if he knew Wang Teng would hate him. Boom. At this moment, the Global Union building started shaking violently. Fine dust fell down from the ceiling. The shield is broken. Everyone was appalled. They hurriedly stared at the screen in front of them. The images outside were being displayed on it. When Hardy went out, the alien invaders launched another round of attack. A large hole had been blasted on the defense shield. Cracks started stretching out from the hole like spiderwebs. The alien invaders started gathering energy once again. They wanted to flatten Donghai once the shield was out of the picture. Their intention to destroy Earth was real. The leader of martial arts turned grim. No one could sit still anymore. All of them rushed out hurriedly. The people in Donghai were flabbergasted. They stared at the mouth of the energy cannon directed at them as if it was a sharp butcher's blade hovering above their heads. It was about to swing down and take their lives away. Despair, fear, shock. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above Donghai. He was wrapped in a gray cloak, so his appearance couldn't be seen. He stood in front of the gigantic universe battlecraft alone, right before the force attack that was about to be fired. Boom, boom, boom. The battlecraft finished gathering energy. Beams of force attacks shot out. Boom Hardy made his move. He stretched out his hand and an indescribable blade glow slashed out at an incredible speed. A huge explosion occurred in the sky. The blinding light formed from the force collision made it impossible for people to open their eyes. It was like a small sun hanging in the sky. The terrifying force impact swept through the air. After some time, the shock waves finally subsided. The force attack from the enemy's battlecraft had been blocked. We're safe. Everyone stared absent-mindedly at this scene. Their minds hadn't processed what happened. Gasp! He's powerful! The leader of martial arts and the others finally arrived. They gasped in shock and stared in astonishment at the figure in gray standing erect in the air. He was just Wang Teng's slave, but he already possessed such a terrifying ability. "Is this the Cosmos stage?" Commander Hong muttered to himself in disbelief. He was one of the 7 martial warriors on Earth who advanced to the planetary stage. But when he saw Hardy's power, he felt extremely weak. Commander Young, Commander Long, and many others had the same expression. It wasn't because they had a weak mentality. The scene put them in awe, and they couldn't control their emotions. Leader, commanders, Dan Taishuan, Ye Jixin, and some others rushed over. They had reached the peak of the 13-star general stage and converted a part of their force into Constellation Force. They weren't far from achieving a breakthrough. Country Zaya had 7 planetary stage martial warriors, besides the leader of martial arts and the 3 great commanders. The other 3 were Old Han from the Hanghai University, Old Principal Yu Zhuxian from the First University, and the old principal from Jinlin University. These people were currently all in Donghai. They rushed over from the military and met up with the leader of martial arts. They had seen Hardy's attack and were flabbergasted. No one could remain composed. Clote's expression changed slightly. There's a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Why is there a Cosmos Stage martial warrior on this planet? Manka Qinglun, the man with golden hair, Alston, and Claude from the Black Scale race were all Cosmos Stage martial warriors. They gathered together and looked at the gray figure on the screen with a frown. Interesting. There's a Cosmos Stage martial warrior on this planet. Alston chuckled softly. Let me meet him. Manka was getting restless. He walked to the cabin door after he finished speaking. Okay, let's see how powerful this Cosmos Stage martial warrior is, and check if there are other Cosmos Stage presences on this planet. If there are, things will be a little troublesome, Clote said. Swoosh. Manka flew out from the battlecraft and appeared in front of Hardy. Crossing his arms, he stared at this man in gray from afar. In front of the lofty and muscular Manka, Hardy seemed a little weak. You're not from this planet, right? Manka sized up Hardy, but he couldn't tell which race he was from. Hence, he decided to find out more information first, before acting. Attack if you want to. Why waste more time? Hardy replied in his hoarse voice using common universal language. Manka squinted. If you're not from this planet, you should leave. Even a Cosmos Stage martial warrior will have to pay a huge price if you want to meddle in this affair. You're the ones that should leave. Hardy sniggered contemptuously. I'm afraid you might not be able to pay the price of touching this planet. Chapter 1084. The Power of the Shadow Assassin Clan 1. Hardy's voice wasn't loud, but it landed clearly in the ears of the martial warriors from the Olent Federation. Manka's expression changed. The other martial warriors also turned grave. There was a moment of hesitation. They were afraid at the start, but the appearance of a Heaven Stage martial warrior allowed them to have the confidence to attack this planet. However, the Cosmos Stage martial warrior's tone was too contemptuous. This meant that he had confidence in his words. The fear in their hearts rose again. Did that brat manage to inherit the Baron title from the great Qian Empire? If not, why would there be a Cosmos Stage martial warrior here? Alston asked with a gloomy face. Impossible. The great Qian Empire is a high-tier civilization. He's just a nobody without any background. How can he inherit the title? What right does he have? Clote asked with a black face. His gaze turned sharp. Don't think too much. Let Manka test him first. Qinglun glanced at him and replied calmly. She seemed to think that his reaction was a little huge. Outside, Manka was standing opposite Hardy, whose face couldn't be seen. The atmosphere tensed up. Manka hesitated for a second before scoffing. You sure sound confident. Our Olent Federation is a low-tier civilization, and you're just a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. What right do you have to look down on us? The Olent Federation? Hardy's tone remained unchanged. He snorted and continued, If you don't believe me, you can try. His scornful tone angered Manka. He sneered and roared in anger. All right, let me see what right you have to belittle us. Boom. He turned into a beam of blood-red light as he dashed toward Hardy at the speed of lightning. He even created a sonic boom. The symbol on Manka's body started giving off a crimson glow. A thick stench of blood boiled inside him, strengthening his physical body, while a hideous giant axe appeared in his hands. He flung it at Hardy. A special blood-red force congregated on the axe. Boom. Along with an eruption, force swept through the surroundings. Manka's expression changed slightly. He felt his axe land in the air. It didn't hit anything. How is that possible? He was astounded and retreated immediately. Be careful! Shouts were heard within the battlecraft. Boom! A strange blade glow shot out behind Manka. It slashed right onto his back. Manka knew that something was amiss when he heard the sound behind him. However, he didn't have the time to evade it. He felt excruciating pain in his back. His entire body almost got torn apart, and he was thrown off his feet due to the powerful force. 100 meters away, Manka stabilized himself. He was in a bad state. Fresh blood stained his entire body, and there was a huge wound on his back. It looked gruesome and terrifying. He wiped the blood at the edge of his mouth. His face was pale, and he had lingering fears. If he hadn't released all his force in time to block the attack, he would have been chopped into two. How could he be so powerful? The leader of martial arts and the others were overjoyed. The martial warrior Wang Teng sent was extremely powerful. He was able to seriously injure an alien invader in a single strike. This was unbelievable, mind you. The other party was a Cosmos stage martial warrior too. He wasn't a weakling, however. He couldn't block an attack from his opponent. This is good. The aliens should be a little fearful now. Commander Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Don't put down your guard. The alien invaders win in numbers, the leader of martial arts said before the other could feel happy. They started frowning again. Is this all you have? As expected of a Cosmos stage martial warrior from a low-tier civilization, Hardy's figure appeared some distance away. The person behind the gray cloak seemed exceptionally relaxed and casual. However, his response made Manka feel humiliated. His race was one of the most powerful races in the Olent Federation. He rarely had any opponents, yet someone taught him a lesson today. He didn't have any chances of resisting this Cosmos stage martial warrior from who knew where. One attack, and he was grievously injured. He nearly lost his life. Who are you? Manka's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Hardy. I'm just someone working for others, Hardy said calmly. He wouldn't say that he was a slave. He decided to put on an act. Manka squinted. Indeed, this Cosmos stage martial warrior wasn't from this planet. He was following someone's order. Swoosh, swoosh, Cloet, Alston, Ching-Lun, and the others flew out from the battlecraft. Hardy's power had given them a shock. They had to make an appearance. Manka alone wasn't enough to stop the other party. Manka, are you all right? Alston asked. Pfft. Manka spat a mouth of blood. I won't die. Ching-Lun kept quiet and waved her hands. Numerous droplets of light landed on Manka's wound, which started healing at a visible speed. Ching-Lun's treatment skill was much better than Biluo and Elias's. Although the injury couldn't heal immediately, she was able to lessen its severity. Chapter 1085, The Power of the Shadow Assassin Clan, 2. Thank you, Manka thanked Ching-Lun gratefully. You can thank me later. Let's deal with this person first. Ching-Lun waved her hand and said calmly, Your light force treatment is not bad. Hardy looked at Ching-Lun in surprise. Do you plan to be our enemy? Cloet asked. I'm just following orders. Hardy glanced at the 8 Cosmos stage martial warriors in front of him, getting a little more serious. Following orders? Whose orders? Cloet asked. He felt his heart pounding in his chest. I think you know the answer. Why are you still asking me? Hardy replied while looking at him mockingly. Wang Teng, Cloet blurted out the name. He lost his last ounce of hope. What he was afraid of still happened in the end. Manka, Ching-Lun, and the others were stunned too. They exchanged glances with one another. I suggest that y'all should leave. Hardy glanced at them and said calmly. Clute and the others appeared a little hesitant. However, the next moment their expressions changed and their gazes turned cold and sinister. Kill them. All their doubts disappeared. The martial warriors attacked simultaneously. Ruthless killing intent surged out of their bodies as they charged toward Hardy. Hardy's expression changed slightly. Then he disappeared. Be careful. His footwork is a little strange, Manka reminded them. Everyone knew this, so they remained vigilant. They saw what happened clearly when they were in the battlecraft. The enemy vanished and then appeared behind Manka without any warning. Even as bystanders, they couldn't catch Hardy's figure. This proved how strange and scary his footwork was. Boom. A blade glow slashed out, aimed at Ching-Lun. Ching-Lun furrowed her brows. A sharp white glow erupted from the sword in her hand. The other martial warriors reacted and flew towards the spot where the bald glow appeared. Unfortunately, Hardy had already vanished. Boom, boom, boom. The blade glows raged in the air, cutting through space and dashing out of nowhere. It was impossible to predict their paths of attack. The 8 Cosmos stage martial warriors from the Olent Federation were in a state of panic as they tried to block the attacks. They couldn't find Hardy's real location. Many of them were already injured. If they didn't win in numbers, they would have been killed. Boom. 3 Cosmos stage martial warriors were thrown back. More blade marks appeared on their bodies. They were in a bad mood. "This fellow is too strong," Clote panted heavily and said in a grave tone. "He has space talent." "It's not footwork," Alston exclaimed in shock. "Space talent? How can a Cosmos stage martial warrior have such a strong grasp of space power?" Everyone was flabbergasted. He might be from a powerful race in the universe. This person hides behind his gray cloak and doesn't reveal his appearance. "I think he's trying to hide his identity," Clote said. "Damn it. Why will he be willing to work for others?" Alston said with an ugly expression. "What should we do now?" "Damn it! This is a sly fellow. He won't fight with us head on!" Manka shouted in frustration. He wanted to take revenge for that blade attack, only to realize that he was thinking too much. He had no hope at all. "Come out if you dare, you bastard! Why are you hiding?" Manka shouted. Boom. Hardy didn't reply to him with words. Instead, he was welcomed with an emotionless blade glow. Manka dodged frantically. He felt so exasperated that he wanted to vomit blood. He cursed uncontrollably. "Idiot!" Clote snorted. Manka was furious. "Enough. Let's not waste any time. Let's choose one person to catch the Wang family while we stop this Cosmos stage martial warrior," Alston suggested. "I'll go." Clote blinked and retreated from the battlefield. At the same time, many figures dashed out from the battlecraft above them. There were both planetary stage and celestial stage martial warriors, their numbers reaching hundreds. These people followed Clote and soared into the city, looking for signs of the Wang family to capture them. "How dare you!" Hardy was enraged. He bellowed and released his blade glow, aiming it at Clote and the others. He wanted to stop them. "Ha ha ha ha, you've finally appeared." Alston laughed. The 7 Cosmos stage martial warriors stopped one Cosmos stage martial warrior forcefully. Clote took the chance to dash down. Boom, boom, boom. They didn't know where the Wang family was hiding, so Clote attacked wherever he saw. The buildings around him were all destroyed like pieces of tofu in front of planetary stage, celestial stage, and Cosmos stage martial warriors. These buildings were nothing. Soon he noticed the Global Union building in the middle of Donghai, as well as the QYE-63 spacecraft parked in the plaza. Clote was extremely familiar with this spacecraft. Wang Teng had taken it to escape to the Great Qian Empire. He chased the Cosmos-level spacecraft all the way, wanting to snatch it from Wang Teng. In the end, he failed. Until today, he still regretted being too greedy and coveting the Cosmos-level spacecraft. If not, he would have stopped Wang Teng a long time ago, and he wouldn't be able to escape to the Great Qian Empire. That way, all these things wouldn't have happened. Things would have ended right at the start. Unfortunately, there was no turning back time. He just hoped that he could find the Wang family quickly, so that when Wang Teng returned, they would be able to control him. The Baron of a high-tier civilization had a higher status than them, but Heaven's stage martial warriors wouldn't be afraid of him. The Olent Federation had 3 Heaven's stage martial warriors. Many thoughts went through his mind. A sharp glint flashed in Clote's eyes as he led his men straight toward the QYE-63 spacecraft. Oh shit, they're coming. Everyone's expression changed. They were appalled. They were extremely weak in front of these formidable alien invaders. They had no chance of resisting. Even so, they gritted their teeth and prepared to stop them. Fortunately, the celestial stage martial warriors Wang Teng sent over saw this scene too. Half of them charged out of the QYE-63 spacecraft and headed toward Clote and his men. Celestial stage martial warriors. Clote's pupils narrowed. He was shocked. Celestial stage martial warriors were a piece of cake for a Cosmos stage martial warrior like him. However, there were around 30 of them, with all of them at the 9th level celestial stage. This was a strong team, which not everyone could mobilize. But so what? Kill. Clote glared at them and shouted coldly in an instant. Both parties clashed, and an intense battle ensued. The ninth-level Celestial Stage martial warriors all came from races with great talent. Ordinary Celestial Stage martial warriors couldn't be compared to them. Soon, the martial warriors from the Olent Federation started to back down. The planetary stage martial warriors were killed instantly, while the Celestial Stage martial warriors had no chance of resisting either. They were killed after a few rounds. Cries of agony filled up the air. Clote was furious. He was surrounded by 15 ninth-level Celestial Stage martial warriors, and he couldn't break free, move. He was indignant. He roared loudly and started hurling powerful attacks out without any mercy. Boom, 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 the force attacks from both sides collided. 15 Celestial Stage martial warriors could barely resist Clote's attacks. The battle formation of these 15 Celestial Stage martial warriors was extraordinary. They came from a special race in the universe called the Earth Formation Race. They could merge their forces together using a unique method and release a greater and more formidable power. For instance, the combined forces of 15 Celestial Stage martial warriors were enough to challenge a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Wang Teng bought slaves from this race because of this ability. Naturally, they were a little more expensive compared to normal slaves. At this moment, Clote was shuttling back and forth within the battle formation. He was enraged because he couldn't break free. Chapter 1086, this is just a small price. You have to pay 1 in the sky above Dong Hai. The battle got heated. Everyone was deeply worried. Hardy was fighting with the 7 Cosmos Stage martial warriors. Even a powerful warrior like him found it a little difficult to face 7 men of the same level. However, the 7 martial warriors from the Olent Federation were suffering too. The enemy was too hard to deal with, and he moved around like a phantom. Since they were unable to get a lock on him, they couldn't make any effective attacks. Clote, can you handle it? If you can't, let me do it. Manka looked down from the sky and shouted impatiently. On the other side, Clote was still blocked by the 15 Celestial Stage martial warriors. His face was as black as the bottom of the pot. Despite being a mighty Cosmos Stage martial warrior, he was unable to step past these few Celestial Stage martial warriors. He would be laughed at if others learned about this. Clote felt humiliated when he heard Manka's words. He remained silent and released all the force in his body. A terrifying glow gathered on his blade, shooting right into the sky. Die. Clote used his ultimate attack in a fit of anger. The blade glow swept forward, knocking all the 15 Celestial Stage martial warriors back. 5 of them exploded from the powerful impact, scattering a bloody mist in the air. They were dead. The battle formation formed by these 9th-level Celestial Stage martial warriors finally couldn't hold on. There was a chasm between the Celestial Stage and the Cosmos Stage. Actually, if Clote had dragged the fight a little longer, the Celestial Stage martial warriors wouldn't be able to stop him much longer. However, time was tight, and Manka provoked him further. That was why he decided to use his ultimate attack to break the formation. The remaining 10 9th-level Celestial Stage martial warriors were seriously injured. They had expanded much of their energy, so they were unable to continue fighting. Clote's gaze turned sharp. He was about to kill them all. At this moment, the remaining Celestial Stage martial warriors in the QYE-63 spacecraft rushed out. These Celestial Stage martial warriors came from another race. Their ability wasn't weak either. They were here to stop Clote. The 10 badly injured Celestial Stage martial warriors retreated to the back and guarded the Wang family in the spacecraft as they nursed themselves. When Wang Teng sent them to Earth, he gave Hardy a huge sum of money so that he could purchase resources. He also gave them some healing dans and dans that could replenish their force. This was the right time to use them. The dans Wang Teng made personally had better effects than a normal pill. After consuming the pills, their injuries and forces started healing and recuperating quickly. The color was coming back to their pale faces. Clote felt frustrated. He had spent a lot of effort taking care of these Celestial Stage martial warriors. But now, there was another group of them. How many Celestial Stage martial warriors were there in the spacecraft? He was going mad. He was once again stopped by these celestial stage martial warriors and couldn't capture the Wang family. Damn it. Where did all these martial warriors come from? All of them are elites. Each of them is as strong as 10 normal martial warriors. Manka and the other aliens in the sky were exasperated. They didn't think that their few hundred martial warriors would get annihilated by a martial warrior team of fewer than 30 people. Let's ask for their help. We don't have enough manpower. Alston took a deep breath and said. The 7 martial warriors turned somber. Finally, they nodded and sent a message to the battlecraft. Boom, boom, boom! Powerful auras erupted from the battlecraft. Another 5 Cosmos stage martial warriors flew out from within. Hardy's expression changed slightly. He appeared some distance away and stared coldly at the 5 new martial warriors. Alston, y'all are useless. The 7 of you can't even beat a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Among the 5 Cosmos stage martial warriors, one of them had golden hair. This was the man who snorted. Oliver, you should have seen how powerful the enemy is. Help us quickly. You won't be able to bear the responsibility if we fail the mission, Alston said impatiently with a black face. Oliver snorted. He didn't waste any more time and dashed toward Hardy. With their addition, there were 12 Cosmos stage martial warriors surrounding him now. Despicable. Hardy was furious. He might be powerful, but he wasn't confident that he could win against 12 martial warriors at the same level as him. He might even lose his life here. As long as we can kill you, it's all right to be despicable. Oliver smirked. There was a tinge of mockery in his tone. He loved to see Hardy feeling exasperated. Hardy's gaze turned sharp. He stopped arguing with the other party and took a deep breath. Then he executed his space power and disappeared. He wasn't stupid. There were too many Cosmos stage martial warriors, so he wouldn't fight them head-on. Surround the area. Don't let him run away. Oliver scanned his surroundings and shouted. The 12 Cosmos stage martial warriors scattered and released their forces into their surroundings. Ceiling sealed the space around them. The entire sky had turned into a cage with force as its walls. Boom. A blade glow slashed out from nowhere and slammed into the edge of the cage. The martial warrior standing at this side frowned. He released a sword glow and struck the blade glow ahead of him. Unfortunately, the blade glow was more powerful than he thought. His sword glow was shattered instantly. Splurt. The blade glow continued flying towards him and smashed into his body. His face turned pale as he vomited blood. Chapter 187. This is just a small price you have to pay, to R. Hardy. Wanted to take the opportunity to break out of the encirclement, but a loud roar rang around him. Thinking of running away? 3 Cosmos stage martial warriors appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Boom, boom, boom. Their attacks followed their yell. They didn't hold back at all as if they wanted Hardy dead. Hardy's face wasn't looking good. He was forced to back off. The space behind him fluctuated, and his figure disappeared. He escaped again. Manka scanned the surroundings to find Hardy, feeling annoyed. He's very cunning. Oliver frowned. He finally understood how tricky his opponent was. However, the method they used just now proved to be useful. They repeated it again, forming a force cage in the surroundings and not giving Hardy any chance to escape. Hardy didn't want to sit still and wait for his death. He attacked the cage again and again, trying to break out of it. Every time the cage was breached, several Cosmos stage martial warriors who were nearby would rush over, preventing him from escaping. After repeating this several times, Hardy consumed a lot of energy and was in a difficult position. On the other side, Clote had finally broken past the encirclement of the Celestial Stage martial warriors. The 20 Celestial Stage martial warriors suffered heavy casualties. Most of them were killed or injured and were unable to hold back Clote, a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Only 18 Celestial Stage martial warriors survived. All of them retreated to the QYE-63 spacecraft. Hardy got anxious when he saw what had happened. He was being held back and was unable to save anyone from the Wang family. If he knew this would happen, he would have left Earth with them instead of getting involved with these invaders. But it was too late. Saving his own life was more important than saving Earth. I'll have to use that move. Hardy was struggling internally. He didn't want to use it as it would hurt his origin. Clote's expression was grim, along with killing intent in his eyes. He then roared, "Hand over the Wang family and I will leave your corpse intact. Dream on. Our master will not let you off if you kill anyone from the Wang family." A celestial stage martial warrior retorted with blood dripping from his mouth. "Master? A futile resistance." Clote beheaded him with a scoff. Step by step, he headed towards the QY-E63 spacecraft. One by one, celestial stage martial warriors came out to resist, but all got killed. In an instant, the ground and spacecraft were painted red, littered with limbs and corpses. After a while, only 6 celestial stage martial warriors remained out of the initial 18. They all had serious injuries. The leader of martial arts and the others saw this scene from a distance, and their pupils constricted into needles. They were filled with rage. They wanted to rescue them, but they were helpless in front of the Cosmos stage martial warrior. No matter how great the plan was, it would be rendered useless in front of absolute strength. Cries of pain and agony abound. The celestial stage martial warriors fell onto the pool of blood. 5, 4, 3, 2. In the end, there was only one person left. Clote was emotionless. There was no pity in his eyes as he raised his blade to cut him down. Enough. An old voice came from within the spacecraft. Grandpa Wang walked out of the spacecraft with the help of Wang Shengguo and the others. "You all are finally willing to come out." Clote turned and immediately recognized the Wang family. There was a cold smile on his face. "Don't come out?" The last celestial stage martial warrior's expression changed as he shouted at the top of his voice. "Enough! Stop this massacre!" Grandpa Wang shook his head and said tiredly, "It would have been better if you came out earlier." Clote smiled sinisterly. His blade was still up in the air. He then swung it toward the celestial stage martial warrior. "Master is coming soon. All of you will be buried with me." The celestial stage martial warrior seemed to have expected it and uttered his last words with a hint of determination in his eyes. Boom! He actually blew himself up. With the celestial stage martial warrior as its core, the horrifying explosion swept across the surroundings, engulfing Clote in it. Fortunately, Grandpa Wang and the others were still within the shields and were not affected. "Is he dead?" Wang Shengong and the others looked at the explosion in horror. Some of them couldn't come back to their senses. They didn't think that the Cosmos stage martial warrior would still kill the last celestial stage martial warrior even after they had appeared. He wasn't going to stop. Neither did they expect the celestial stage martial warrior to self-destruct with such decisiveness. The explosion slowly dissipated, and the dust slowly settled down. A figure stood there. "Tisk, damn it." Clote's cold voice quashed the hopes in their hearts. "He's still not dead." The Wang family's expressions changed drastically. Tar, step by step. Clote walked out, looking disheveled. His clothes were slightly damaged, and there was blood oozing out from his wounds. His face was a mask of indifference and ruthlessness, though. A Cosmos stage martial warrior was forced to such a point. An uncontrollable rage surged in his heart, almost like a volcano that was about to erupt. Clote glared at the Wang family. His eyes were filled with resentment and viciousness as an overwhelming aura surged from him. The Wang family members went pale and even trembled uncontrollably. There were only planetary disciples among them. Some were even ordinary people. They couldn't withstand a Cosmos stage martial warrior's rage. Chapter 1088. "This is just a small price you have to pay. 3. Get out," Clote shouted in a ruthless voice. He stayed on the spot and didn't move forward anymore. The Wang family felt their hearts palpitating violently. They hesitated. Sigh. At this moment, a sigh broke the tension in the air. "Why do you have to force me?" Hardy came out of hiding and glanced around him. There was a tinge of helplessness in his tone. Boom! Suddenly a powerful and strange fluctuation surged out from his body. The space around him started trembling. Amid cracking sounds, pitch black lines of dimensional rifts formed around him. Quick! Stop him! The Cosmos stage martial warriors were appalled. They sensed a huge threat from Hardy. If they didn't stop him, something extremely terrifying would happen. Hence, all of them charged toward Hardy and hurled attacks at him without stopping. Hardy disregarded them. He stared at Clote and gave a warning. "You can't touch the Wang family." Boom! The moment he finished speaking, invisible space fluctuations swept out with him as the center. They cut through space like airwaves. Boom! 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 The force attacks exploded when they touched the spatial fluctuations. However, the fluctuations didn't disappear. They continued spreading. The martial warriors flying forward squinted, their heads turned numb, and all of them used their ultimate moves in an attempt to block the fluctuations. Boom, boom, boom. However, it was all in vain. The attacks were nullified when they touched the fluctuations. The Cosmos stage martial warriors turned pale and flew backward in midair as if they were struck by lightning, vomiting a huge mouthful of blood. They were terrified and full of disbelief. The fluctuations started flowing toward them again. This time, they had no time to resist. If they got hit by the fluctuations, they would be torn into two. All the Cosmos stage martial warriors were white in the face. They felt hopeless. A snort suddenly sounded in the sky. A figure appeared behind Hardy out of the blue and struck his back with his palm splurt. Hardy's expression changed. He vomited a mouth of blood and was thrown forward violently. His body fell to the ground like a sandbag. Boom! A huge hole appeared on the ground after a loud crash. The fluctuations disappeared without a trace after losing Hardy's support. It was as if they had never appeared. The other Cosmos stage martial warriors had white faces. They still had lingering fears. The dimensional rifts were only less than a meter away from them. They didn't have any chance of running away and would be instantly killed. "Thank you, President." The Cosmos stage martial warrior thanked the white-haired elder gratefully. The person who attacked Hardy was the president of St. Star Pagoda, Sheng Luo. He was also one of the 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors in the Olent Federation. President Sheng Luo was dressed in a white gown. He stood in mid-air calmly, with his hands behind his back, and nodded slowly. Cough. Hardy stumbled his way out of the dust while coughing blood. The gray gown he was wearing was torn, revealing his strange body beneath. His body was almost transparent. There were occult black patterns on his skin. He had facial features, but they seemed to be formed from liquid. His face was making slow waves, so it was hard to see his real face or remember how he looked. "I didn't expect to see a shadow assassin here," President Sheng Luo said calmly with a hint of astonishment on his face. Shadow Assassin Clan, Alston, Manka, and the others were stunned for a moment before they reacted. The Shadow Assassin Clan. It was one of the top 20 powerful races in the entire universe. No wonder this martial warrior was so powerful. They finally understood the reason and stared at Hardy in bewilderment. They couldn't push down their emotions. They didn't understand why this shadow assassin was on Earth. They were hard to find even in the universe. A formidable warrior like you shouldn't be a slave. "Are you interested in coming to my St. Star Pagoda?" the president asked. "St. Star Pagoda? What's that?" "I've never heard of it." Hardy shook his head and replied contemptuously. President Sheng Luo furrowed his brow. He was being looked down upon. Anger started to boil in his heart. "I invited you with sincerity, but you're looking down on me." This was infuriating. Manka, Alston, and the others felt speechless too. This shadow assassin was tempting fate. How dare he speak to the president like this? Did he have a death wish? "You don't know what's good for you?" President Sheng Luo replied angrily. "Anyway, as a Heaven Stage martial warrior, don't you find it embarrassing to ambush me?" Hardy scorned. The Heaven Stage? The leader of martial arts and the others were flabbergasted. This elder was actually a Heaven Stage martial warrior. Damn it! Earth was finished. I just wanted to teach you a small lesson, President Sheng Luo answered. A small lesson? Hardy mocked. He was heavily injured, and the move he made just now had harmed his origin of soul. He plunked himself on the ground and panted. What a pity. I didn't manage to finish my mission, but I tried my best. Master won't blame me for not completing the mission properly, right? Is it worth it for a little planetary stage martial warrior? President Sheng Luo asked. Chapter 1089. His is just a small price you have to pay for. It doesn't matter if it's worth it. Only he can give me what I want. You can't, Hardy replied indifferently. The president of St. Star Pagoda frowned. He stopped talking to Hardy and looked down in the Wang family's direction. Wang Teng killed my instructors and disrupted our trial. He must give me an answer for his actions. Since he ran away, y'all can answer for him. Are you going to come out yourselves, or do I have to invite you? There's a limit to my patience. I'll destroy a city every minute if you don't come out. He waved his hand, and a large screen appeared in the sky. The screen was showing a bird's-eye view of a city. A battlecraft gradually stopped above the city, and its cannon began gathering force. The civilians below were in a panic, while despair engulfed the entire city. Cries were all that could be heard. "That's City Shan," someone exclaimed in shock, immediately recognizing the place as City Shan in country Xia. "They're going to destroy City Shan. Damn it. This is too much. How dare they? How can they?" The leader of martial arts and the others turned pale. Their hearts were aching. They didn't think that the alien invaders would do such a thing. No, Grandpa Wang shouted. Boom. It was too late. President Sheng Luo didn't give them any chance destroying a city just like that. On the screen, the force glow soared down from the sky and crashed into the city. A deafening explosion thundered, and everything was swallowed by the beam of light. Cries and screams of despair were drowned out. All that was left was the glaring ball of light. When the light dissipated, a giant and deep hole replaced City Shan. The leader of martial arts and the others stared at the screen absent-mindedly. The Wang family was in a daze too. President Sheng Luo remained indifferent as he watched the happenings. It was as if he had just wiped out an ant nest. This was nothing to him. Why? Why do you have to do this? Grandpa Wang asked with a pale face. This is just a demonstration. President Sheng Luo replied nonchalantly. The countdown starts now. Grandpa Wang was at a loss for words. He pointed at the president and trembled in anger. You're too naive. A city is nothing to them. Hardy shook his head as he murmured to himself. The leader of martial arts was filled with anguish. He didn't know what to say anymore. There was only hatred left in his gaze. 1 minute is almost up. President Sheng Luo ignored their gazes and continued lightheartedly. The image on the screen changed. It was another city. This was a renowned, modernized city in the White Eagle Nation. Similarly, there was a universe battlecraft floating in the air, amassing force in its cannon as it prepared to wipe this city out. Faces of despair appeared on the screen. President Sheng Luo intentionally showed this scene so that the Wang family could see them and suffer mentally. He wanted to make them the sinners of this planet. The next moment, Grandpa Wang led the Wang family out of the QYE-63 spacecraft. Everyone was looking at them in sorrow and silence. Have you given up already? How disappointing. President Sheng Luo shook his head. Boom. The force attack was fired from the battlecraft. It landed on the city in the White Eagle Nation, and an earth-shaking explosion occurred again. Ultimate destruction. The Wang family widened their eyes in terror. They didn't expect the other party to go back on his words. Although they came out, he still destroyed the city. Pfft, Grandpa Wang clutched his chest and spurted out a mouth of blood. This is just a small price you have to pay, President Sheng Luo said softly. Chapter 1090. Planet Annihilation Canon. The Dawn of Destruction, 1. A small price. The destruction of an entire city was just a small price. The people on Earth were enraged. their faces turning red uncontrollably. The leaders of the nations clenched their fists tightly. They were gritting their teeth so tightly that their gums almost bled, especially the commander and head of the White Eagle Nation. Pain and sorrow pierced into their hearts and bones when they saw a city in their country being leveled, their eyes bloodshot. They roared in anger like a wild beast in despair. The leader of martial arts felt the same way. City Shan from country Zia was destroyed too. The lives in a city got taken away right in front of their eyes. Yet to these alien invaders, this was just a small price they had to pay. How apathetic were they toward lives such that they could make this decision? The Wang family was in a mess too. Grandpa Wang suddenly vomited blood due to anger, and his face turned as pale as paper. It frightened the Wang family. After all, Grandpa Wang wasn't young anymore. Father, Wang Shengguo, and his siblings quickly held on to Grandpa Wang and shouted agitatedly. Clote stood some distance away. He sneered. "Weaklings like you are so fragile." The Wang family was furious. Bang Clote's gaze turned sharp. An immense aura swarmed out of his body and landed on the Wang family. "I'll dig out your eyeballs if you continue staring at me." The Wang family turned pale under the massive pressure. Their bodies trembled involuntarily. They felt exasperated and fearful. This was the natural fear of a weakling toward someone more powerful than him, especially the ladies and the youngsters. They were used to leading a life of luxury and had never faced such threats. They were petrified. "Cough, I'm fine." Grandpa Wang straightened his back after coughing out some blood. He waved his hands. His voice attracted the other family members' attention and stopped the Wang family from confronting Clote. They were the weaker party. They would gain nothing from confronting the other party. Instead, they had everything to lose and suffer. In the sky, the Cosmos Stage martial warriors looked down at the Wang family with no sympathy. They stared at them in contempt, mocking them for thinking too highly of themselves. Did they think that they could escape them? So what if they hid? Any resistance was useless in the end. They still walked out obediently and fell in their hands. Seize them and bring them away. President Sheng Luo's calm voice echoed in the sky. Yes. Clote blinked and hurriedly bowed as he received the order. With a wave of his hand, a few planetary stage martial warriors from the Olant Federation went forward to handcuff the Wang family. They were treated like prisoners. "Be obedient," a martial warrior shouted. The entire world was watching this scene. No one hated the Wang family. There was only sorrow and boundless hatred for the alien invaders left in their hearts. These alien invaders wreaked havoc in their home and destroyed 2 cities ruthlessly. They even captured Wang Teng's family to force him to listen to them. Wang Teng was the last hope of Earth. These alien invaders wanted to kill their last glimmer of hope in the crib. They were despicable and heartless. The leader of martial arts, the 3 great commanders, and Dan Teishuan could only watch the Wang family getting taken away. There was nothing they could do. Helplessness corroded their hearts. They were full of regret because they couldn't protect the Wang family. The Wang family was sent into the sky by the planetary stage martial warriors. They flew towards the battlecraft that looked like a battle fortress. Everyone stared at them as if they would never return after leaving. "Destroy this planet." President Sheng Luo's voice was heard once again without any warning. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors from the Olant Federation were stunned. They didn't think that their president would still want to destroy this planet after capturing the Wang family. He spared no one. Actually, a life planet was a good asset. Turning all Earthlings into slaves was much more profitable. However, Saint Star Pagoda wanted an answer. They wanted to use Earth as a warning to others and let them know that no one could provoke them, much less a remote planet like Earth. What? All the leaders widened their eyes in anger as they stared at Sheng Luo in disbelief and fear. He wanted to exterminate their planet. This was crazy. They turned pale in shock, feeling a chill creeping up their spine, all the way to their heads. They were numb. A huge commotion erupted on Earth. "Oh my God, the alien invaders want to destroy our planet. Bastards? They must be beasts. They're not humans. Since death is the only option, let's fight with them. There's nothing to be scared of now. This is outrageous. Even if we die, we must cut a piece of meat from these aliens. Let's fight for our lives. We're civilians of Earth. We will not die without a fight. Everyone take out your weapons. This is a life or death battle. Continue fighting. Kill, kill. The despair in everyone's hearts ignited their fighting spirit and unyielding attitude. All the martial warriors howled in anger and stood up. They raised their weapons and charged toward the battlecraft in the sky, wanting to pull the alien invaders down to hell with them. The martial warriors from the Olent Federation stared at them with disdain. They felt that these Earthlings were overestimating themselves. They weren't their match at all. Chapter 1091, Planet Annihilation Canon. The Dawn of Destruction, 2. How can you do this? Grandpa Wang stared at Sheng Luo in disbelief. He was an old man who had lived for many years, but he was unable to suppress the anger in his heart when he saw Sheng Luo's shamelessness. I didn't say that I wouldn't destroy Earth, President Sheng Luo replied calmly with no changes in his expression. You, Grandpa Wang, didn't know what to say. You couldn't judge a shameless person using the standards of a human. President Sheng Luo disregarded Grandpa Wang. He frowned slightly when he saw the Cosmos Stage martial warriors standing in their original positions absent-mindedly. Didn't you hear me? Yes. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors regained their composure. President Sheng Luo was one of the 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors of the Olent Federation. They couldn't disobey him. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors gave a sinister smile as they glanced at the Earthlings. Then they returned to the battlecraft. A considerable amount of energy was needed to destroy a planet. Thus, the Cosmos Stage martial warriors had to activate the Planet Annihilation Cannon on board the battlecraft to achieve this. The Planet Annihilation Cannon was a weapon that could raze an entire planet. Among all the Cosmos Stage martial warriors, only Qinglun showed signs of unwillingness and sorrow. However, she had to obey orders. If she disobeyed President Sheng Luo, her race would be put on St. Star Pagoda's blacklist, and the younger generations could forget about entering the institution. The St. Star Pagoda was a powerful faction in the Olent Federation. She couldn't defend them. Hence, after a slight moment of hesitation, she followed Manka and the others back to the battlecraft. President Sheng Luo looked at Hardy and said, I can give you one more chance. Come with me to St. Star Pagoda, or get exterminated along with Earth. Not interested, Hardy scoffed impolitely. He looked at Sheng Luo as if he were a dead man. He knew that these people would have to pay a huge price for using this method to threaten his master. Did they think that a baron of a high-tier civilization was so easy to bully? Stubborn? President Sheng Luo felt infuriated for some reason when he saw Hardy's gaze. He snorted. Despite inviting the other party earnestly, he got rejected. As a Heaven Stage martial warrior, he had never suffered this treatment before. He ignored Hardy and disappeared on the spot. All the battlecraft started flying out of Earth. Stop them. Stop them quickly. The leaders of the nations hurriedly gave their orders. They were agitated. The most powerful fighter jets on Earth soared into the sky and started attacking the battlecraft from the Olent Federation. Boom, boom, boom. Force attacks slammed on the battlecraft, creating balls and balls of dazzling lights. Unfortunately, it was useless. Compared to the Olent Federation, the technology on Earth was too lacking. These attacks wouldn't do much damage to the defense shield of the battlecraft, much less harm their main body. Even if they did manage to break the defense shield, these attacks, which were less powerful than planetary stage attacks, couldn't affect the body of the battlecraft at all. Swoosh! Beams of light shot out from the universe battlecraft. The fighter jets from Earth dodged frantically, but they couldn't catch up with the speed of the light beams. In an instant, they were struck down. Boom, boom, boom. The fighter jets exploded and turned into balls of fire as they plummeted to the ground. However, numerous fighter jets continued soaring into the sky, flying towards the universe battlecraft and using their lives to stop them. The alien invaders will be leaving the planet soon. Activate the space shift array, the head of the White Eagle Nation said grimly. I agree. I agree. None of the heads hesitated. All of them made the same decision. There was no path of retreat. Activating the space shift array and wandering in the universe was the only solution. If the aliens didn't leave Earth, they wouldn't have the chance to activate this array. However, they had the opportunity now. All right, activate the space shift array. The leader of martial arts nodded. We must stop the alien invaders and buy some time. The head of the White Eagle Nation said. Orders were handed down. The entire world started moving. All the martial warriors were giving it their all for Earth's last chance of survival, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Fighter jets flew into the sky, advancing waves upon waves to block the universe battlecraft. Buying time for the activation of the space shift array, countless fighter jets exploded like fireworks, dazzling people's eyes for a second before falling into darkness. This was a beautiful yet tragic scene. Rune Masters rushed toward the location of the space shift array, hastening the speed of its activation. They had already made preparations before this, but the array covered the entire planet. It was difficult to activate it. They needed a long preparation time. Also, after activating the array, it needed time to gather space energy before it could start working. All this needed time. Time passed slowly. Numerous fighter jets and martial warriors from Earth had perished by now. However, they were still unable to stop the battlecraft from the Olant Federation after some time. All the battlecraft left Earth and floated in the universe. The azure blue planet in front of them spun slowly. This was Earth, in the huge battlecraft that looked like a battle fortress. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors stood beside President Sheng Luo and admired the planet ahead of them. Chapter 1092, Planet Annihilation, Canon, The Dawn of Destruction, 3. What a beautiful planet, Oliver said with a smile. Unfortunately, it's going to turn into dust soon. Claude from the Black Scale race sniggered. To think that these Earthlings attempted to stop us. They're so naive, Manka snorted in disdain. They're just natives of a backward planet. There are many other planets like this in the universe. There's no reason to feel pity for destroying it. It isn't worth much, President, Sheng Luo said. Let's start. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors started instilling force into the energy storage device in front of them. Buzz, a blinding glow lit up on the battlecraft. Lines of light covered the giant battlecraft like electricity wires. A terrifying energy fluctuation emitted out of the battlecraft. Come and have a look. See how your mother planet gets exterminated. This is your last chance to look at it. Sheng Luo clenched his fist. The Wang family, who was some distance away, flew over uncontrollably and landed beside him. They stared at the azure blue planet in front of them with misery in their eyes. Lin Chuhan's face was white. There was a hint of helplessness on her beautiful face as a familiar figure appeared in her mind. She muttered to herself, "Why aren't you back, son?" Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei were panicking too. They called for their son in their hearts. So were Grandpa Wang, Wang Yanan, Wang Yalong, and many other members of the Wang family. Wang Teng was their only hope. It was agonizing to watch their planet getting destroyed right in front of them. They wished that Wang Teng could appear and save this planet on the verge of annihilation, Earth, Donghai. The scene in outer space got picked up by the satellites and was shown on screens all over the world. This was majestic but sad. The universe battlecraft floated in space, consolidating energy. The scary force glow instilled fear in everyone's heart. How much longer? All the heads of the nations were burning with anxiety. They kept asking about the progress of the space shift array. "We still need 5 more minutes," the leader of martial arts replied grimly. 5 minutes is too long. Can they be faster?" the head of the White Eagle Nation asked. "The alien invaders won't give us so much time." The head of Country Star sighed helplessly. "We don't have a choice. This is the fastest they can go." The leader of martial arts couldn't do anything either. The Rune Masters have tried their best. It's all up to fate. The other heads kept quiet. They knew that everyone was giving their best. The people on Earth were working hard to buy any time they could. A second of difference meant a different outcome: escape or exterminate. What would be their ending? No one knew. The QYE-63 spacecraft parked in the plaza in front of the Global Union building rose into the air and dashed into outer space at the speed of light. QYE-63 was a Cosmos-level spacecraft, the only one that could cause damage to the Olant Federation's battlecraft. Hardy was piloting it, working hard to earn more time for Earth. In space, the QYE-63 spacecraft broke through the atmospheric layer around Earth and started launching its attack. Boom! A terrifying force attack smashed directly toward the giant battlecraft that looked like a battle fortress. The Olant Federation never expected this. They endured the full force of the attack. The defense shield vibrated violently. Then, a clear breaking sound was heard. The attack managed to break a small part of the defense shield. The Olant Federation's battlecraft started shaking furiously. A blaring siren rang immediately. Beep, beep, beep. Defense shield 30% damaged. Beep, beep, beep. Defense shield 30% damaged. Beep, beep, beep. Defense shield 30% damaged. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. That's a Cosmos-level spacecraft, Clote explained quickly. A Cosmos-level spacecraft? Why didn't you say that earlier? President Sheng Luo bellowed. Their battlecraft was also at the Cosmos level. Hence, it couldn't withstand a direct hit from another Cosmos-level spacecraft. I, Clote, didn't know what to say. Quick, repair the defense shield and shoot down that spacecraft. President Sheng Luo gave an order instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Force attacks shot out from the battlecraft one after another. At the same time, the battlecraft around them gathered together and defended the giant battlecraft while attacking the QYE-63 spacecraft. Hardy's face turned gloomy. He had to deal with these small battlecraft first. An intense pursuit started in outer space. A Cosmos-level spacecraft was indeed extraordinary. Those normal battlecraft were unable to strike it down. However, besides escaping, Hardy also had to deal with the occasional attacks from the giant battle fortress-like battlecraft. Boom! Suddenly, the QYE-63 took a hit on the side. The QYE-63 spacecraft started shaking violently. The battlecraft around it grabbed the chance and threw countless force cannons at the defense shield. Crack! The shield cracked under the onslaught. All the force attacks landed on the main body of the QYE-63 spacecraft. Fortunately, this was a Cosmos-level spacecraft, so normal attacks couldn't harm. Hardy grabbed the opportunity to escape from the encirclement. Chapter 93. Planet Annihilation Canon. The Dawn of Destruction. 4. Time passed slowly. Cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of all the leaders of the world. Their palms and backs were drenched in sweat, too. They paid attention to what was happening in the universe while keeping a close watch on the countdown of the array displayed on the screen. They were extremely nervous. The preparations for the space shift array were done. They only needed to give it time to finish consolidating space energy. 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute? At the last minute, the Planet Annihilation Cannon on the Olant Federation's battlecraft had gathered enough energy. The lines of light on the surface of the battlecraft gathered on one spot. The fortress-like battlecraft split open from the center, and the mouth of a cannon, almost half the width of the battlecraft, revealed itself. Silver light dotted the mouth of the cannon as it aimed at Earth. Immense and terrifying energy spread out. We're dead. The leaders of the nations felt their hearts sinking. Their world turned gray, and they were filled with despair. A little, just a little. Why? What just happened? A little more, and they would be able to escape from this deadly situation. Why wouldn't God give them this chance? Was Earth going to be destroyed just like that? Countless people shouted and screamed, venting the anger and fear in their hearts. No one wanted to die. They didn't want to disappear from the universe. The human race had been exploring the universe for millions of years, always hoping that one day they could step out of Earth and proceed to a bigger stage. When the martial era arrived, they saw hope. Then Wang Teng came out of nowhere and became the most powerful martial warrior on the planet. He even flew out of Earth and became the first human to enter the universe. Hope was right in front of them. But why? Why did they have to be exterminated at the dawn of their hope? Could Wang Teng come back in time? The same thought appeared in the hearts of numerous Earthlings. Wang Teng, Dan Taixuan gritted her teeth as she floated in front of the Global Union building, repeating Wang Teng's name again and again in her heart. The leader of martial arts and the others felt helpless and depressed as they stared at the image sent back by satellite. They wished that Wang Teng could save this planet from destruction just like how he always did in the past, but there wasn't enough time. Even at this moment, there was no sign of Wang Teng. How could he save the planet? Everything was too late. Boom. Powerful energy burst out from the mouth of the cannon. The light was blinding. It was impossible to open one's eyes and look at it. The people on Earth only saw the entire sky turning silver-white like the apocalypse. Everything seemed to have lost its color. They were devoured by this beam of silver-white light. Boom! At this moment, another loud explosion was heard. A powerful beam of force glow erupted from another side of outer space, aimed right at the Olant Federation's battlecraft. The attack was extremely close. It seemed to have traveled through space and arrived in the blink of an eye, even though it was released after the planet annihilation cannon. It slammed into the Olant Federation's battlecraft. Bang! The defense shield broke, and the attack made contact with the main body of the battlecraft. Instantly, the battlecraft shifted a little due to the impact, and the aim of the cannon deviated. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The energy from the planet annihilation cannon was finally released. It scraped past the surface of Earth. Boom! A small planet in the distance was destroyed by the cannon. It exploded from the overwhelming force and turned into dust floating in the universe. A small planet was gone within a split second. Silence. There was dead silence on Earth. Cold sweat dripped down everyone's forehead, but no one noticed it. They stared absent-mindedly at the sky. They hadn't regained their senses yet. They felt lucky that they had survived this disaster. "We're safe?" someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes, we're still alive," someone shouted in excitement. The people on Earth were overjoyed. Some even started cheering. The leaders of the various nations woke up from their daze. They stared at the small planet that was hit with lingering fears in their hearts. What a terrifying attack. A small planet was destroyed so easily. If that attack had landed on Earth, they might have exploded in a similar way. The various leaders shivered in fear when they thought of this possibility. What happened just now? The leader of the White Eagle Nation suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned. This was a good question. They turned their heads and looked at the scene in space. In the Olant Federation battlecraft, Sheng Luo and the other martial warriors didn't expect this to happen either. A little more and they could have destroyed this planet. Their plan failed at the last step. Anyone would feel unhappy when confronted with such a scenario. You finally reach the last step to achieving your goal after spending this much time and effort. However, someone put a banana peel on the step and you slipped and fell. Wasn't it infuriating? President Sheng Luo's expression turned grim. He looked in the direction of the attack. The Wang family also followed his gaze. The space there started vibrating as airwaves were formed. Then a cut appeared gradually and started expanding. It became bigger and bigger. The tip of a universe spacecraft peeked out from the space behind it. Its sharp metallic edge gave off a cold and harsh glimmer. As the cut became bigger, more parts of the spacecraft were revealed within a few seconds. An enormous spacecraft emerged from the emptiness and appeared in front of everyone. What kind of presence did it have? It was ferocious, humongous, majestic, frightening. In front of this spacecraft, the battlecraft from the Olant Federation was just a puny little toy. Chapter 1094. All of them, a savage and giant spacecraft, emerged from the emptiness and appeared in front of the Olant Federation's battlecraft. It entered the Earthlings' vision too. What is this? President Sheng Luo squinted. He felt a tremor in his heart. As for Manka, Qing Lun, Alston, and the other Cosmos Stage martial warriors, they were appalled too. Based on the size of this spacecraft, the sharp and harsh glimmer of its metallic surface, and its domineering force of presence, They could tell that this was anything but ordinary. Could it be? The Wang family clenched their fists. There was excitement and anticipation on their faces. Is Wang Teng back? The thought appeared in their mind. They did have some doubts. Was Wang Teng really piloting this enormous and exceptionally frightening spacecraft? Earth. The leaders of the nations were stunned. They stared at the spacecraft that appeared out of the blue in astonishment with an unbelievable thought in their mind. Is Wang Teng back? The leader of martial arts and the three great commanders clenched their fists tightly. They were a little agitated and excited. Beep, beep, beep! The alert of the countdown suddenly sounded in the Global Union building. 10, 9, 8. The space shift array was at its last 10 seconds of countdown. The people in the building woke up from their stupor. The space shift array was about to be activated. For a moment there was a dilemma on all their faces. They weren't sure if the spacecraft belonged to Wang Teng. Also, if he couldn't stop the Olent Federation, it would be a huge waste. The space shift array had a long cooling period. If it was interrupted, they would need even more time to reactivate it. However, after a second of hesitation, the leader of martial arts still ordered his men to deactivate the space shift array. The activation was stopped 3 seconds before the launch. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. None of the other leaders objected to it. After all, none of them wanted to roam aimlessly in the universe. They would have to face many unknown dangers at that time. All their hopes were placed on the gigantic spacecraft that just appeared. The network of the Global Union building got hacked. The same thing happened all around the world. No one could control it. The screens on people's computers, phones, and walls of malls became blurry. Then the image changed and the figure of a young man appeared. Wang Teng. The person on the screen was Wang Teng. I'm sorry. I came late. A solemn voice sounded from his throat. Everyone standing in front of a screen heard him. Their eyes turned red. Some even wept in joy he returned. Wang Teng was finally back. Earth was safe. They believed in Wang Teng just like how they did in the past. They believed that once he was back, Earth would be saved. Thence this guy. Dan Takeshuan, Ye Jixin, and some others were standing on top of a high-rise building. Dan Takeshuan felt tears welling up in her eyes when she heard Wang Teng's voice. It's good that you're back, Ye Jixin lamented. There was happiness shimmering in his eyes, too. In the Global Union building, the leaders were elated upon seeing Wang Teng's face. Indeed, that spacecraft belonged to him. Ha ha ha, he's back. Commander Hong laughed uncontrollably. He's finally back. The leader of martial arts shook his head. His emotions just went on a roller coaster ride. It was finally back on land. Earth is saved, Commander Yong let out a long sigh. A smile appeared on his face. Yes, we're safe. The leader of martial arts nodded. No matter how powerful their opponent was, the leader of martial arts also had inexplicable confidence in Wang Teng. Who are you? A voice came from within the Olent Federation's battlecraft. Olent Federation, you deserve to die, was the reply from the gigantic spacecraft. The anger in the voice was apparent. If he came a second later, Earth would have been razed. His family and friends would vanish along with it. The Olent Federation must die. Wang Teng. President Sheng Luo said coldly. He recognized who this person was. That's right. It's me. Aren't you looking for me? I'm back now. Wang Teng's voice was eerie and icy like a spirit that crawled out from hell. He gave his order instantly. Attack and destroy all battlecraft of the Olent Federation. All of them. Boom, 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 terrifying attacks shot out from the spacecraft immediately, raining down on the Olent Federation's battlecraft. Wang Teng's spacecraft was a universe-level spacecraft. Not only was its defense ability exceptional, but the weapons on it were also powerful. Ordinary weapons were nothing in front of the power and speed of these weapons. The weapons all spat fire at Wang Teng's order, encompassing the enemy like a net. Boom, boom, boom. The battlecraft exploded and turned into balls of flame, reduced to cosmic dust. Within a few seconds, all the universe battlecraft sent by the Olent Federation were wiped out. Only the battle fortress managed to escape from destruction. However, it had become a general without an army. Before Sheng Luo could react, this was the scene left for the invaders. They widened their eyes in shock. All of them were flabbergasted. Wang Teng. The roar of an injured wild beast escaped President Sheng Luo's mouth. Clote, Manka, and the other martial warriors were trembling in fear. Their pupils constricted. They were honestly scared. This fierce-looking giant spacecraft was terrifying. In an instant, it destroyed their army of battlecraft. The planetary stage and celestial stage martial warriors in them were killed too. What would have happened if those attacks landed on this spacecraft? Would they be able to escape death? The martial warriors from the Olent Federation stood in dead silence. They finally experienced the despair the people on Earth had some time ago. This despair came from their inability to resist. Their fate was entirely in the other party's hands. On Earth, the leader of martial arts felt invigorated. His frustration was vented. The alien invaders deserved it. He remembered how arrogant and haughty they were in the past. They killed the people on Earth as if they were ants. The entire planet almost got annihilated. How evil and ruthless now. It was finally their turn. The Olent Federation's battlecraft had no chance of resisting in front of Wang Teng's enormous spacecraft. Powerful attacks hammered down like bolts of heavenly lightning. Chapter 195, Kill Them. Dead silence. There was not a peep inside the battlecraft. Sheng Luo's face was as dark as the clouds before a thunderstorm. Wang Teng's oppressiveness exceeded his expectations. So did the spacecraft. If he was right, this must be a heaven-level or above spacecraft. It might even be a universe-level spacecraft. But how was that possible? Wang Teng was just a native martial warrior from this backward planet. Even if he became the Baron of the Great Qian Empire, he wouldn't be able to afford a thing like that. Besides, according to the information he received, there was no mention of a universe-level spacecraft. He felt like killing this young man. One mistake, and the entire plan failed. His informant told him that they had the ability to deal with this young brat. Yet the result was different from his expectations. Even as a heaven-stage martial warrior, the universe-level spacecraft alone was enough to give him second thoughts about targeting Wang Teng. President Sheng Luo, what should we do? Clote gulped. He knew that it wouldn't be easy dealing with Wang Teng. One extremely powerful spacecraft was enough to put them in a dire situation. How were they supposed to fight? The Cosmos stage martial warriors would be smashed into pieces once they stepped out. Sheng Luo took a deep breath and said with a sharp gaze, "Wang Teng, do you think you'll win?" Still stubborn at the brink of death. Wang Teng scoffed. Take a look. What are they?" Sheng Luo brought the Wang family out into space. Dad, Mom, Grandpa. Wang Teng's expression changed. A boundless killing intent surged out from his heart. That idiot Hardy allowed his family to land in the hands of the Olent Federation. What on earth was he doing? Rage was bubbling in him like a volcano about to erupt. Wang Teng and An Lan dashed out from the spacecraft. They stared into Sheng Luo's eyes. A heaven-stage martial warrior. Sheng Luo squinted when he saw An Lan. He was in disbelief. Wang Teng had a heaven-stage martial warrior under his wing. Little Teng, son. Grandpa Wang, Wang Shengguo, and Li Xiumei were surprised and elated when they saw Wang Teng. They called his name subconsciously. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, don't worry, I'll save you. Wang Teng got worried when he saw his family. His gaze flickered a little. Save? How are you going to save them? Sheng Luo mocked. Who are you? Wang Teng took a deep breath and asked with a cold face. President of St. Star Pagoda, Sheng Luo, Sheng Luo replied. Are you taking revenge? That's right. You killed the instructors from my academy and interrupted our trial. The reputation of St. Star Pagoda will be ruined if I don't kill you. You came to Earth and treated this place as your trial ground, killing anyone you want. Did you seek our permission beforehand? Wang Teng shouted back. He was trying to control his anger. It's your honor to be chosen as the trial ground, Sheng Luo said indifferently. An honor? I think you're just used to being all high and mighty. Once someone steps on you, you start barking like a mad dog, Wang Teng said. Impudent. Sheng Luo was enraged. He was the president of St. Star Pagoda, the person at the top of the pyramid in the St. Olent Federation. He couldn't tolerate being called a mad dog. Me? Impudent? You're the one that's impudent? Wang Teng remained calm. He looked at Sheng Luo with disdain. Right now, I can kill you as easily as an ant. Sheng Luo's expression turned ugly. He knew that Wang Teng was right. The spacecraft behind him had already landed them in a precarious situation, much less other things. He couldn't treat this brat as a native Earthling, but he was unwilling to give up. He was a heaven-stage martial warrior, the president of St. Star Pagoda, and a well-respected member of the Olent Federation. How could an Earthling rise above him? Release my family, or I'll flatten St. Star Pagoda? Wang Teng said in a cold voice. How dare you? Sheng Luo flared up like a cat that got stepped on its tail. A formidable aura erupted around him as he glared at Wang Teng. Actually, he was scared of Wang Teng too, afraid that he would come back from the Great Qian Empire to create trouble for them. That was why he acted first and captured his family, wanting to force him to surrender. However, Wang Teng was much more powerful than he expected. Do you think I won't dare? Wang Teng sneered. Your family is in my hands, Sheng Luo threatened him. Little Teng don't care about us. We can't be your obstacle every time, Grandpa Wang shouted. That's right. We're not scared of death. Don't think about using us, Wang Shengguo said with resolution. Shut up! Sheng Luo's expression changed. He was furious and shocked. Without the Wang family, he wouldn't be able to threaten Wang Teng. This was a situation he was most worried about. Suddenly, while Sheng Luo was distracted, a figure abruptly appeared behind him and slashed out his sword, aiming straight for his heart, the Godslayer sword scripture. Sheng Luo's expression changed. He felt a tinge of danger from the sword glow. He would get seriously injured if he didn't dodge. Boom! At the same time, and Lan also moved. A black light shot out from his palm and charged at Sheng Luo. This was the opposite direction of where the Wang family was at. The two attacks were launched simultaneously, one from the back and one from the left. Sheng Luo was in a difficult position. He had to choose between the Wang family and getting hit by the beam of black light and the sword glow. He needed to make a choice. Sheng Luo was a vicious character. He knew that if he lost the Wang family, he wouldn't have any advantage in front of Wang Teng, hence he chose not to retreat. A sword appeared in his hand. The sword glow exploded and collided with the beam of black light. At the same time, he punched his fist in the other direction. Boom. Powerful shock waves' impact swept through the sky. The Wang family was nearby, so the impact was strong enough to injure them, but at this moment, another figure stepped out from the emptiness and created a force-light shield around the Wang family with a wave of his hand. This was another Wang Teng. How's this possible? Sheng Luo's expression changed. Then he understood. Clone, he exclaimed. Indeed, this was Wang Teng's clone. The one who attacked Sheng Luo from the back was another clone. The real Wang Teng distracted Sheng Luo while his clone attacked him along with An Lan. When he was busy handling the two attacks, the second clone appeared to save the Wang family. Wang Teng's clone snorted and moved his lips slightly, mouthing the word idiot. Then he pulled the Wang family back. Where are you going? Sheng Luo slashed at the clone with an ugly expression. Unfortunately, the space behind the clone turned distorted, and he disappeared. Sheng Luo's sword glow hit nothing. Damn it! Sheng Luo's face turned black. He didn't think that he would be tricked as a heaven-stage martial warrior. Some distance away, Wang Teng's clone stepped out of the emptiness with the Wang family and smiled at Wang Teng. I've completed the task. Thank you. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally feel at ease. He took less than 3 minutes from the time he learned his family was captured to come up with this plan. Then he started distracting Sheng Luo while giving An Lan the details through voice transmission. He had already sent his 2 clones into space when he stepped out of his universe spacecraft. He chatted with Sheng Luo to distract him and to buy himself more time. He could only execute his plan once that old codger was focused on him. It was a risky plan. A single mistake could provoke Sheng Luo and place the Wang family in extreme danger. But the act of surprise was the reason why he was able to save the Wang family from Sheng Luo. Of course, Wang Teng's space talent played a huge role. Without it, he wouldn't be able to execute this plan smoothly. Everything went according to plan, and he succeeded in the end. The Wang family finally reacted and realized that they were saved. They felt fortunate that they managed to survive this ordeal. Dad, Mom, Grandpa have some rest in the spacecraft. I'll be back after settling the matters here. Wang Teng smiled and said to them, "Be careful." Wan Shengguo and Li Shumei had many words to say to Wang Teng, but they knew that this wasn't the right time. Thus they reminded him to be careful before entering the spacecraft behind them. On the other side, Sheng Luo was glaring at him grimly. Then he retreated at a fast speed without any hesitation. He wanted to escape. Claude and the other martial warriors in the Olent Federation's battlecraft were dumbstruck when they saw Wang Teng saving his family. "Quick run, start the engine and leave as quickly as we can. If not, it will be too late." There was a flurry in the battlecraft. This bunch of high and mighty Cosmos stage martial warriors was filled with fear. They felt a chill climbing up their spines. Boom! The battlecraft from the Olent Federation increased its speed in a bid to escape. "Kill them." Wang Teng raised his finger and pointed at the battlecraft. A cold, ruthless command echoed in outer space. It sounded like the voice of Hades calling one's death. Terrifying beams of light lit up on the universe-level spacecraft behind him. Boom, 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 attacks were fired continuously at the Olent Federation's battlecraft and Sheng Luo. No, the other Cosmos stage martial warriors screamed in anguish and terror when they saw the balls of white light ahead of them. They released all the forces in their bodies to resist the frightening onslaught. Sheng Luo squinted and released all his force, too, to withstand the attack. Boom. Loud explosions resounded in space. The battlecraft from the Olent Federation exploded like fireworks. As for Sheng Luo, he was submerged by all the attacks and there was no sign of him. After some time, the residual impact disappeared and many figures flew out. They were Sheng Luo and the Cosmos stage martial warriors in a miserable state. They weren't dead. Martial warriors at the Cosmos stage and above had strong vitality. They wouldn't die so easily. However, they had suffered grievous injuries and were on their last breath. They looked like beggars now. The pride and arrogance in them had disappeared. The people on Earth cheered. Wang Teng took revenge for all of them. They felt invigorated. Chapter 96. I don't only know how to use my mouth. I also know some pretty neat techniques. People all over the globe were cheering. The alien invaders had been eradicated. It was an overwhelming scene. They initially thought that even if Wang Teng had returned, it would be a tough battle. However, it turned out to be a one-sided slaughter. The powerful alien invaders were just weaklings in front of Wang Teng. He was beyond everyone's expectations. Earth's leaders were surprised and delighted. Their hearts were surging with emotions. He was so powerful. When Wang Teng left Earth, he wasn't this strong and was just a planetary stage martial warrior now. He had the power to destroy the alien invaders. There were celestial stage and cosmos stage martial warriors among the alien invaders. There were even heaven stage martial warriors. The stark contrast made everyone feel like they were in a dream. It was unreal. To them, Wang Teng wasn't a human. He was something else. Was he an alien that was adopted by the Wang family? It was highly possible. Otherwise, how was an Earthling so powerful? This didn't make sense. There must be something wrong with his genetics. In space, the Cosmos stage martial warriors from the Olent Federation were heavily injured and bleeding. They looked at Wang Teng with eyes of horror and a face full of disbelief. Split up and run. Claude shouted and escaped without any hesitation. The others had the same idea as well and fled by themselves. In times of danger, it was every man for himself. Wang Teng scoffed and waved his hand. Suddenly, Cosmos stage martial warriors rushed out of the spacecraft behind him and surrounded the escapees. The Cosmos stage martial warriors from the Olent Federation turned pale and panicked. There were more than 10 Cosmos Stage martial warriors on the enemy's side. They were outnumbered. They couldn't possibly defeat them with their heavy injuries. It didn't feel good. Cosmos Stage martial warriors like them had always been superior in the Olant Federation and had never been put in such a precarious position, and now they were about to be ruined. "Run, and I'll break 3 of your legs," Wang Teng warned. The people from the Olant Federation were stunned. What did he mean by 3 legs? The men's faces turned dark, and they subconsciously tightened their thighs as they felt the chills in their crotch. As for the female martial warrior Qing Lun, she felt insulted. She didn't have 3 legs? 3 legs? I didn't expect this young man to be a hooligan. Either way, they didn't dare to move anymore. Over at the other side, and Lan suddenly made a move. The 1,000 armaments vessel transformed into a flash of black light and sliced across the space, forcing someone out. It was Sheng Luo. And Lan looked at him and scoffed. It was like a cat chasing a mouse. "Old thing, go on and run." Wang Teng looked at Sheng Luo and mocked him. "Wang Teng, what do you want?" Sheng Luo got a direct hit from the universe-level spacecraft and suffered a serious blow. He initially wanted to escape while Wang Teng's attention was on Clote and the others. However, he was forced into a corner by the Heaven Stage martial warrior by Wang Teng's side. "I realized that killing you like this is going too easy on you." Wang Teng rubbed his chin and said, "I'll let the people from Earth judge you for the sins you committed. How about having a Heaven Stage martial warrior, the president of St. Star Pagoda, parade the streets? What do you think? Isn't it great?" Sheng Luo's expression turned ugly. Parade the streets. A Heaven Stage martial warrior was going to be paraded on this planet's streets. This was bullshit. This Wang Teng was vicious. Just imagining that scene made him shudder. Clote and the others were stunned as well and had shivers all over their bodies. They didn't feel well at all. Ordinary people wouldn't have been able to think of such a vicious idea. Wang Teng was a devil. "You wish?" Sheng Luo snarled with a gloomy face. "Heh, grab him." Wang Teng squinted his eyes and shouted. It was time to farm. The loot from a Heaven Stage martial warrior was rare. He had to get stronger, so he wouldn't give up on obtaining attributes from a Heaven Stage martial warrior. Rage clouded his mind and made him want to kill him immediately. But now, he felt that farming attributes was the right way to make the most out of this. "Haha. How about you let me experience the strength of a Heaven Stage martial warrior from Olant Federation?" And Lan snickered. The 1,000 armaments vessel flew out and rushed toward Sheng Luo. "Damn you. A Heaven Stage martial warrior like yourself has fallen and succumbed to a Celestial Stage martial warrior." Sheng Luo's expression changed as he dodged the attacks. "I'm happy and satisfied. Why do you even care?" And Lan was unmoved and responded with a smile. In the next moment, his body vanished and he rushed over in a streak of light. And Lan was powerful and was considered amongst the best of the Heaven Stage martial warriors. Back then, Sin Claman and Cao Hongtu weren't even his match, even though he was alone. Someone from a low-tier civilization was nothing to him. Kill them. Sheng Luo was aggrieved. He was unwilling to die here and roared. He then exerted all of his strength and didn't hold back. Suddenly, a strange power spread out from his body. The surroundings changed and were no longer pitch black like what space looked like. It seemed to be in a world of its own as it was filled with yellow light. In the area shrouded by yellow light, boulders of different sizes were floating and resembled meteorites. People could feel a threat coming from it. Domain. Wang Teng's expression changed. Heaven Stage martial warriors could comprehend the power of the domain, and this was Sheng Luo's domain, an earth element domain. "So far, no one has forced me to use my domain to this extent. I will let you have a taste of it." Sheng Luo's voice echoed, but no one could quite catch it. They didn't know where he was. Wang Teng suddenly became vigilant and scanned his surroundings. This was his first time entering someone's domain. However, he possessed a domain as well and knew that he was inside one. Everything was under the control of the domain user, and everything was a potential means of attack. It was extremely dangerous. Be careful, and Lan had a serious expression and suddenly appeared beside Wang Teng. This is a 7th rank domain. 7th rank domain. Wang Teng was astonished. So powerful. Would they fail? However, he calmed down after thinking about the universe-level spacecraft behind him. If things went south, he could just give him another blast. That's right. I didn't expect a heaven-stage martial warrior from a low-tier civilization to have mastered the domain to such an extent, Anlan said solemnly. I'm not just the president of St. Star Pagoda. I'm also a 3-star mercenary of the Mercenaries Alliance. Do you really think you can kill me as you wish? Sheng Luo appeared on top of a giant rock and looked down on them with killing intent in his eyes. A mercenary from the Mercenaries Alliance. And Lan's face darkened. No wonder. The Mercenaries Alliance was a giant organization like the Universe Bank and the Secondary Career Alliance. It had great influence and had a presence all over the entire universe. It was a relatively free and loose organization like the Secondary Career Alliance. However, it wasn't easy to become a member. You had to be extremely powerful and had to pass the assessment. Generally speaking, the weakest 1-star mercenaries were Cosmos Stage martial warriors. The martial warriors in the universe took pride in their statuses in the Mercenaries Alliance, even more so for the mercenaries with more stars. They would be respected by the other martial warriors wherever they went. This was the prestige and benefit that came with being a mercenary in the universe. Many talents would choose to become a mercenary and increase their reputation. Besides that, a mercenary could take part in various missions and gain an abundance of rewards. Those rewards include scriptures, battle techniques, and all kinds of rare treasures. This was why martial warriors would flock over to them. Wang Teng heard Round Ball's explanation and understood the significance behind the rank of a 3-star mercenary. 3-star mercenary? He revealed a shocked expression and stared at Sheng Luo with wide eyes as if he was in disbelief. He then suddenly said with disgust, "After so many years of living, you're still just a 3-star mercenary? Have you lived your whole life as a dog?" Stunned, Sheng Luo's face turned green. Since when was a 3-star mercenary despised to such an extent? And Lan's eyes twitched. He felt that Wang Teng was asking for it. He wondered how many 3-star mercenaries would come after him if word spread. That would be just the thought of it sent shivers in Lan's body. He then took a few steps away from Wang Teng, for fear of being implicated in this 3-star mercenaries were mostly heaven-stage martial warriors who were powerful and terrifying. He didn't want to mess with them. How arrogant! Sheng Luo took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He then glared at Wang Teng. "Do you only know how to use your mouth? I don't only know how to use my mouth, but I also know some pretty neat techniques. If you have a wife or a daughter, I can let them experience it for free." Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. Cough, cough. And Lan almost spat his saliva. He had a strange expression. Damn it. Why did I understand that immediately? Can I still be saved? No, this is Wang Teng's fault. I've been influenced after spending such a long time with him. I have to stay away from him one by one. Thoughts drifted in Lan's head. He became more and more determined to stay away from Wang Teng. Sheng Luo was enraged after being stunned for a moment. "You're looking for death." His face was flushed red and he almost vomited blood. He stopped talking nonsense with Wang Teng and pointed forward. Boom! The rocks that floated in the air spun at high speeds and then smashed down toward Wang Teng. OMG, so scary. Wang Teng jumped back and shouted, "Lan, he's yours, go." Chapter 1097, Planetary Devastation, 1. And Lan's face darkened and he felt something was off. He couldn't react in time and saw countless rocks smashing down with unparalleled power. He became solemn. "You bastard." And Lan roared and didn't care about anything else. Channeling his spiritual power, he transformed his 1,000 armaments vessel into a streak of light that circled around the surroundings. In an instant, a black sphere appeared in space as if it isolated the world from itself. Domain. This was Lan's domain. Wang Teng stood within the domain. He realized that his surroundings had turned into a black and golden domain which blocked Sheng Luo's earth element domain outside. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the black and golden domain shook violently, and a huge noise came from outside. "And Lan, can you handle it?" Wang Teng shouted. "Let me know if you can't. I'll shoot him with the spacecraft." "Shut up," and Lan rolled his eyes angrily. "In this domain, your signal can't be transmitted." "Wang Teng, he's right. I can't communicate with the outside world," Roundball said in a solemn voice. "It's okay. I can contact my clone." Wang Teng replied calmly, and Lan was speechless. He realized that he didn't need to worry about Wang Teng. He always had a backup plan to save himself. Roundball also kept silent. Well, it didn't see that coming. My domain is only at the 6th rank. In terms of domain, I'm weaker than him. And Lan took a deep breath and explained, "However, my domain is a product of combining spiritual power and the metal element. It's much stronger than an ordinary domain. I do want to see if it's stronger than a 7th rank domain." A hint of competitiveness appeared on his face. He then released his domain to the extreme, pushing it to greater heights. Hybrid domain. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. And Lan didn't use his hybrid domain when he was dealing with Sin Clamon and Cao Hong too. He didn't expect him to use something like that to deal with Sheng Luo. Very good. All the best. I'm rooting for you. Wang Teng cheered for him, and Lan couldn't maintain his expression. The serious and tense atmosphere was completely shattered. He ignored Wang Teng and focused on dealing with Sheng Luo. In an instant, and Lan and Sheng Luo were caught up in the clash of their domains. A yellow earth element domain and a black gold metal element domain were like two balls colliding in space. The earth element domain was extremely heavy and possessed great power. It had extraordinary destructive prowess. On the other hand, Lan's black and gold domain was sharp. The entire domain seemed to have grown invisible spikes as they shattered all the rocks that came crashing down. Sheng Luo's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the Mecha Heaven Stage's 6th rank domain could withstand his 7th rank domain. Domains were extremely hard to master, which was why their power would multiply whenever it advanced to the next rank. The higher the rank, the greater the difference in power. Moreover, the gap between the 6th and 7th ranks wasn't just a rank. There was also a difference between the middle stage and the advanced stage. A 7th rank domain was considered the advanced stage, which was much more powerful than a middle stage domain. That was why Sheng Luo was so surprised. His eyes became cold and he channeled more power into his domain. Countless rocks gathered together and formed a giant ball. The ball continued growing like a small meteorite as it floated above his head. But he didn't stop just yet. He was still channeling power into his domain. More rocks gathered over. "Damn, that's planetary devastation," Wang Teng exclaimed. "What's planetary devastation?" And Lan was initially startled, but when he heard Wang Teng's words, his thoughts suddenly went astray. He couldn't be blamed. Wang Teng was too spontaneous. "It's nothing." "You don't understand the world of anime," Wang Teng said disdainfully. I % Amp and Lan. Why was he despised for no reason? However, Lan didn't dare to waste time after seeing the power of Sheng Luo's attack. He directed power into his domain, and countless black and golden light gathered above his head and condensed into a terrifying sword glow. Countless sword consciouses rose into the sky, exuding an unparalleled sharpness. This time, Sheng Luo was already at his limit. His face was flushed red and the veins on his forehead were about to burst. He looked hideous. He gave it his all to survive. "Go!" Sheng Luo roared. A giant ball of rock that resembled a meteorite smashed downward. The horrifying power might be enough to destroy a planet like Earth. Boom. There was a loud bang outside of the domain. Before the giant rock landed, Lan's domain shook violently under the pressure of the giant rock as if it would crack immediately. Lan's eyes were filled with astonishment as he narrowed his eyes. "Go!" with a yell, The sword above his head slashed out. The sword glow struck outward. It spanned 100 meters as it slashed across. Boom! The sword glow clashed with the giant rock, and the impact caused an explosion. Crack! Web-like cracks appeared on the giant rock and spread all around. And Lan was elated. Right then, cracks formed on the black and golden sword glow, spanning the entire thing. Chapter 98. Planetary Devastation. 2. The two parties were at a standstill for some time, then a huge explosion occurred. Boom! The sword glow shattered while the giant rock exploded. Terrifying force residuals swept through space. Nothing could be seen in the blinding light. "This is bad," and Lan squinted as he stared at the center of the explosion. His expression changed suddenly. A giant black shadow sprinted out from the glaring light and plummeted toward them. The sword glow only managed to cut the giant rock into two. It didn't smash it completely. Die. Sheng Luo's icy and furious voice came from above. "Retreat." And Lan shouted hurriedly, "Don't panic. Let me try." Wang Teng blinked. No signs of anxiousness could be seen on his face. And Lan, the next instant a universe-stage sword appeared in Wang Teng's hand. The sword conscious erupted and the space around him started to fluctuate. And Lan, who was standing beside him, detected something. A tinge of astonishment appeared in his heart. What kind of sword skill is this? It's able to activate the space around them. Moreover, this space power was able to influence his domain. Crack. It was as if an eggshell was broken. Dimensional rifts started to appear in the space around them. Cracks in the air even appeared in Lan's black domain. An invisible space power flowed out from the dimensional rifts and intertwined around Wang Teng's long sword. Instantly, an invisible and occult sword glow was formed. It couldn't be seen or touched, but one could sense the terrifying sword aura spinning around the sword. It sent chills down one's spine. What is this? And Lan was flabbergasted. Even he felt threatened by the sword conscious. The giant rock was only inches away from their heads, slaying God, Wang Teng shouted in his heart. The sword conscious seemed to shoot out from his eyes as he finally slashed his sword down. The sword conscious slit through the air and landed on the giant rock. This was one of the moves in the Godslayer sword scripture. It was the first move. There were 9 moves in the Godslayer sword scripture. Every move was hard to execute. As the moves progressed, the difficulty increased by multiple folds. With Wang Teng's current grasp of the Godslayer sword scripture, he was only able to execute the first move. This was the first time he used a move from the Godslayer sword scripture. The power was greater than simply using the Godslayer sword scripture. Boom. Amid a huge explosion, the invisible sword glow was exceptionally sharp. It cut the giant rock into two and continued toward Sheng Luo. How's this possible? Sheng Luo's pupils constricted. He was dumbstruck and found it unbelievable. He didn't have any time to dodge the attack. Although he saw the attack coming, his body couldn't react in time. He could only release the remaining force in him to form a defense shield. Boom. Instantly, the sword glow landed on Sheng Luo, shattering the force shield around him and knocking him back ruthlessly. Swoosh, a thin and long sword wound appeared on Sheng Luo's chest. Fresh blood oozed out of it. Pfft. He vomited a mouth of blood while he was still flying back. He became listless. However, he was still a heaven-stage martial warrior, powerful with a strong vitality. The sword glow wasn't able to kill him. Sheng Luo didn't expect Wang Teng to injure him so seriously. He was shocked. Wang Teng was just a celestial stage martial warrior. How did he do this? Numerous doubts appeared in his mind. Sheng Luo received a huge blow in his heart. His face turned pale. However, the desire to live pulled him back to reality. Riding on the inertia of the attack, he turned and escaped unwillingly. Trying to run away? Are you a rat? And Lan, stop him, Wang Teng shouted. Fick, am I your manual labor? And Lan regained his senses from Wang Teng's sword attack and glared at him bitterly. However, he still chased after Sheng Luo. Sheng Luo was seriously injured, so he was slower than Enlan. Enlan caught up with him in a few breaths. "Move!" Sheng Luo roared. His hair was all over the place like a mad dog. He punched his fist at Enlan. Futile effort, Enlan smirked. The 1,000-armaments vessel turned into a long sword and cut through the other party's fist aura. Sheng Luo screamed in agony. His fist aura was destroyed. A gruesome and bloody sword wound was left on his fist. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Boom! Enlan charged out and enveloped Sheng Luo with his sharp sword glows after a few seconds. He pulled Sheng Luo, who looked like a dead dog, back to Wang Teng. "Done? This old fella put up quite a resistance," Enlan said with a smile. "Sigh, poor little thing." Wang Teng scoffed when he saw Sheng Luo's current state. Sheng Luo wanted to pretend to be unconscious, but upon hearing Wang Teng's words he fumed in anger and raised his head. His face was drenched in blood as he glared at him with bitterness and hatred. "This gaze is not bad. I respect your gaze, really." A brick suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's hand as he spoke. Oh wait, it was a huge seal. Then, without any warning, he started hammering Sheng Luo's head. Bang, slash, boom, Sheng Luo. His mind was in a whirl. His hair stood up and he didn't understand what happened. What just happened? Where am I? Who am I? Your head is hard, as expected of a heaven stage martial warrior. Wang Teng exclaimed. He continued slamming the lightning slap on his head until only lingering shadows could be seen. He had never lost to anyone when it came to hand speed. Bang, 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 slash, boom, slash, boom. The lightning slap smashed the president's head like a hammer striking a nail. Sparks flew without stopping. A heaven stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the lightning slap. Sheng Luo's beard was burnt, and his entire face turned black. His eyes rolled to the back of his eyes from the electrocution, while he was losing consciousness. It was a tragic sight. Wang Teng, Wang Teng. Enlan was shocked. He stopped him hurriedly. "What?" Wang Teng turned back to ask. "Be a human," Enlan said helplessly. "He'll die if you continue hitting him." "All right, I'll let him go for now," Wang Teng replied with pity while weighing the brick. No, the lightning slap in his hand. Enlan was rendered speechless. He paid a silent tribute to Sheng Luo. Why do you have to be Wang Teng's enemy? The other Cosmos stage martial warriors felt the muscles on their faces twitching when they saw this scene. They had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Wang Teng was inhumane. Even President Sheng Luo was beaten up so badly. Would they be saved? "Is this your weapon?" Enlan looked at the lightning slap in Wang Teng's hands and asked curiously. "I made it myself." "It's not bad, right?" Wang Teng asked proudly. Enlan couldn't help but cough awkwardly. "Why are you looking so proud of yourself? If this weapon didn't have the power of lightning in it, he wouldn't even look at it." "The lightning power in this weapon seems extraordinary," Enlan said. "Oh, this I added some calamity lightning inside," Wang Teng replied casually. "Calamity lightning," Enlan widened his eyes in disbelief. "Yes, I can make one for you if you want one. Honestly, it's handy." Wang Teng promoted his weapon like a salesman. "Cough, sure, no problem." Enlan coughed again. He didn't like this strange weapon, but the calamity lightning was a different thing. As expected, there were always surprise gains when he stayed with Wang Teng. It was worth it. Enlan gave himself a thumbs up for his foresight. Then Wang Teng rubbed his hands and scanned his surroundings, chuckling in his heart. He picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around him. Time to pick up attribute bubbles. The bubbles floated toward Wang Teng one by one. Constellation Force, Metal 12,000, Black Metal Domain 2,000, Celestial Realm Spirit 1,800, Celestial Realm Enlightenment 1,500, Constellation Force Earth 10,800, Meteorite Shower Domain 2,500, Celestial Realm Spirit 1,600, Celestial Realm Enlightenment 1,300. Constellation Force Fire 2500, Constellation Force Water 1800, Constellation Force Wood 2000. Wow, Wang Teng was delighted. The corners of his lips lifted up unconsciously. His efforts didn't go to waste. Chapter 1099. Trembling from Anger. When will the men in the Wang family stand up? Wang Teng felt extremely comfortable when the attribute bubbles merged into his body. Different types of force twirled around his body, swimming to his limbs and meridians before settling in his force constellations. Boom! Wang Teng trembled. He was undergoing a breakthrough. Along with a crisp sound, Wang Teng's metal force constellation advanced from the first-level celestial stage to the second-level celestial stage. Constellation Metal Force 13,000, 3,000, celestial stage, second level. Boom, boom. The commotion in his body hadn't stopped. Instead, it became more violent. Above the sea of nihility, 27 force constellations flew out and spun furiously. It was a majestic sight. Unfortunately, it was in his body, so no one could see it. The 27 constellations represented wood force, earth force, and water force. There were 9 constellations for each force, signifying the 9th-level planetary stage. After some time of accumulation, the 3 forces had reached the peak of the planetary stage. In addition, when Wang Teng destroyed the battlecraft from the Olent Federation, many martial warriors died and all of them dropped attribute bubbles. Things were just progressing normally after much accumulation. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 different types of constellations crashed into one another and formed 3 whirlpools. Different crystal matters spun and congregated within the whirlpools. One was emerald green and full of vitality. One was earth brown, thick and sturdy. One was azure blue, smooth and vast. After some time, the 3 constellation whirlpools condensed into 3 celestial stage constellations. They roamed freely above the sea of nihility, giving off a strong vitality that swarmed through Wang Teng's body. Boom! Wang Teng underwent 3 leaps in his status of life. He was moving toward perfection. His skin, muscles, bones, blood, everything was undergoing a transformation. Wang Teng closed his eyes uncontrollably to savor this feeling. It felt amazing. 3 transformations. No one could experience his happiness. After some time, Wang Teng's water, wood, and earth force advanced to the first-level celestial stage. Constellation Wood Force, 1,500, 10,000 celestial stage, first level. Constellation Water Force, 9,600, 10,000. Celestial stage, first level. His earth force saw the most improvement. Touching the peak of the first-level celestial stage, he would be able to achieve another breakthrough soon. He had to attribute this advancement to Sheng Luo. He got more than 10,000 points of Constellation Earth Force from him. Impressive. His fire force also rose, but it didn't reach the breakthrough point after all. It was already at the 7th-level celestial stage. More attribute points were needed to reach the breaking point, making it that much harder. He received a special force attribute, too. It was the light force attribute. The female martial warrior from the Olent Federation called Qing Lun possessed the light force. Hence, Wang Teng got many light force attributes from her, a total of more than 6,000 points. The problem was, he didn't have any light force scripture, so his light force was still stuck at the 13-star general stage. But his chance was here. Would there be a light force cultivation scripture on this cosmos stage martial warrior? Wang Teng sniggered. He glanced at the goddess-like and cold, green-haired female martial warrior with a great figure. A peal of sinister laughter sounded in his heart. King Lun, oh, oh, she shuddered. For some reason, she felt an evil intention floating around her. A chill welled up her heart. Next was the Celestial Realm Spirit and Enlightenment. He received a total of 5,200 Celestial Realm Spirit and 4,500 Celestial Realm Enlightenment. It was a huge gain. Spirit, 21,50,000, Celestial Realm. Enlightenment, 17,20,50,000, Celestial Realm. Enlightenment, 17,350,000. celestial realm, Wang Teng felt satisfied when he looked at his spirit and enlightenment on the attributes panel. These two attributes rose greatly. The increase in his spiritual power allowed him to fight with 9th-level Cosmos stage martial warriors. Indeed, the attribute bubbles from powerful martial warriors gave him more benefits. Look at who he got attributes from recently. They were all Universe stage, Heaven stage, and Cosmos stage martial warriors. How could his attributes not increase? It was tiring since he had offended many formidable martial warriors and couldn't sleep properly at night. But it was worth it. Wang Teng felt that he was running happily on the path leading to hell. He shook his head with a bitter smile and looked at the two largest gains: Black Metal Domain, Meteorite Shower Domain. One came from Anlan while the other was from Sheng Luo. Most importantly, these were both powerful domains. The Black Metal Domain was a combination of metal and spiritual power. It was the advanced version of the Metal Domain and was more powerful than a normal domain. If Anlan knew that Wang Teng sneakily learned his domain, would he still feel fortunate to stay with him? His main skill had been stolen. As for the Meteorite Shower Domain, Sheng Luo gifted it to him. It was also very powerful. Among all the domains, it could be considered one of the top Black Metal Domain. The 1000 Horta 2000, 2nd level, Meteorite Shower Domain, 1500, 2000, 2nd level. After careful counting, Wang Teng realized that he had 5 domains: Tempest Domain, Blazing Domain, Metal Domain, Black Metal Domain, and Meteorite Shower Domain. This was heaven-defying. Only a Heaven stage martial warrior could possess a domain. If an ordinary martial warrior was able to possess the power of a domain at the planetary stage or the celestial stage, he could be considered a genius among the geniuses. But Wang Teng had 5 of them. Even he felt that it was a little too much, but he couldn't help it. The Heaven stage martial warriors kept finding him. He couldn't control them either. I think that planetary devastation domain sounds better. Wang Teng touched his chin as he wondered to himself. Silence. The system didn't reply to him. Meteorite Shower was still Meteorite Shower. Am I treating you too well? Why are you thinking of changing names? After picking up all the attributes, Wang Teng felt more refreshed. He flew back to the spacecraft with Anlan. Lock them up. Wang Teng pointed to the martial warriors from the Olent Federation. Yes, Bertha nodded. The martial warriors from the Olent Federation turned pale, feeling humiliated. Their force and spiritual power were sealed, and they were locked up like mortal prisoners. Their fate would be decided after returning to Earth. Wang Teng returned to his spacecraft and met up with his family. Dad? Mom? Grandpa? Are you all right? Wang Teng asked worriedly. I'm fine, your grandpa. Wang Shengguo shook his head and told him what happened. Wang Teng was indignant. However, the people from the Olent Federation were all in his hands, so he didn't need to worry about them escaping. They would pay the price sooner or later. He looked at Grandpa Wang's face and took out a healing Dan to feed him. He also executed a light force treatment on him. The color on Grandpa Wang's face returned at a visible speed. His condition was much better than before. The Wang family was dumbfounded. They were in awe. Brother Wang Teng, my chest feels stuffy from the fright just now. Can I have some too? Fang Qianwen asked. The little girl whined involuntarily when she saw her handsome cousin returning. All right. Wang Teng smiled and executed his light force treatment. He also treated the other elders. They had been through the same situation, so they were all frightened. The light force treatment could cure injuries and relax one's mood. Naturally, he didn't mind putting it to good use. Me too, brother. Wang Teng, I was scared too. I need some consolation. Wang Haran shouted, Move, you're a man. This fright is nothing, Wang Teng scolded. He purposely didn't treat the young boys, but this little one came to ask him shamelessly. Men shouldn't be pampered. If not, they might back down when faced with different issues in the future. Idiot. Wang Shengjun slapped Wang Haran's forehead with a black face. His son was embarrassing him. Wang Haran was in a daze. He felt wronged. This difference in treatment was too obvious, trembling in anger. When would the men in the Wang family stand up? Ha ha ha! The Wang family couldn't help but chuckle when they saw his expression. The atmosphere lightened up a little. Master. Bertha came in with Hardy and called Wang Teng softly. Wang Teng turned around. His expression became cold when he saw Hardy. If he didn't come back in time, the Wang family might end up in a worse state. Please punish me. Hardy half-kneeled on the ground and lowered his head before Wang Teng could open his mouth. When Wang Teng bought him, he didn't treat his new master with respect. However, after witnessing his strength, Hardy could no longer feel at ease anymore. This was the pressure of someone more powerful than him. Is this how you carry out my orders? Wang Teng shouted. Bertha sympathized with Hardy and wanted to speak up for him, but she realized she didn't have the right to open her mouth. Suddenly, she felt fortunate that Wang Teng didn't send her. She might not have done any better than Hardy. Wang Teng frowned. Although he was furious, he didn't know how to punish Hardy. He couldn't bear to kill him. It was rare to find a shadow assassin slave. If he groomed him properly, he would become a good subordinate. Wait. Grandpa Wang suddenly opened his mouth. Grandpa? Wang Teng turned around in surprise. He wondered what his grandpa wanted to say. He's not to be blamed. He tried his best. I let everyone out of the spacecraft because I couldn't see the people on Earth dying for us. That's why the Olent Federation managed to capture us, Grandpa Wang explained. Grandpa, how can you put yourself in danger? Wang Teng asked helplessly. We can't be the sinners of Earth. Grandpa Wang shook his head stubbornly. Wang Teng didn't know what to say. He could only sigh. He couldn't reprimand Grandpa Wang for what he did. Not everyone was heartless. If they abandoned Earth for their own survival, they might live in regret and agony for the rest of their lives. They would rather take the risk. Revenge was a dish best served cold anyway. All right, this isn't your fault. You can get up. Wang Teng wasn't an unreasonable person. After understanding what had happened, he didn't push the blame on Hardy and even held him up personally. Hardy was stunned. He didn't expect the Wang family to speak up for him, nor for Wang Teng to let him go so easily. Other people might be unwilling to admit their mistakes. They might leave the mistake uncorrected and punish him anyway as a warning for the rest. He was just a slave. Who would show mercy to him? At this moment, Hardy suddenly felt that his master wasn't as bad as he thought. Thank you, Master. Hardy bowed. But all the celestial stage martial warriors I brought along are dead. All of them. Wang Teng was stunned. He felt his heart aching a little. 59th level celestial stage martial warriors weren't cheap. They died to protect us, Grandpa Wang said sorrowfully. Wang Teng's anger towards the Olent Federation reached new heights. He sighed and said in a low voice, "Bury them properly." Yes. Hardy received the order. Then he retreated to the side and stood beside Bertha. Return to Earth, Wang Teng ordered. Round Ball piloted the universe-level spacecraft and flew towards Donghai. Chapter 1100. He had been through too much. Donghai, the leader of martial arts, and the others stood in the plaza in front of the Global Union building and looked up at the spacecraft in the sky. It was getting bigger and bigger. Although they had seen the spacecraft through the screen, they were still awestruck when it appeared in front of them. This spacecraft was powerful and terrifying. Where did Wang Teng get it? The spacecraft didn't land. It parked in mid-air because the plaza wasn't big enough to fit this gigantic universe-level spacecraft. The cabin door opened. Wang Teng led everyone down the spacecraft. Everyone, long time no see. Wang Teng scanned his surroundings and saw many familiar faces. There were the leader of martial arts, the three great commanders, Dan Taishuan, Ye Jixin, and others. It was fortunate that they were still alive. This time, the Olent Federation came for the Wang family. Hardy and the 50 celestial stage martial warriors bore the brunt of the attack so they didn't die. However, they were injured. It must be from the recent battle. Wang Teng, please, let me thank you on behalf of Earth. The leader of martial arts was emotional. He suddenly bowed at Wang Teng. Please, Don't do this, Wang Teng was shocked. He quickly held on to the leader and continued in a low tone. I'm the one who owes everyone an apology. He learned from the Wang family that the Olant Federation had destroyed 2 cities on Earth. Wang Teng felt ashamed when he thought about all those people. No human was emotionless. The people in the 2 cities died because of him. He felt guilty. You don't have to blame yourself. The Olant Federation invaded Earth because they chose this planet as their trial ground. Without you, our situation would have been worse. Nothing can be prevented. Rather than saying that they were targeting you, it's more accurate to say that they were targeting our planet, the leader of martial arts said painfully. Mr. Wang Teng, this is not your fault. The Olant Federation is in the wrong. They caused everything. Yes, we understand. It's the fault of the Olant Federation. The leaders of the different nations agreed in unison. They were outraged. Don't worry. I'll make sure the Olant Federation pays the price for everything. Wang Teng took a deep breath and promised them. With our ability, we might not be able to, the leader of martial arts said worriedly, although he didn't finish the sentence. The intention was clear. They couldn't win against the Olant Federation. The other leaders of the nations were worried too. They got frightened by the attacks from the Olant Federation. 1 fleet was enough to annihilate them. They had no chance of resisting. Wouldn't it be more dangerous if they went to the Olant Federation directly to find them? They trusted Wang Teng's ability, but the Olant Federation was still a universe civilization, while Wang Teng was just one person. He was resisting an entire civilization alone. Anyone could tell that there wasn't any comparison. The Wang family looked at Wang Teng worriedly. We don't have to take revenge so quickly. If you aren't confident, we can wait, Grandpa Wang persuaded him. It's all right, I did my research. There are only 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors in the Olant Federation. We caught one, so there are 2 left. The threat isn't huge, we can deal with them. Wang Teng smiled and explained, Really? The leader of martial arts and the leaders of the nations were elated. They hated Olant Federation to the core, so they would definitely take revenge if they could. They were just worried that they couldn't beat them. Of course. Wang Teng nodded. He knew that humans needed to vent their anger, or it would harm their cultivation. Besides, they were about to step into the universe. If they didn't have enough confidence, they wouldn't be able to hold their position. They wouldn't walk far without confidence. Wang Teng wanted to use this situation to give confidence to the people on Earth. Prepare yourselves. I'll lead you to demand an answer from them 2 days later, Wang Teng said. Yes. The leader of martial arts in various nations clenched their fists and nodded firmly. Wang Teng returned to the residence with his family. The other matters would be settled by the leaders, especially for the 2 cities that were destroyed. There were many things to settle over there. The leader of martial arts had already sent people there for the rescue. They hoped that they could find some survivors since many of them had escaped into the underground shelters. They might have survived. A few hours later, rescue efforts were in progress and news started to come back. Most of the people in these 2 cities survived. Only those that didn't enter the underground shelters in time lost their lives. This was the good news among all the bad news. Wang Teng and his family heaved a sigh of relief. The fewer people died, the lesser their guilt. Even though many people told them that it wasn't their fault and the Olant Federation was to be blamed, Grandpa Wang and the others didn't think this way. They couldn't pretend that nothing had happened. Fortunately, the situation was better than imagined. Thank you. Dan Teixuan personally came to deliver the news. Wang Teng sent her to the door and thanked her. Why are you thanking me? Have we gotten distant after not seeing each other for a few months? Dan Teixuan rolled her eyes and replied casually. I don't dare to do that. Wang Teng smiled. Am I very fierce? Dan Teixuan glared at him and asked, You're a celestial stage martial warrior. I can't beat you. Wang Teng burst out laughing when he saw her frustrated expression. How do you cultivate? You were still at the planetary stage when you left, but now you're already at the celestial stage. Dan Teixuan sized up Wang Teng and asked in disbelief. Do you want to know? Wang Teng asked in a mysterious tone. Do you have some bug that can help you increase your cultivation speed? Dan Taishuan sniggered Wang Teng. Did all ladies have such an accurate sixth sense? Come, tell me what your bug is. Let me see if I can find it online and download it. Dan Taishuan thought that Wang Teng was stunned by her reply, so she smiled proudly and hooked her fingers at him. Cough, lean over. Let me tell you secretly. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and whispered to her while glancing around him. Dan Taishuan cooperated with him and leaned over. Wang Teng stared at the fair and smooth ear inches away from him. He could almost see the tiny hairs and capillaries on it. He had the sudden thought of pinching it. Would she cry if he pinched it forcefully? He wondered what she would look like if this evil lady cried. Although Wang Teng was curious, he suppressed the urge. He didn't know if she would cry, but he would definitely be beaten to death. There was no doubt about it. My bug is, Wang Teng raised his voice out of the blue. My amazing talent, ha ha ha. Dan Taishuan got a fright. Her heart almost skipped a beat. She was furious. You little brat, how dare you trick me? Stop, right there. She stretched out her hand and wanted to grab Wang Teng's ear. Unfortunately, he was prepared and dodged her hand. He stuck out his tongue at her. The two of them ran around for some time before Dan Taishuan stopped. She panted and asked, Are you really going to the Olent Federation a few days later? Yes, Wang Teng nodded. Let me come with you. I want to see the universe, Dan Taishuan continued. Sure, you're almost at the planetary stage now, right? Wang Teng looked at her and knew immediately that she wasn't far from her breakthrough. I'm not as perverted as you. I need another 2 to 3 months. Dan Taishuan shook her head. Wang Teng nodded. He contemplated for some time before saying, Come over. What? Are you trying to trick me again? Dan Taishuan looked at him vigilantly. I'll give you one chance to reorganize your words. You won't receive my gift if you don't come over, Wang Teng said. What gift? Dan Taishuan detected something amiss from his sentence. She was puzzled, but she still went over. Wang Teng didn't trick her this time. He lifted 2 fingers and tapped Dan Taishuan's forehead. Dan Taishuan was stunned. She stopped the urge to step back and allowed his fingers to land on her forehead. Boom! The next instant, her mind trembled and 2 streams of information gushed in. What is this? Dan Taishuan widened her eyes in disbelief. Shh! Wang Teng placed a finger on his lips and said mysteriously, Go back and look through it. Wang Teng gave her 2 scriptures. One was the Wind Element Planetary Stage Scripture, the Raging Gale Scripture, and the other was the Metal Element Celestial Stage Scripture, the Celestial Metal Scripture. Dan Taishuan had only converted her metal force into constellation force. Her wind force didn't advance because she didn't have the relevant scripture. The cultivation speed of a celestial stage scripture was much faster than a planetary stage scripture. That was why Wang Teng gave her a metal element celestial stage scripture. Dan Taishuan's cultivation speed would increase tremendously with these 2 scriptures in hand. This is too much, Dan Taishuan said with a complicated expression. It's nothing to me. You protected me in the past, so this is a small favor I can help you with. Advance quickly. Wang Teng turned and waved his hand as he walked into the Wang family residence. Dan Taishuan suddenly felt a little emotional when she saw his back. He had been through too much. In the past, Wang Teng was still the young man she needed to protect. Now, he was able to stand in front of everyone and bear the hope of the planet on his shoulder. She could imagine how heavy the pressure was. The figure might be tall and straight, but she could see the huge burden he carried on his shoulders. Are you touched? Wang Teng suddenly turned and chuckled. Dan Taishuan, her beautiful face tensed up, and her emotions were hidden one by one. I'm leaving. Dan Taishuan turned around and left. Women. Wang Teng shook his head. He didn't see her firm gaze after she turned around and the unnoticeable smile at the edge of her lips. Wang Teng, even if I can't protect you anymore, I'll work hard to catch up with you so that I can stand beside you. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.